Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the final day of Tour 3 Division 2 down in the China region. We got the Templar Assassin up on the screen and the beautiful Fluke as well to join us for our first series of action. Fluke, this series means a lot as well. This first and third, there is a lot on the line for the final day.
Yeah, it's always good when we get into these Division 2 tours, and the last day still means a lot for a lot of teams, right? There's still 4 teams, well, I mean, technically 3 teams that are vying for these 2 spots that are going to be going up in towards Division 1. Holy Grail, they've already locked themselves in with a 6-0 scoreline, so if they're able to finish 7-0, then that throws a lot of things out of whack for a lot of these other teams, but I mean, Big Brain, they've got a lot to try and do today. They've got to take down the team that hasn't lost a single series right now in Tour 3 to try and keep their hopes alive for Div 1.
Yeah, which is not going to be an easy feat at all. And let's go through, of course, the previous days at games to see how we got in this position and where everyone is in the standings as well. So we kicked off with Team Disillusion up against IG Vitality. That one ended up going the distance. It was really a battle of relegation. If IG Vitality were not able to get the victory, then unfortunately they would join the likes of Limit relegated out of Division 2.
Yeah, it was a really interesting series as well because this first game started out really, really well for IGV, right? Like Butterfly Effect felt like that he was doing quite a lot of work early on his park. Ponyo tried to use best, but it just came down to some of these team fights really going against them. In this first game, they kind of allowed Lonfer on this Huerta to do his own thing for a very, very long time. And then as soon as they had the pressure of trying to get some of these team fights going for Mr. TZY, it really just did not work out for them. And the Legion Commander pick kind of shot them in the foot a little bit, but it was still a pretty good showing from them, and I had a lot of faith in them to be able to pull this series back because their opening like 10-15 minutes is really, really good in a lot of these games, and they proved that in game number 2 where they're able to completely blow out TD, which I thought was a pretty bad draft from TD, to be perfectly honest with you, but the fact that IGV took that opportunity and ran with it and were able to get themselves a pretty convincing game 2 gave me a lot of faith going into game number 3.
Yep, that's the important thing. Even you have to, in a favored game, potentially you still have to be able to execute. And sometimes that's a lot of difficulty with some teams just in regards to the consistency. So, I mean, that's definitely one thing that's plagued IGV as well. Like you said, they've had really solid first 15 minutes and they've just kind of struggled ever since then. And I mean, game 3 was a much more competitive game for either side, but it was still, in the end, going to be Team Disillusion that was able to come out on top. It was with a very, very kind of greedy draft as well, where we saw the Templar Assassin with the Morphling getting played as well, something that we don't see too often.
Yeah, it seemed like there was some opportunities where they were able to really get themselves back into this game, and then this is the unfortunate Techies landmine scenario where they walk into this set of landmines first. They lose a couple of members, and then I think it was about 2 or 3 minutes later, they basically do the exact same thing, and they lose all of their life walking into the actual minefield sign. And it was getting to the point where maybe they might have been able to take control back of this game. You can see the net worth is very, very tight between both of these 2 teams, and if they got late enough, the Doom and the Slark could definitely out-carry, but it just got to this point here where they put so much effort into killing Ramfood out, and they were just in his little home, and they just blew up. And unfortunately for TZY, he was the last bastion of hope for them. Maybe if he survived, they could have held on for a little longer, but he walked into more mines and died, and then Team Dissolution, they get themselves the dub.
And then our second series of the night, all was the Last Dark. So that puts them in a competitive position now. I think if they were to lose that series, then they would not have any hope of potentially being promoted. But a big 2-0 over Big Brain means that we're in this current position where we have 3 teams battling it out for the final slot. So for them, it was a really good showing this series overall because Big Brain have been quite competitive through the entirety of this tour.
Yeah, they definitely have. I think they have run into some issues with some of their mid-game decision-making has been a little rough for Big Brain. I feel like there's been quite a few games where I've seen them where they looked really, really strong in the opening couple of minutes and they just never were able to really connect with their heroes and get the game done. So it was big from the Last Dark to be able to get themselves that dub, and as you said, now have them in a scenario where if they win their final series, they will be going into tiebreakers to go in towards Division 1. And thing is, for Big Brain as well, the fact that they lost this series means that they have to beat Holy Grail to even be in the chance of going in towards Division 1. So it's a very rough set of couple of days that unfortunately Big Brain have had. So, I mean, if they won this series, they wouldn't have been in this scenario, but it's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes, and Big Brain need to step up pretty large today.
Yes, that it does indeed. The recent games definitely hasn't been what they would be hoping for out of Big Brain, so hopefully this last series, that if they can get the victory versus the undefeated team in Holy Grail, then who knows, we could get some potential three-way tiebreakers. But as you see, Game 2 was very dominant for the last start, 21 minutes in. Yeah. Huge advantage to them. I mean, you're landing three-man chronos like that as well with the Venomancer off to the outskirts. You know the team fights are always going to look pretty from there. So it was a pretty convincing victory in Game 2 and overall the series as well. And then last we had Team Zero up against Supernova, which we got to cover as well, and that was very, very Team Zero dominant.
Yeah, that was also another series that had ramifications for Team Zero. Didn't really have anything for Supernova in it because they couldn't get demoted and they couldn't get promoted either. So for them going into this series is much more about pride and trying to figure out a few things going in towards qualifiers for TI. But Team Zero, this first game was definitely a game where I was very surprised that they're actually able to come out with the win. It was a long forward-out fight for them. Han did a really, really good job at shutting down 70 in that mid lane, but this first Roche fight was where it all kind of went wrong. They got picked apart a little bit. They didn't really have a good person to go on, and then it just snowballed from there, right? It was just 70 as well as CTY kind of just walking around the map and completely doing whatever they wanted up against Supernova. And then game number 2 was much more Team Zero favored, where CTY once again is just picking up this Naga Siren, and they let the Broodmother go through twice, which I think is very, very interesting for Team Zero, that they don't really seem to care all too much about the Brood, and they're more than happy to early pick, even first pick CTY with his Naga Siren to be able to counter that out. And they have other heroes as well, like their Crystal Maiden and stuff like that they like to play. So that is a big positive coming out of this series for Team Zero, is they got a bit of practice against a Broodmother, which is going to be very important for them going into these final series and also going in towards the TI qualifiers, because I think Brood is going to be at the forefront of all these teams' minds. Unfortunately,
yes. I think that will be the case as well. We had a little bit of time when the Brood was not getting played, but yeah, it seems like it is starting to creep back into the meta, which is unfortunate, but regardless, it is what it is, and we get to see how the leaderboard is shaping up now towards on the final day. So again, Holy Grail, they are guaranteed to be able to make it into Division 1. We are fighting for that second spot, and really it's Team Zero, Big Brain, and Last Dark, and we get to see them all today. So just so it's clear, first series has so much on the line. Big Brain, if they lose, they cannot potentially be in tiebreakers. And then the final series, Last Ark and Team Zero. If Team Zero win, then they take it. They get that second slot. If they lose, then it will be at least a tiebreaker between Team Zero and Last Ark, and potentially again Big Brain if they win. So really we're looking at that first and third series. Sorry to limit Supernova. It's going to be a fun series to watch for them, but it is what it is. We're through the draft. We are deep through the draft. All right, so what do we got? Holy Grail opened up with the Silencer. Big Brain respond with the Toss Marana. Then the Batrider from Holy Grail. Then we got the Queen of Pain into the Spirit Breaker, Puck, and Sven. Fluke, go nuts. What's going on?
So, first couple of notes. Broodmother untouched right now. Same with Beastmaster, which I think is very important for us to think about when we see like this kind of Batrider Silencer combination that comes out from Holy Grail. They have a lot of initiation to be able to basically jump in with the lasso, your Global Silence on top, and you can kind of protect your pick that way. I would have thought that maybe a Beastmaster would have been a pickup here from Big Brain. Gives them that little bit of extra laning prowess. It gives them that extra hero that is able to disable the Batrider, so the Fighting Lasso isn't going to be all the way out in Narnia when they do pick him up. So surprised that it hasn't been picked just yet. I'd imagine Big Brain probably looking towards an offlaner, so I'd imagine maybe Beastmaster might be something you're looking towards, but Holy Grail, they cover themselves with this Lifestealer, which I think is a really, really cool pick from Holy Grail. The fact that they decided to come in right now with the Lifestealer and kind of protect them from these beefy offlaners. There's nothing else really that's kind of standing out. I think a lot of the bans are pretty stock standard. The Dark Willow ban It's a little weird for me, and we haven't seen Tusk in a very long time either. So it seems like Big Brain have come into this series with an idea about how they want to go about it. And I think Holy Grail have gone very, very straightforward and stock standard. And there's nothing too crazy for them, whereas Big Brain, they're trying something different this time around with the Sven and the Tusk.
The Tusk is something that they had a lot of success on to start the tour. I think Cicada was playing it, and they gave it to their supports as well a little bit. And in particular with the Dark Willow, DQQ, I think then when I saw him play 2 Dark Willow games and just absolutely carried. So ever since then, it seems like he's been getting banned. I am surprised it's first phase ban though, but just to shed a little bit of light on that. For last pick, yeah, I'm not quite sure. I like your suggestion, so we will see if that is the route they want to go down.
And
they venge.
Okay, so what's their offlane going to look like then?
Will be Venge offlane. It gives you. Okay. It's kind of cool. I mean, it gives you a nice response to Batrider swap, which is always. It's nice to have a save there. You can also never freely TP out with a Rage on Summer. There's the potential for like a swap into Arrow in any crazy late game fights where you need to set up. But this hero is super hit or miss. So maybe they could, maybe it gives them opportunity to run like a Venge Mirana lane with a point target stun. They could also do that with the Sven lane as well. So I don't know. We'll see. I have a lot of question marks around the Venge.
I also agree. I think it does do... It does a job, I think. So obviously you've got Wave of Terror that's really, really good with the Sven. They've got the combination of the tag team as well. So Sven's going to be doing a lot of damage in these fights if he ever gets on top of people. It also is a good connector to the Batrider, as you said. It's kind of weird because you wanted to have somebody who will build a purge for the Global Silence relatively early. And that's why I was thinking like this last stealer pick was such a good kind of counter for Holy Grail, because you wanted to pick like a Tide Hunter or something like that that's either going to go Guardian Greaves or Lotus Orb very, very early. But they don't have that anymore. I think the Venges these days, you obviously have to go Ags as a core Venge somewhere in the build. But I don't know if you go like straight up Lotus Orb with some stats on Avenge in the offlane, and that's going to feel good in comparison to it just being a pos 4 and doing the same thing, you know? So that's my big question mark is, do you actually now have an answer to the Global Silence, or is it just going to be, as you say, a poopy Venge, and she's just going to float around and just feel like a support?
Yeah, I hear you say that item build, and I 100% agree. Like, if you don't go with Dispel, then you're just destroyed by the Global. So I don't know really what you do on the Venge. We'll see. This is also a super greedy hero. Like, if you do rush that Scepter, which I think that's probably the choice for CSJ. So you're putting a lot of emphasis. At least you do have supports and along with a mid laner that can rotate, but they need to get levels, and you need to also secure the lane. If Sven doesn't have a good time, then they could just infiltrate into his jungle. And also as the game goes on, you have a guaranteed lasso into Global Silence. That is something that we see a lot of the Chinese teams really favor, and even people will even pick the Silencer just to prevent like a lasso combo. So I do prefer Holy Grail's lineup. And I think, there's a lot of versatility with Summer's item build on the Lifestealer to be a nuisance as this game goes on. So I do prefer the 6-0 teams lineup, but we will see if they can execute.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think Holy Grail have put themselves in a pretty straight up position that it's going to be not too hard for them to execute and win this game with the lanes that they have. I think the Sven's lane should be okay. I think the Mirana is pretty good at kind of just dealing with the Batrider. She's never really going to be in danger of Dolme just kind of running over her with sticky napalm. And I think the Sven's just naturally going to have some issues full stop with a lot of these offlaners. So I don't think there's really going to be any other hero that can kind of secure his lane much more than what a Mirana can, putting herself out of dodge. And maybe the arrow is going to be enough to at least buy the Sven time to get away. So we'll see how it works out. It is going to be a very, very important lane for them to have some successes in, because Sven behind feels very, very bad. And if this Batrider gets off to a rip roar of a start, he just makes rotations early on with like Boots of Travel and a blink, and it's kind of game over.
And kind of the two heroes we haven't spoken too much about is the Puck and the Queen of Pain. Of course, Garn. Well, firstly, I think both these players, Cicada and Garn, are the standouts that I've seen for both Big Brain and Holy Grail. They have just exceeded expectations without a doubt and have just completely taken over games. And of course, Garm, he does have a very favorable matchup into the Queen of Pain, not only as a lane answer, so you don't go that dagger dominating build because you can always dodge it with the phase shift, but as the game goes on, Puck offers so much control compared to what the Queen of Pain does to the own Puck himself. So I think Garn is going to be very happy this game.
Yeah, it's a very good matchup for them to have, and that's kind of the positives of them having that answer for it into the Queen of Pain. So Garn should have a pretty free time, and I think the worst part with a lot of these heroes is only really the snowball can save you from the dream coil. Yeah, you can swap out of it, but the person's still going to be stunned. So snowball's the only real way that you can try and get people outside of that without them suffering the consequences. So I think dream coil is going to be very, very important, especially on something like a Sven. So BKBs are going to be something that Big Brain need to get early on to allow them to play against the Global Silence, but also allow them to just kind of play the fights against Garn. So there's a lot of things that both these teams need to do correctly for this to work out. But Holy Grail, I mean, look at the lineup. I think a lot of people definitely would just prefer to play these heroes. The one kind of issue could be this Life Stealer, but I've been seeing Life Stealers do very, very good recently.
Is Stikiki dead? It looks like he might be okay. Very nicely done. They contest the pool and able to secure the kill as a result of that as well.
All right. So they get themselves a nice little injection of gold. The lane is still going very, very well for Dolme, though, so it's not like he's really in too much of an issue. CSJ gets a kill on SJ, okay. I mean, that is the one thing that this lane does have. It has a lot of kill threat onto the Silencer because he is a Silencer. Yep. So CSJ is always able to just get in a position they can get kills.
And even Summer might be in some danger now as well. Some really cute body blocks coming out from the Tusk. With SJ just TPing back in the nick of time, we'll be able to keep his core alive. But this lane is starting to get pretty oppressive just with the levels that Tusk and Venge are starting to be working with. So 2 points in the missile. I guess you do have almost no mana on Tusk, and he's not bringing out any mana regen as well. Let's see if he pops a Lotus for himself or not, but I like what they're doing down bottom though for Big Brain, playing very aggressive.
Yeah, I think they have to, right? Like, you've got a universal hero in the Venge. She scales really, really well when it comes to the stats. As soon as you start getting levels in this Vengeance Aura, it's going to be very easy for you to start getting a lot of these kills. So I think Big Brain need to use the presence of their Tusk early on, especially because he's gone 2 levels into the tag team, to just try and get yourself that little bit of an experience bounty. And if you get to the point where you can kick Summer out of this lane, I think that's kind of job done for Big Brain, right? Like, then it starts going into what do we build for the mid game and try and fight that way. But if lane gets secured for Big Brain, then CSJ is off to a fantastic start and could be a scary hero.
Yeah, in regards to the build as well for Summer, I think he might be considering... I think you must go Halberd this game versus the Sven. I'd be kind of surprised if he doesn't. It's just... I know Radiance is starting to come back in popularity with this hero, but I think with the Halberd, going Radiance Halberd is a little bit too greedy, so it might be like your classic phase into Armlet, maybe even an item beforehand, but I really would hope he considers a Halberd this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can always do the disassemble trick that some of the Slarks are doing as well, right, with the Radiance. Like, you go Radiance, and then as soon as you build up enough gold, you disassemble, use the Talisman of Evasion to go into your Halberd, and then you can build a Nullifier as well, which I think is going to be a fantastic item this game for the Life Stealer. So I wouldn't hate to see a Radiance build up. It could put them behind a little bit too early because the Sven, I think, is probably going to go like second item BKB this game. So the Radiance might not do all too much for you, and he could be a little squishy as a Life Stealer. But wouldn't hate to say, I don't see many other options as well, right? Like, as you said, like, I think Halberd is a must, and I think Nullifier is also going to be a must for Summer. So it's about what he kind of fills those gaps with. Yep.
Because you also have to be wary that Dolme on the Batrider, he plays this hero very great. He likes the Octarine. This game is actually going to go the Boots of Travel route. Regardless, with Boots of Travel, you don't... So, I mean, 2,000 gold is the build-up, so that's your first 10 minutes of the game, maybe even a little bit longer, where he can't do anything. And we even see Batriders like rush BKB afterwards, and they usually spend that time farming it. So we also know the Batrider won't be able to play too much. So it's really just like Spirit Breaker and Puck playing together, maybe a Silencer can help out eventually, because the lifesteal is pretty self-sufficient. So it is a bit more of a passive lineup that Holy Grail have early.
Yeah, and I think the one thing is although they do have 2 passive cores, I think they've got really good tower defense as well, right? Like, if they're able to just get their supports in position, Spirit Breaker charging somebody who goes a little bit too deep underneath the tower, and also Global Silence to respond as well, is going to be very hard for them to deal with. DQQ is getting punished in the top lane, though. Oh, he just gets away.
Punished is definitely a way to put it. That was a interesting charge. Bottom lane as well. They get the dive under the tower. Puck is going to TP down, and he does have Coil at the ready. Beautiful rotation out of Garn. Secures the double kill. Beautifully done. Like you were saying, they've got great ways to defend the towers. If they dive too deep, Puck is always going to be ready for his own rebuttal.
Yeah, and that was a sick rotation as well. Like, you know, Cicada's not going to go anywhere near that. He's just sitting out and farming the middle lane. Hasn't won the Power Rune War, which is very, very important when you have these old school mid laners, right? When you have like Pucks and Queen of Pains, like the rune fight is very, very important. And unfortunately for Cicada, he lost that race to the DD rune, and Garn turns it around with a double kill. SJ's in trouble once again, though. I think he's kind of overstepped his bounds.
Yeah, just trying to go for the D ward. Thought maybe it was only tossed nearby. I guess he did have... Oh, no. So no high ground ward. It was just a sentry. So let's see what they can do now, because Coil's on cooldown for another 20. Importantly, Garn doesn't have a TP. They are duking it out mid lane. Garn unable to dodge the Sonic Wave, and he should go down as a result to this. Trying to have the Spirit Breaker charge in, but DQQ is going to be far too late. So that's... You try and boss up there and go for the phase shift to juke out the Sonic Wave, but as soon as you miss it, mass amount of damage, and there's going to be no turn potential afterwards.
Yeah, it was also a sick blink from Cicada as well. He jumped past the Illusory Orb, so he didn't cop that in return. Maybe that might have been enough damage for DQQ to turn that back around and get the kill. But getting the solo kill there from Cicada is big. Yes, Garn did make the rotation towards bottom, but solo kills are very, very important in the mid lane. And now everybody's putting their attention here. Children went the way of Cicada, though, so he's going to be more than happy with this. I want to try and kill CSJ. It's only going to be DQQ as well as Summer. I don't think this is going to be enough.
Nice. Very good snowball. They'll go for DQQ now. They've got the arrow to fly on pass. Miss, not going to matter those. They still secure the kill. They are rotating Garn down bottom, but with the cliff ward, be able to read this accordingly. Instantly, you see Cicada wants to shove in that mid lane. And this is just putting so much attention on everywhere else but God King. I mean, he is top of the net worth on the Sven, 3 points in the cleave. Importantly, he's got that Mask of Madness, though, so his role is just to shove out the lane, go back, farm up the jungle. You do also have at least the Boots of Travel now, so we'll see what Dolme wants to try and do with this.
Yeah, I think he needs to start getting active now, right? Because you've seen some of the issues that the Lifestealer and the Puck are having, just trying to connect onto some of these side lanes. Where Big Brain are doing a fantastic job at just kind of teasing apart these members of Holy Grail and really getting them separated in vulnerable positions. So I would like to see a rotation from Dolme. He's not shutting down God King at all, so it's not like him being in this lane is going to be a detriment to them, right? But if he's able to get some big kills moving around the map, maybe if you're able to kill CSJ, who is having a fantastic start. He's getting very, very close to hitting that break point of the Aghanim Scepter. But looks like Big Brain, they're the aggressors. They're the ones that want to try and go forward here and see if they can kill Garn. It's going to be a hard kill for them without any other forms of lockdown besides Snowball and Arrow.
I think it's a... Does he have a ward? No vision to place. Maybe a bit ambitious for that attempt. But Garn's able to continue seeking up the farm, and we're actually going to see their own smoke. Maybe this is for Dolme to take the stack. Meanwhile, DQQ might even try and soak some of the experience mid lane. So this is definitely the one thing that Holy Grail have done a little bit better than Dire, I suppose, is just their ancient stacks are far superior. You see God King's already back to the triangle and just has a double stack at the hard.
Yeah, so there's going to be a little bit of extra gold being injected into Dolme's pockets, but still about what you do with this gold, right? Like, if you lose out and Summer doesn't have anywhere really to fall back and farm, God King has just been hitting creeps this entire time. Same with Cicada. Cicada's just been chilling. Hasn't really had too much pressure thrown onto him. Going to go into this very early Orchid, which I love coming in from the Queen of Pain. Obviously, the Aghanim Scepter build has been the flavor of the month right now.
Well out from Gone. Looks like with the silence as well, connecting onto the toss, there's no threat of a potential snowball to delay the kill. So once again, another power in from Gone means that he's going to be able to rotate down to his safe lane and help get the kill into the Venge.
Yep. Big rotation there from the puck once again. Release pressure onto Summer means that Dolme doesn't have to make his move. It's either one of the two heroes that need to make some movements early, and it seems like right now Holy Grail are happy for Gone to be the mover and the shaker.
Mid lane.
Oh, if he had coil,
can they fight this? It's like it was DQQ just doing his best to try and disrupt Big Brain.
Yeah, if there was a coil there, Garn probably would have turned around for a double kill. That would have been sick, but it was a nice little dodge as well on the Scream of Pain. Cicada just wants to keep putting pressure back on the Garn so he doesn't feel safe about moving around. DQQ? Bash with the boys? No, okay. Thought he was going to try and have a go there onto the task, but left him be for now.
Boy. Dolme is going Octarine, so this is a mega greedy Batrider build. I mean, if you can get there, this item feels incredible on the hero, and I have seen it a lot. And he's farming super well. Like, that stack, it puts him top of the net worth over a Sven, which is crazy. So they have brought this game back. At the laning stage, it was like a 2,000 net worth lead, but we see Holy Grail are doing the right things across the map.
Yeah, it seems like they're putting all their eggs in the right spot, and I think this is something that it really separates a lot of these top tier teams in this division, has just been the kind of overall decision making for these teams, right? Like, it seems like Holy Grail understand they're like, we haven't been put under too much pressure. Yeah, we might be having to force Summer to go back and farm the jungle now, but we haven't really lost all too much. This is a first tower that's really being pressured, and they're going to lose that at 13 minutes. When, you know, Dolme's doing the same thing by himself in the top lane. So probably not too worried if you're the side of Holy Grail here, because you are getting away with the greed, and as long as you're keeping tabs on God King to make sure that he doesn't just get like crazy out of control. Like, if you leave him for like 10 minutes and he comes out with like 3 items and you go, oh, we kind of screwed up, guys. But as long as they're keeping tabs on him and they understand where they are in relation to the Sven, it's perfectly fine to sit back and be greedy.
Nice TP up. I think the big thing for me, the X factor of this game is going to be the Venge. I truly just don't know how much this hero is going to be able to output. Because Scepter is a stupid item on her. Speaking to the Venge, might be in some danger. We're going to have a good blood grenade as well, 14 minutes in, and indeed she is mega dead, so a little bit of extra wisdom for SJ, which is always nice. The Venge doesn't have the greatest mana pool, but yeah, there's so much value this hero is going to be able to provide. You can, like, we spoke about it, swapped out of the Batrider lasso, which is incredibly important. A lot of stuns, a lot of buff up for the Sven as the game goes on, but if she has a rough game, then all of the aggressive potential for Holy Grail will be enabled just because of her not really being able to play Dota as top. Dolme, in some danger. This is a really valuable kill. I mean, he's been free farming without a care in the world. No one contesting him for the first 14 minutes in, but finally we'll see a smoke connect from Big Brain.
Yeah, that was a smart rotation there by Cicada. To head towards the top lane. That's exactly what they needed to do. Kill out Dolme. He took the tier 1 tower. He probably feels pretty invincible. He was very, very close to Octarine as well. Lost a couple hundred gold off the back of that, but once Octarine is done, then I'd imagine he's probably going to want to start connecting with DQQ and Garn and trying to get some of these kills across the map, because he will be the strongest hero. Still is probably one of the strongest heroes they have on the map right now. God King's getting close to that Harpoon though, and things really do get to start feeling very scary when you're playing into a Sven that has this much stats. He has the Harpoon that allows him to get closer to people as well. Like, I feel very bad for SJ this game if a Sven is just God strengthening and just harpooning him every single fight.
Nice little pick me up for Dome after that previous death. So, yeah, this Harpoon is interesting. I don't know if I've seen the Sven's go at this early. Have you? I mean, I haven't really seen this hero too much lately.
I feel like they usually go like Blink or something like that instead of getting the Harpoon so early. I think it's kind of personal choice, honestly, right? Like, the Harpoon's not the worst for a Sven because you get some all stats. Like, you get, what, 35 damage out of it. You get yourself 20 strength, 15 attack speed. You get yourself some agility and some int. So it's not the worst for a Sven, but maybe Blink would have been just a little nicer.
Speaking of the Harpoon, helps get the kill. And this is a big timing now. Sakata just completed the Orchid before Garn has a Dispel. So they really need to get a lot of value out of this item. I mean, you've got the nighttime to continue to play aggressively. You will not just be happy with this tower. And in fact, I'm kind of surprised they're not even trying to force an engagement around it. I think this is a really big timing for Dio.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, right? You just pop God Strength on God King. Yeah, you may not have had all too much time with it, but Sakata's very, very scary right now. They've got CSJ that was in the area who's getting close to his Ags. Like, they had everything ready.
There's the Orchid. Swap back onto the tower, but the instant response with a Global Silence, it might be enough to keep the puck alive. And it looks like Holy Grail, they were ready. They bring 4 members to the team fight. The Snowball, it will give time for Sakata to get the blink away, but even Summer shows up as well. It's a full 5-man affair, but only one goes down? Come on.
Yeah, I thought that was going to be 4 heroes going down for the side of Big Brain, but Holy Grail let them live. DQQ pump faked the Nether Strike a couple of times. Didn't want to fully commit onto it. Thought that maybe it was better for them to take what they got and leave out of it. So CSJ again. So doesn't have the Aghanim Scepter, and then if it takes him too long to get this, a lot of its effectiveness can really be put to the wayside. So would like to see CSJ just relax a little bit, just go out, go farm the Aghanim Scepter, and then you can start making these fights going. DQQ, he's in trouble here.
He is got a wand and a Lotus as well, so DQQ is actually okay.
Oh, SJ's
God is hunting. But he also is chilling. So I mean, this is important though. You're getting time now to react to the Yule Scepter. See Garn instantly queues up the... So time to react to the Orchid, and Garn queues up the Yules. So we'll see what other items are going to be picked up to try and deal with that. Desire does smoke under ward and instantly gets popped. He's been doing a lot of solo smokes this game.
Just trying to get into the positions, I think, and just be a little sneaky with some of his vision that he's been putting down. He puts one here in the river to try and see some of these rotations that go forward. And Tusk just picked up the Blink Dagger, so, I mean, this death is not going to feel too bad for him.
Okay.
Oh, he blinks away.
What death?
Yeah. I mean, I counted my chickens before they hatch. Usually I see a support get surrounded by a core plus another support, and I say, you're just dead.
Uh-oh. You are dead, my friend. Gone. That is... There we go. This is what they were hoping to get out of the Orchid. Finally, a kill will be claimed. It's a big one onto the puck as well. Queen of Pain's now able to usurp the puck's net worth. And looks like they'll be able to get the tower as well with the help of God King, who is very close to a Sanjin Yasha.
Very big Sven right now. Feeling like the Harpoon is enough mobility for him in these fights. I guess he does have a Queen of Pain and a Tusker that can kind of get him in positions for people to get killed by him. So I like that God King's going for these raw stats, just wants to be big, tanky, and scary. Summer has picked up the Halberd though. So Halberd going in towards a AC. Well, Sakata's a mega dead.
A mega dead indeed. Global Silence has to be committed. Lasso as well. That's the blink reveal. And now they're going to go back and beat onto their own T1 tower. So doesn't seem like there's going to be a response from Dire. CSJ has completed the Scepters, looking to farm down bottom. But this tower should be given over for free. Maybe?
I don't think there's too many cores that are going to be in the area. Sakata's, yeah, I was going to say Sakata doesn't spawn in time for them to feel like they can defend this tier 1. Ooh, just gets the haste and away. So tier 1 tower is going down here. Probably going to be starting to look towards Roshan very, very soon for the side of Holy Grail.
They use Moonlight under a ward, so they're well aware. Let's see if they want to take the fight on Holy Grail, or maybe if they just dangle one of the supports to intercept this movement. It looks like they'll do that just onto SJ. So Dome is okay. Fire out. Dome, man, playing a very fine line there.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you see these offliners start to get greedy, they do get very spicy with their positioning a lot of the time, and maybe they want to try and fight this tier 1. 10 seconds till they have their silencer.
Is the chain control going to be perfect? Guards in to intercept with the silence onto 3. The coil as well. They'll turn to God King. Can activate the wall cry to help mitigate some of the damage. Just what will give him some mitigation as well, as now the reinforcements have shown up in full force, but is not enough to turn the tides, as now CSJ still will be able to beat back. Doesn't have the illusion. As soon as it spawns, to have another round of spells to work with. But look at them playing their distance, respecting the side of Big Brain. Once CSJ is able to close the distance, nice deny. SJ beautifully done. He'll go down as a result to this. What a messy fight between either side, but it looks like it will favor Dyer in the end.
Yeah, they just don't have that much damage to take down this Sven. He's very, very tanky, and this is kind of one of the issues that Summer has with his item build right now, is he doesn't really do that much damage. He's very good into the Sven with the Heaven's Halberd, and can be a bit of a nuisance and kind of just sit there and stick on top of him, but the damage he does just isn't as crazy as what the Sven does, right? Like, he did like, what, 2.2k damage, whereas the Sven did not even 2,000 damage, but it's the Queen of Pain that seems like it's the real big factor here, and this looked like it was a pretty good opener for them. They got a 3-man Dream Coil. They snapped the coil as well, but it looked like with the stun being layered over, that the Sven really didn't care about the snap at all and was able to just freely walk away until he eventually goes down to SJ. And this fight kind of shows the power of this Vengeful Spirit with an axe, right? Like, you put so much emphasis into killing her the first time, she comes back, she's got all of her spells back, and she just does the whole same thing again. And by that time, you've already lost everything and you don't really have that much fuel left in the tank.
Back Live looks like they're going to be able to get an infest kill onto Miranda. They're even hunting for more. They will scout out the Tusk underneath that cliff. So maybe they're even going to be able to get the tower. Looks like Summer's posturing to try and at least get a decent chunk of damage in.
He does have to be careful though. He has to make sure that there's not going to be a rotation from the cores of Big Brain, but it looks like they're just going to leave it be. God King's going to get his last round of Ancients on this side of the map until this tier 1 tower does go away and he has to start looking elsewhere for that farm. Someone wants to try and walk up and get it himself, so I think there's some good item timings that are starting to come up here. They're getting very close to Cicada's BKB. God King's going to have his BKB within probably about like another 1,500 gold, so it'll take him a while to get that. But CSJ is now able to build in towards some of his damage items, right? He's going into this Dragonlance, he's going to go into the Manta style, so she's going to start hitting quite hard in a lot of these fights and actually become an issue for them. So really we would like to see Holy Grail try and get themselves another fight before these BKBs do come out.
Where do you feel like they should be considering about taking this potential upcoming fight for Holy Grail?
I mean, it's a little hard for them to try and posture around Roche because they don't really have, like, insane Roche killers. I think Lifesteal is pretty good, but, like, when you're going into, like, a Wave of Terror and, like, God Strength and, you know, like, Tag Team as well as, like, a Mirana Arrow from downtown, it's very hard to try and compete against that. So maybe try and put a little bit of pressure on the top side of the map. Try and take this last tier 2 tower out and see if you can get a little bit more of this jungle control back. So you can at least have the top side of the map for you to play with, and you always have your own bottom side. But it's like Big Brain are going to go in there first.
Have you? Okay, yeah. I'll bring it up after this Roche fight because that is a crazy item I want to mention. So they get a glimpse of Desire. He's going to charge and meet every single other member here. And I guess with Desire's posturing, they know that Roche is going on, but no one else is nearby. So Spiritbreaker bought the shard. Look, he didn't wait for no Tormentor. This boy wanted the planar pocket. So, do we like it this game? Do we see the value out of it? Like, what do we think?
I mean, there's a lot of value because a lot of these stuns, Stormhammer as well as the Magic Missile, a single target. So if he's able to just kind of soak up a lot of these extra stuns and allow his Batrider and his Puck to walk around the fight, I can see the value in it. I don't know if I would have bought it straight up. I would have definitely said, hey team, our Tormentor's up, can we go kill the Tormentor? And then if you didn't get it, then I would have bought it. But yeah, it was kind of very interesting that he just ripped it, right? Like, not a lot of players really think playing our pocket is that great, but I can see its value this game. And if he soaks up a few key stuns, then that may mean the difference of Garn or Dolmate going down or living in a fight, you know?
Okay. We're playing the charging CSJ. They're going to be able to start with the last. Of course, he's got the second life, and the reinforcements are going to show up. They actually use the global silence to help cover the kill. This is just an illusion now. I mean, you put so much emphasis on Avenge, and she's still going to have impact inside the engagements.
Yep, still gets experience, still gets gold, still gets everything. So it's basically like having a second life that you instantly respawn into. And as you said, they put a lot of emphasis on killing that illusion. They do get at least the experience and gold from killing the Venge, so it's not like it's all completely not worth, but now they have to play without Global and Dream Coil, and Big Brain, they just say, all right, thank you, we've got an Aegis, let's just start walking into this tier 2 tower, BKBs are up, we're feeling very strong.
Double lasso, that's a great start, you couldn't have asked for a better, but they don't have damage. Cicada gets the blink away. Now they got the control for Summer as well, as Garn's going to try and do whatever he can. Summer's turning, getting a little bit of bonus health back to work with thanks to the live steal, but Cicada can pursue up to the high ground. And now they can turn to the remaining components as well, as they've got the control onto Garn. He's a slippery pest though. Garn still will be able to get the jaunt away to the higher ground, but nonetheless, it looked like a great start for Holy Grail, but they're just lacking the damage on this life stealer.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if...
He's got blink, he's alright.
Okay. I was going to say that's very spicy if he gets caught there, but yeah, I wasn't sure if Summer got stunned by something or if he didn't have the right auto attack. I thought that was definitely enough damage for them to kill Cicada, and I thought that would have been a perfect spot for them to just continue this fight, because with Cicada gone and a lot of the other control kind of out of the way, it's very easy for them to just kite around this Sven, right? You just kite around to stay away from him, don't have to get up into his face. He did pop the God Strength and was very scary with like the Harpoon and the BKB that he could have used, but if you deal with Cicada, I think that's a lot of the headaches kind of gone for Holy Grail in these fights, and they can set their attention onto the Sven.
He's farming so aggressively. He's got the poise to be able to react. He might be able to turn with the BKB as well, and we just see Summer's doing no damage. They might need to address some other members. They'll still put all their attention over to God King. He's going to try and stand strong in the man fight. Can he come out on top, though? That will not be enough, as finally Holy Grail crack the difficult Sven. But can they deal with everyone else as well? First on, sets up for the arrow. That's perfect. Can Guard get away? Slips out to the north. Lincoln's will buy him some time. Everything's off the mark, but with the abilities on cooldown gone. No way. Blink up in a couple seconds. Where's he going to go? Left, right, goes down to the south instead. They were showing the Crete wave. He's lost hitting. He's lost hitting. Gone. Are you serious? He's out of abilities and he's dead now.
Oh, no.
Maybe? Phase shift? What?
He's got blink.
Someone kill this man.
Oh, no.
He's out.
That's a change. Oh, they're not going to kill him. Oh my god, what a freak.
Oh my lord.
Puck, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to playing against a Puck. He's literally on 30 HP the entire time and just doesn't take a single lick of damage, just walks away. Jukes did a really good job to juke around the trees as well. I think that was very important for his life.
TJ.
He respawned.
Now I know you have a second life, but you got a boys to play with on that second life, so you will feed over a big kill in the end, and you are a core. So no Venge for 50 seconds.
Yeah, that was interesting. Surely they don't have enough to kill Cicada here.
Maybe with DQQ. No Nether Strike though, I suppose. They're not going to have the extra control through the BKB. Wasted ulti, no matter. That is a statement ultimate. Get in the grave. That's what he was yelling at the computer for, and Cicada's had a pretty good game. 3-1-6. Bloodthorn completed, going to the Lincolns next.
Very, very, very cool item trajectory that he went on as well, right? Like getting the Orchid, yep, understandable, that's very cool, but usually people don't upgrade that until much later. But playing into a Halberd, it just gives you that extra bit of damage, right? And the thing with Queen of Pain is she's a very good hybrid damage dealer. She can deal a lot of physical damage with her right clicks. She has great stats, give her some attack speed, off she pops. So well, that's the card is building right now. He's got a lot of magic damage, but he also enables his Sven a whole lot more if he doesn't get directly halberded to get that kill on the Summer. And it's very hard to deal with his Bloodthorn because, again, they just don't really have good ways of playing against it. It's only really the Puck that's going to have an answer for it. There's no Lotus Orbs, there's no Guardian Greaves, there's no Pipes, there's no form of auras for the side of Holy Grail. So all this damage is just going to be raw damage.
I like this build-up of Summer. Of course, we spoke about the Nullify earlier, having a lot of impact. And so I wonder if God King sees this Nullify, if he actually wants to buy out for the Shard, or if he's just going to hope that somehow he gets lucky on maybe 2 Tormentors in the future. But, of course, you really will be eventually wanting the Warcry that is undispellable.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he finishes up his Daedalus here. I wouldn't hate to see him just go straight towards the Shard. Like, get yourself some buyback and have the Shard as well. I think that's the best increase you can try and hope for right now. It doesn't directly know that it's happening.
I like it, though. He's queued it up. Yeah. So, I mean, it's kind of a key item now on Lifestealers. So, I guess what else is the Nullify really going to provide you this game? Yours is pretty nice. That is really about it, though. There's a pretty cool movement as well, actually, from Dire. You see how they're taking the angle of sweeping all the way through bottom, just kind of surveying the area. They've got God King shoving up the lane, so they know eventually they'll be able to connect to the Sven, and they've also seen how tanky he is, so even if he gets gone on now, they'd be close enough to probably keep him alive, and he'd still have like 1,000 health, so they won't catch anyone out, but of course they can now connect, back him up on this tower push, and maybe even start to take a little bit of the jungle over.
Yeah, just as you said, sweeping through the right parts of the map to where they want to be. They've already taken the mid tier 2, so it kind of just makes sense. They want to get rid of this tier 2 tower in the bottom side because it is the best way to try and get towards Roshan.
Should be okay.
Yeah, well, they're global for it.
Ooh, well, that's why, because they're going to be able to jump in and follow up. Look at the double lasso Dolme, ready to punish. And now God King, that's a heavy commitment, man. God Strength use. What's the code? You just cut your losses on SJ. Wagan wants to take the fight. They're going to be able to help it up the Sven. Can they continue to kite him? Those are the ultimate questions. Summer's going to try and stand toe-to-toe. Summer's winning this man fight. God King is praying he get a little bit of life still back, but it's not to be at the moment. A double stun. God King tries to turn, but the Halberd's going to be back up in a couple seconds. They won't even require it to get the kill as Holy Grail. What a way to start. Dolme's Batrider has been exceptional. The rest of the boys are always there to follow up. They may have even got a glimpse of Desire, who does have some leaps to work with. And we'll use one to get back to the safety.
Very hard kill to take down Desire there without the lasso or the Dream Coil. I mean, certainly did a lot of damage. It just didn't convert that into any kills. And that's the issue now running into this Nullifier is the Lifestealer just does so much damage against you, man. Like, he just absolutely obliterates this Sven. And there's not really much that he can do. He kind of just, as soon as he saw the Lifestealer kind of have this Nullifier, it was a bit of a surprise. You probably should have just tried to back out, but there's no way that you're ever backing away from it, right? Because you're constantly going to be slowed down. The Puck's going to chase you to the ends of the earth, and maybe he thought that he could just try and fight through it, and this was a little test for God King that he does a lot of damage, but he still can't stand toe-to-toe with the Lifestealer. Maybe this changes the formula of attack for Big Brain, right? Like, maybe they put a little bit more emphasis on forcing the Lifestealer to use some of his spells early on. Maybe try and get somebody halberded in a different position so the Sven doesn't have to worry about that. So there's a lot of different things now for both these two teams that they need to start worrying about. But if you're Holy Grail, you're feeling pretty strong with how the game's going.
Rip. Is the silence going to be enough? It will. He'll tick out. Okay, so they get the kill into DQQ. Tormentor's up as well. So let's see if they want to take the Tormentor or not. Looks like they're going to avoid it. We do need to We're putting a lot of the attention over towards Roshan now, which is going to spawn bottom, but it's only got 20 seconds down here. You could, I mean, if you scout it out now, maybe you'd be able to blow it up with God Strength, but they'll be a little bit too late. So Radiant have full control of this top side of the map.
Yep. It is going to be very hard for them to get Roche control once again, and I think this is a good play here from Holy Grail. They've gotten to the point, they've been able to hold out long enough that they have their items that make them scary in this game. Obviously, God King was scary for a very, very long time, but now with this Nullifier, he feels like he is a lot easier to deal with than what he previously was, and as long as Dolme is hitting these sick lassos, then I think these fights are just going to be just as good. So.
Miranda is spamming the portal. They know someone's on the other side. Eventually, everyone will come through. It's like, when are they actually properly coming through? Well, now it's going to be. They'll pop out and they'll see everyone. That's Miranda. Now God King as well. Lasso with a global silence. They've run straight to the trap. But is God King going to be able to turn it back onto them as Summer? Where did his health go? Summer gets blown up. God King slices down SJ as well. And now it's gone against the world. He will be able to stay alive, but I don't know if he can defend this Roche.
Yeah, I thought they would have put all their attention on the God King being lassoed. But
I swap away.
Right, Gun just gets away, but yeah, I'm surprised they lassoed him and then they dream curled him and they just let him be. They just said, all right, like off your pop. Not that much damage got actually sent in towards the Sven, and them, you know, putting their stuns over the top of each other meant that God King was able to just kind of break free of it, especially with this a lot of the status resist that he has with the Titan Sliver as well as the Sanch and Yasha. So it's very hard for them to actually lock him down. And as soon as that happened, pops God Strength, pops his BKB and just starts cleaving away. And Summer can't do it by himself. The Nullifier is strong, but it's not strong enough for you to just stand toe-to-toe with basically 4 members of the side of Big Brain with God King being in front of you.
What the... Man, that arrow was almost nutty. Khan's reaction's pretty crazy. Yeah, we'll see. I really feel like you can't actually lasso the Sven inside the fight just because of the status resistance, like you were mentioning. It's just going to be a waste of time. You'll turn and try and kill him, but you're never going to kill him, so you need to avoid him and deal with everyone else. And you can avoid him pretty easily with Halberds, with Forces. And your Spirit Breaker's great at being able to kite BKB-reliant heroes, so there's, you know, eventually the possibility of Puck having the Dreamcore Pierce's immunity, but we got to get to that stage, and they do not want to let them. They're ready to go high ground on Big Brain.
Yeah, your Sven's kind of hitting critical mass at this point, right? Like, I think the MKB is going to be the last thing that he really would want. But seems like the charge was enough for them to fall back. They want to try and deal with their lane's bottom. It's a lot of drawing that was coming out there from God King. What was he hoping for? Maybe a few more of these lanes going down?
I don't know if they have the damage, just these two. We'll find out. But God King is ever tanky, and the team is pretty close to connecting down to bottom as well. And he's got Aegis. So maybe he'd kill him the first time, which would be pretty nice, getting rid of the Aegis, which had 3 minutes left, but they didn't even get close.
Yeah, I'm surprised that, I mean, I guess someone was scared of maybe a response. I thought maybe he might have tried to rage and get away from the Stormhammer and see if they had enough damage to kill God King. But, yeah, they chunked through like a third of his HP. So, definitely need a little bit more damage than that. But do agree with you what you said before about the lassos. I think that you definitely need to just be trying to kill Cicada as quickly as possible. Get rid of all that control, get rid of all that magic damage that can go through the team fight. Kill Cicada first, kill the other 2 supports, then kill CSJ, then kill Sven. The best way to go about it.
Lasso is back up. But now with them having a formation set up, it gets so difficult for you to start the fight because you need to jump the venge, and that's a great way to start. Curl onto 3 along with the global silence, but meanwhile, God King can start to pump in the damage. He's going to try and turn to Summer. The Radiant, can they continue to avoid him as Summer goes down and he doesn't have a buyback? Now they can swap SJ into the Lion's Den. And is it up to Gun to potentially turn the tides of this game? But he cannot do it by himself, as Big Brain should get a full set of barracks down bottom.
Yeah, they just didn't commit on anybody. Someone was spending his time hitting away onto a Sven. I thought they were going to at least commit onto the kill on the CSJ and Cicada. They got both of them in a last. They pulled them both inside of the base. And they just didn't. And that just allows Sven to do basically whatever he wants. You can see how much damage that he's doing in these fights, but everybody is just having these low numbers in comparison to the Sven. Nobody else has to do anything on his team. It is all about God King right now. Have we seen Planar Pocket once? Has he pressed the button?
He has, but it hasn't done too much.
Yeah, I was going to say, I just have not. I haven't seen like any Storm Hammers or Magic Missiles go in the wrong direction, so I don't know. It's a very interesting build that he has here. He's very tanky Spirit Breaker, especially being in position 4. A lot of gold, but they're just running into massive issues where Summer just doesn't do what he needs to in these team fights. He's getting kited out. There's too much control. He can't fight the Sven, especially because Sven now has the shard. So Nullify doesn't really work all too much. And they're getting good lassos, but they're just not converting on any of these kills. I really think that as soon as the lasso goes out, everybody should turn their attention onto the lassoed heroes and blow them up.
Man, it's not even that, dude. That fight they got a coil on 4 and Global Silence as well. Like, that was an incredible start to the fight, but they don't have the damage right now. So we spoke about you can't lasso the Sven, but you also can't lasso anyone else around him, because if you don't drag him far enough away, that means God King's gonna have a free fight to be able to beat into. So I think really for me, the only thing I can see changing at least the status of this game anytime soon is Garn's level 25. I think you're probably looking at maybe then you can consider about lassoing the Sven and dropping coil to break it, which will have the extra stun off it. But I think until Puck gets 25, this game might still be very difficult. We'll see though. It's not too much of a net worth deficit.
Yeah, true. I think it's very much like the game feels harder than what it really looks like on the screen, right? Because unfortunately for them, they just have to try and find these ways of dealing with the Sven, whether it be killing him or whether it be, you know, just forcing him into a bad position where he can't do all too much damage. And I think from these last couple of fights, it really is evident that it is kind of God King or nothing. So if they can devise a plan, then Holy Grail, if they crack the code that is the Sven, they should be able to win some of these team fights. And we've seen some of those fights they have been able to win is off the back of, you know, just pulling everybody away from the Sven and just making sure that he doesn't have this free time to hit. And with a few more of these items, it can work out.
So maybe there's a possibility now as well. Dome just hit 25. I hope he looks at maybe something like a refresher, because I know the Batrider is a little bit different than what it used to be, but your Batrider 25 is still a super scary threat. And once you can get that double lasso with the Flame Break applying sticky, you can just nuke anyone down. So again, that's going to be a long ways away though, considering he's only got 500 gold in the bank.
Yeah, very true. And kind of just allow him to be this assassination unit that kind of kills people by himself, and then Garn as well as Summer can set their attention onto the Sven, dream call him up, try and deal with him, get the stun going, and Dolme can deal with maybe one of the supports. So we'll have to wait and see. There's still a lot of gold that is flowing into the pockets of Big Brain. They've got themselves an AC now as a response to the AC coming out from Summer. Cicada has basically everything a Queen of Pain would ever want, going in for the luxury refresher orb now. It's going to be quite scary for them to play around with it. And Tusk picks up an Aeon Disc. I don't know why I was saying Aether. Aeon Disc. Which means that he can kind of go in and do whatever he wants for the longest part of these team fights and not really have to have a care in the world.
I like that pickup, because I think at the moment the supports, you want to go for the easy kills on Holy Grail. Just get a numbers advantage and maybe go from there. So now you make it very difficult for the Tusk to die. And we'll see what the boys can do with that space, because they're just walking up high ground. Even without an Aegis, they feel incredibly strong. But once it's actually God King playing behind, they will reveal their positioning now, but the call is going to get used. There is no follow-up, though. Seems like this is a bit too far out of the base. And with the initial silence, the Puck's in danger. DQQ tries to do whatever he can to disrupt them. Dorme's in, but the Lincolns pops the lasso. And now this might be the last fight. With all the abilities not being used in perfect conjunction, they're going to be in some danger. Someone will get rid of the Aeon Disc thanks to the Nullify, but he too still has to run away.
Yeah, that was... You could tell that there really wasn't any intention on going in on that fight. It was Garn just saying, hey, I'm just going to go in, I'm just going to do some stuff. And then he got caught out, and that's when it's kind of panic stations for everybody. You have to pop every single button you have available to you, and it just means that they don't get anything out of it. And now you're going to be waiting. I guess it's only 28 seconds until Global is back. So it's not the end of the world for them popping that Global silence, but you can just see that even when panic stations happen and they hit multiple heroes, it's very hard for them to secure any of these kills. And God King's, as you said, positioning himself really, really well. Putting himself in the back, knows that he can just kind of sit back and do whatever he needs to. And as soon as the fight looks like it's close enough to him, pops God Strength, pops BKB.
Oh, not again. Not again. We saw what happened last time. Instant swap breaks the lasso. And now there's going to be no value out of the Global Silence as well. It's a pretty good infest to keep the life still alive for the moment. It's looking like an okay start to the fight. They're a bit split on Big Brain, but once God King's able to move into the middle, Summer's in some danger. DQQ's going to intercept the Sven. Can Summer stay alive long enough? The life still, it's not enough. He goes down, and everyone else is soon to follow if they are continued to be caught off guard. It looks like that will be the case. Another spot bringing Dolme straight back into Sven's big old sword. And in the end, that will be a 3 for 2 and Roche to claim as well for the side of Big Brain.
Almost a good fight there for Holy Grail. Almost. But Summer's just having so many issues in these fights, man. He relies so heavily on Rage, and as soon as the Rage has to be used for one of the spells or items, he definitely just becomes a hero that kind of has to walk around and do not really much. Maybe the open wounds was going to be enough for him, but it was a big old crit from the Sven. Once again, good lasso, completely gets nullified by CSJ. And then they just go into this awkward part of the fight where Garn's doing a lot of good work in the background. They're cutting around God King, and this flame break back I thought was going to be very, very important for them. And as soon as Summer got on to like 5 HP, that was kind of curtains for them in this fight. And I would like to say that Dolme hasn't really put his stamp on a lot of these fights just yet. I don't think he's doing all too much damage. He's hitting really sick lassos, but it feels like that's kind of it for the Batrider. And now it is looking like it is very dire straits for Holy Grail to win this game number 1.
Looks like it might be curtains for the game as well. DQQ, they deal with the first life. It's back to a 5v5. Lasso onto 2 as well. It's going to break instantly. Cicada. Can he get the blink away though? He's got Refresher Shot if he can activate it for another round of the BKB, but the Abyssal Blade locks him into place. Are they doing this? Holy Grail, can they continue to hold the base as God King wants nothing to do with this final fight as he is out? But it means that the rest of his members will be caught inside Radiant's own territory, and they're going to be punished for sticking around for too long.
A lot of gold going the way here of Holy Grail. Garn really putting his carry pants on today. He's doing a fantastic job in these fights, just completely separating people, doing a whole boatload of damage, but you're up against Mega Creeps now. You need to have like 1 or 2 more of those really, really good fights, but you need to also confirm the kill onto God King, which I think is going to be the big issue. Is, yeah, you're getting a lot of these other heroes, but the big fish in God King was able to still walk away. He has basically sorted himself out now, though. He's going to go into a Moon Shard to finish it off. I thought maybe... I mean, do you even want to have Ags? I mean, I guess if you kind of run out of gold, it's probably the only thing that you can really do. And Holy Grail, they know the back's against the wall. They kind of just have to walk down a lane and hope that they can get something out of this. Maybe they can catch somebody being a little overzealous.
How does... Oh, it's DQQ bottom. Sorry, I thought Summer was bottom. No, he's the one beating to the T2 tower. This seems like all or nothing now.
Yeah. It's only 10 seconds left until Cicada's back, so they're not even really going to get much out of it.
They might be able to take a fight before they're all as 5. They're going to use everything before the 5-man is up for Big Brain. Can they get some kills though? DQQ to sacrifice of his own life for the Maranas. But instantly they're going to be forced to disengage. Cicada will not be able to catch anyone by the looks of it.
Okay, well, they kill Desire, but they lose DQQ, so it's It's not like the greatest trade in the world. You would have loved to have been able to connect that onto some of the other cores, but they win themselves a fight, which is okay considering where they were.
They're going to see Summer on this Watcher, so they know that at least the lifesteal is not at bottom currently. We'll be able to TP in. Is that the lasso? Was the lasso? Oh no, 30 seconds now without this. Not the longest cooldown, but still, if the fight breaks out now, could be difficult. Big Brain going to pay them some respect though and play on the low ground.
Yeah, a lot of refreshers up now as well. Dolme not having the Flammy Lasso is very scary. God King has the Moonshot and an MKB. Very hard to deal with this Fen right now. I think the only way you can do it is forcing him to retreat by taking his team down a peg.
Decent chunk of poke damage. Need to do that maybe 5 times over. And buy back on DQQ Dolme. There we go. That's a good jump. Lincoln spot. Global Silence committed as well, but the swap's going to be there. They're able to break the global. Beautifully done. Thanks to the Manta on the Venge that'll keep Cicada alive. And now God King, he wants to enter the fight in his own way. Gets rid of DQQ. That's a dieback out of the Spirit Breaker. It'll be a 4v5. You're still playing with CSJ's Illusion as they get the initial stun. Ariva connected Dolme on the backline as well. Someone's going to start to do whatever he can. He's doing a decent amount of damage on the God King. Someone's winning the man fight at the moment. No way. Summer, can they get more out of it? This could be the fight they've been waiting for. Cicada. Blink up in a couple seconds. A defensive Sonic Wave, but it means that Batrider gets closer for the... Go for the phone! Someone deal with the catapult!
The catapult!
No! One more right click, it's all they need. The creep, someone get them! 20 health!
Oh,
and still alive!
Oh my god.
No way!
Oh my god. Oh my god. That was 20 HP when a new set of catapults came in. That was... How...
Go Rapier, please, Summer. Go Rapier, no Mjolnir. Go end the game. Screw the Mjolnir.
I think
my guy.
Yeah, you need something. You need something to just walk in and win this game for you. I agree. I think it's Rapier time for Summer. Just get rid of your armlet, go Rapier. You just have to stand and try and kill this Fen.
No, Mjolnir, ew. I mean, I get it. There's a lot of value. You're up against Megas. I get it. But where the frick is the chat in you? Where's the dog? Get the Rapier.
I mean, living with like 20 HP on your Ancient, you kind of just have to say fuck it and like just you just have to hit as hard as you possibly can.
They are TPing bottom for Summer. He bought out for buyback as well. Okay, yeah, never mind. No, it's the kind of joking. He's untouchable. So you need to take a fight outside the base now. There is a potential for God King just to run in BKB God Strength and end the game. So you need to kind of catch Big Brain out before they set up inside your own base.
Yeah, 100%. You need to try and fight on their side of the river as much as you possibly can, but you also need to deal with your lanes. So you can see that Holy Grail right now, they've set themselves up just outside of the base here. They're sitting underneath one of their only wards they have.
They're just walking. They're walking
They're just
down.
smoking.
All right, they're going to see the Venge. They'll see the Moonlight as well. You guys may need to get back to base. I think they got a glimpse of Tusk. Dome's got no vision, though. Oh. He's got no detection, so still the Moonlight Shadow. It'll keep them alive. No Batrider as well. The lasso has been vital. Summit ball back, but man, his damage is starting to really pump out. It might not be enough though. They've been able to kite the initial start, and our Summer's in some danger. Is going to try and turn to Cicada with the bashes raining down. Cicada's able to get the disengage, and Summer will not live to tell the tale. It is gone against the world. Puck, can he do it by himself? He needs another round of the spells. God King's incredibly weak, but the Wind Waker's going to get him closer, but he doesn't have it now used to dispel his own sounds, which should mean he will go down. And meanwhile, they're just going for the throne. CSJ and the creeps, they've got the glyph, but it will not matter. They're going to be too late to get back to defend it. Maybe DQQ can do it by himself, but still, there'd be another round of the illusions, and that will be all she wrote in a wild game one of our night.
Oh man, that was so close. Summer just turned into a life-stealing machine at the end of that then. He was just being able to man mode against God King, and he just healed basically from like 20% HP back up to full. And then it was Cicada with the Sonic Wave, I think, just disengaging everything, allowing them to take a stock of exactly how this team fight is going, come back around, deal with Garn. I think if Garn kills God King in that like first usage of spells, then they're able to turn back around with DQQ charging into Cicada. They get the kill there onto the Queen of Pain, and then that might be a completely different scenario that we're talking about. But they let that game go for such a long time where they weren't able to deal with God King that they got themselves into a position like that. Props to them for at least fighting in that kind of way, but they needed to deal with this Fen much earlier than what they did, and Big Brain really made them punished them for that kind of style that they wanted to go for. And this time around, we can see why the God King is called the God King, you know?
Yes, without a doubt. I mean, he has been off his throne. You're taking a vacation for a little bit of time. You saw him have some incredible performances on some really big name teams over in China, and has really been working on himself. Went over to Southeast Asia for a little bit, came back to China, and his Sven performance was incredible. I think everyone else here played a very vital role this game as well. There's some great rotations early out from the side of Dyer. Really, the Tusk and the Barana were great to be able to help secure some of the early kills, which was vital to them not having a deficit once we got to the mid game. And also, just God King's itemization was incredible. Like the going into the early Harpoon, but really the Sanjin Yasha, and he kind of got lucky with the Titan Sliver. But we saw, like, there could have been times if he had no status resistance, he may have died inside that lasso duration. But just his item choice was very, very cool for this particular game.
Yeah, 100%. I think him stacking the status resist was very, very smart, especially in comparison to the way that Summer was building, right? Like, Summer did just have to kind of try and just deal with the Sven, and had to have items accordingly instead of just trying to keep himself alive and deal as much damage as he possibly could. So props to God King to farming up the Storm and putting himself into a position that was winnable for him. There was so many of these different scenarios where I could just see that Holy Grail weren't 100% sure about what their target prioritization should have been in a game like this. So it was a little rough for them because there was so many moving parts they had to try and deal with basically on the spot, and they had to pretty much react to these fights as they go. I feel like if Dolme was able to at least do something in this fight, this could have been something completely different. Like, look at how much HP Summer was life-stealing back on, right? This Sonic Wave just cleans up on SJ. It means that he has to buy back and walk back into this fight. Like, if Summer was able to just kind of jump out and go toe-to-toe with the Sven off the back of Dolme lassoing him, this could be a completely different fight. And you could even see that Big Brain knew that these fights were going wayward for them. They had to just go in and end the game, and that's why CSJ just put his attention on the throne and says, I'm not going to deal with these shenanigans with the puck and a Spirit Breaker. I'm just going to go directly for the throne and try and finish it there. And I mean, they stay alive in this series. We could be having three-way tiebreakers if some of these other series go another way, but Big Brain getting this first game is a big start for them in this series.
Yes, that is the most important thing. The fact that Big Brain, the Holy Grail, they've already guaranteed their promotion to Division 1. They'd love to go 7-0. Like, that is an incredible feat. It's going to give you so much confidence as well. But really, this series is all for Big Brain. If they get the victory here, then you are waiting the last series to see if the last arc can find a victory over Team Zero. Then we would have guaranteed three-way tiebreakers. So all they just need to get this victory, and then there is a potential for them to be playing for that final spot as well. So the fate, it's one half of it is in their hands and the other half is not. But you gotta still do whatever you can, and this game they did without a doubt. MVP, Mr. God King, an incredible performance from him on the Sven. I mean, had the most damage dealt that game, 65,000. Second highest was Garn on 58,000, who had a pretty good performance on the puck as well. Was quite impressed with a lot of his initiations, but unfortunately for him, it was not enough.
Yeah, it wasn't enough for Garn. I think he did a really, really good job this game on the park. He had a lot of really, really good rotations, but when you're playing puck into a Sven, you're kind of really just trying to deal with everybody that's in the background rather than the Sven. So it got a little bit too hard for Garn to carry that game, but I mean, super impressed with how the way that Big Brain played that. I think their draft was a little weird. But they showed that they had a very good strategy behind it and a good idea about how they wanted to execute. They used their supports as getting these early Lotus Orbs to deal with the Silencer as well, and God King farmed up a Storm. So Big Brain, we're in a really, really good spot to be able to close out the series.
Yeah, that they are. What a way to start out the final day as well of Tour 3 with a crazy game like this, going the distance back and forth. And in the end, though, it will be Big Brain that takes it out in 54 minutes. But it is just game 1. When we come back from our break, we'll have game 2 with Big Brain taking on the boys of Holy Grail. We'll see you then. a wild game one, puts Big Brain in the lead, and only hoping that we get a similar outcome, a similar game with our upcoming one as well. We do have the draft very, very shortly underway between these two sides. In fact, it looks like it's going to be the same opener as well for the boys on Big Brain. So they've gone the Pugnut Dark Willow ban, and then Holy Grail, we got the Tusk and the Morphling ban. So a little bit of respect for the Tusk from what we saw in the previous game.
Yep. I think it did a lot of work in what it was doing, and it enabled quite a lot of special things that were able to happen for Big Brain. So, I mean, them getting the +1 from Holy Grail definitely gives them a lot of confidence in their strat going forward, I would imagine. But now, what is their 1-2 punch going to be against the Beastmaster? Usually we see things like Doom as a response. You can go for the Enchantress. Probably wouldn't have hated the Mirana either, which I felt like was pretty strong coming in from Big Rain. But it's about what they want to try and have in their offlane already against this Beastmaster, or maybe even they want to try and lane it themselves. Try and get themselves an early safe laner here for God King to play up against the Beastmaster, where I know a lot of his heroes are going to be banned in the next couple of phases.
Do I remember you saying Beast was untouched last game?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
So at least I like it. You know, Holy Grail put some emphasis on it this game. I think I saw Dome may actually pop off on one of his performances on the Beastmaster. So I do think he is very, very comfortable on the hero. They're going to have to try and find a way to deal with the Timber though. No Morphling, unfortunately.
It's like, what do they feel like they need to have to counter the Timber Sword? Do they want to try and have like a mid-game counter where you go things like maybe like Global Silence, or maybe you go like the Disruptor route that we've seen previously? Do you want to try and go for like a core matchup, but then you're opening with double cores, and then your next phase is going to be double supports, which might not be too bad? Like, do you want to try and go for like a Undying here that you can try and go for like a lane securer for the God King as well to try and shut down the Timbersaw? Do you feel like this is much more going to be like a mid-timber? There's a lot of questions that Holy Grail have to answer here, and you can just see that the amount of time it takes them to get through this, it's about how they want to try and attack this Timbersaw, because Timbers can take over games extremely fast if you allow them to kind of just be their own things. And so, what do they want to try and go for? I'm trying to think. Things they've played in the past. Batrider, okay. Not bad.
Yeah, of course, it's one of the heroes they have a lot of emphasis on, and I think it matches up pretty well versus Timber as well. I think you always want to look towards heroes that are able to provide a lot of damage when Timber starts to get his first real big power spike of the game, which is around level 6, and Batrider is great at being able to make those rotations. I think, you know, we saw, of course, Dome playing it last game. I've seen Garn completely take over games with the Batrider too. So I like this opener a lot from Holy Grail, at least with the Batrider to be able to deal with the Timber. We'll see what they want to continue to ban out though. We'll see Slark banned out. We'll see if they might look to get rid of like maybe a saving support. Could be something that they consider to remove, just so there is potential with the Roar and Lasso, because they are very, very... That's really their only play right now. Like, that's the big stuns, that's the big cooldowns. So if you have saving support to mitigate that, then you might not feel too much value.
Yeah, usually I was having a look back at some of their drafts as well, and against a lot of these Timbersaws and the Spirit Breakers and what have you, Holy Grail like picking up the Oracle. So maybe that's something that they're thinking of right now, is trying to pick up an Oracle for themselves. But I think this would be a fantastic Shadow Demon pick for Big Brain. Saves them going into a Shadow Demon themselves. I think Demonic Purge is very, very good into the Batrider. But they go for the much more aggressive route in the Spirit Breaker. We saw how strong the Spirit Breaker was for Holy Grail, and now they want to try and flip that around themselves here to Big Brain. And what do Holy Grail want to go for? Do they go for like the Oracle here for the Purge to try and deal with the Spirit Breaker and having the Magic Community against the Timbersaw? Or do they want to try and double down and go like Shadow Demon plus a carry here? I mean, Silencer still is a pick if they feel like that's going to be useful for them this game. It's a little met into the Enchantress, but it does give you ways of saving yourself. Okay, Lich. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about Lich, but I think this hero is very, very strong in the meta right now, and it's enables you to have a better carry matchup just with how good Lich has been.
10 seconds remaining.
I'd like them to go for some like Monkey here. But I think at least more than likely it's going to be Timber Spirit Breaker side lane. There is still potential to put Timber mid, but then you just run Batrider into it. I think with the opening that they have on Big Brain, with a high potential, it's going to be a double melee. Monkey would have a very good time. I think, of course, plays well into the Lich.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Monkey's a fairly good shout here. I think I can kind of go for any of those melee lane dominators. I think Monkey just provides them a little bit more. Can scale a little bit harder as well against some of those other heroes, and isn't as susceptible to certain things like a Venomancer being picked or what have you. So
Radiant team pick.
they're using a lot of their time for this.
Okay, so that was... I was going to suggest that as well. I think there is some value with the Dilation versus the Timber. I think it's a little bit more of a weaker lane though, with the Faceless Void and the Lich. You also, I think, is a very good pairing with the Beastmaster as the game goes on, because I mean, you get so much value out of the auras and the inner beast. But there are some concerns with the Faceless Void. Like I think once Timber hits level 6, you can't really play the lane.
Very true. Very true. It is. I don't think it's the worst pick they possibly could have gone for. I think that it gives them a lot of good team fight. You can scale really well. Faceless Void is like when you get deep to like 40, 45 minutes, he's very hard carry to try and play up against. So kind of mitigates some of the carries that you might want to pick here for Big Brain. So that is the one issue I do have with their laning phase as well though, right? Is their lane gets pretty weak as soon as the level 6s come around, and maybe this forces Garn to make some earlier rotations to try and shut down the Timbersaw and give some a much better lane. So I have to wait and see what they try and combine it up with. That whether or not they want to have this Batrider as a support, or whether or not they're going to hold him as their mid laner for now, playing into the Ember Spirit, I'd imagine. Probably isn't too bad for the Bat.
Dire team pick.
John plays Tinker. It's a pretty good Tinker game.
Yeah.
Spirit Breaker is your only concern, but I think you'd like a little bit extra damage inside the Chrono. It also matches up well versus the Ember.
Do you whip out the Lina here? Is this you're the Lina fan? Is it good enough game
I still
to
don't
pick
know
it?
when to whip it out. I'm still not quite sure.
Radiant team pick. Mirana.
Rana. Okay, so they are putting the Batrider mid, and they
Which I
wanted
like.
to have another hero to have as their support. So we'll have to see what lane she prioritizes more about, whether or not they want to put the emphasis on the mid lane, or whether or not they feel like this off lane is going to be the best place for them to roll into.
An Arga?
Trying to think of
what they need to take towers. I think that's one of the big issues they have on Big Brains, their objective taking.
Yeah, they would have loved Terrorblade, but he has been banned. What's another hero that you can pick into Faceless Void? I mean, all these other ones kind of suck. Are you PL here?
I don't know if Beast is a big enough deterrent.
Yeah.
I know people like to play Beast into it.
Could you just go like the Aghanim Scepter build right for the Beast, and it basically becomes immortal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe Naga's the best shout. You don't really have Song to set up for anything, which is a little unfortunate. You don't really have that aggressive play. They go PA. I was going to suggest PA, but I think this hero is in the bin. And like you're playing into a lot of magic damage as well. So I don't know if this is anything.
PA is your classic Beastmaster counter. Like that's the big thing. It's you're going to be able to eventually build Nullify, so you don't care about the Frost Shield. I am very intrigued to see how the lane goes now with like the axe spam along with the potential help from Mirana. I do think this lane should be pretty decent though for God King overall. And of course, evasion's going to be really nice. Like it will take a while for Summer to build into an MKB. So I don't hate it. I'm a little bit surprised we're not getting as much PA, but I guess like I thought the buffs were slightly crazy with the blur getting increased, and I think even the cast range to like Phantom Strike or something. So still the hero's not there just yet, but in a very good PA game, she can still take over. I'm just not quite sure if it is that game or not.
Yeah, that's my main concern as well, right? Like, do they have enough magic damage to kill her early before the Void can start building in towards that MKB and those kind of items to allow him to kill her inside of the chrono? So I think if they can get off to a good start, they've got good heroes for it, right? Like they've got a Spirit Breaker that's going to be able to, gank in their lane. Desire is going to be around as well to make sure that the PA's lane is going to be strong. So I think if they can get God King off to a really good start here, he can be a menace in a lot of these fights because they need to focus so much on killing him that the Ember Spirit should have a pretty free time. And, we've seen what PAs can do. She gets to some point where she just crits somebody twice and they die. So if God King can do it, then I'm going to have a lot of faith in this hero moving forward into the TI quals.
All right, let's see if God King is able to pull that one out of the hat, or if Holy Grail have what it takes. And they get the 2-0 as well is going to be the ultimate thing. So shall see. Smoke up. Are they going to be able to get anything? God King kind of face checks all 5 heroes and also eats the arrow. Doesn't last as long as I was expecting. It might still go down. Maybe, wait, can't run in tower range. Gone, my friend. That's a scary tier 1 tower at this stage. Does a lot of damage. And Cicada, he's going to get the kill. So what is still a Batrider favored lane. It is very playable for the Ember Spirit. Now even more so having that first blood gold.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he's running out his full wand as well. Yeah, full wand and a windlace.
Windlace, that's crazy.
That's very rough for Garn. Just overstep. He thought maybe with the extra sticky and the auto attack is going to be enough to kill God King. And if you kill God King, then you probably just like, okay, like I got the first blood and Cicada doesn't get it. But you gave so much gold to this Ember that he's just going to be able to run this lane, and it's really going to be rough for Garn to be able to win this lane out once again. So probably some early rotations maybe we're going to be seeing from Holy Grail. I'm going to be looking towards DQQ to come in with an arrow every so often, and maybe he can hit a lucky shot and then they can get a kill back on the Cicada. But yeah, it's not the right start that Garn would have loved.
No, it is not at all. We'll see how much that's really going to hinder his lane or not. And the nice thing at least about the Batrider lane is Cicada with all the sticks can spam out the slide. I recently have seen this matchup where Embers put more points in Flame Guard though, so they just can fall back and farm the jungle. I have also seen though like more points in Slight with the corrosion, of course with the spam, but you do regardless need a point in chains at some time because you will be getting dives, so just that 1.5 seconds to maybe help you get some separation is vital. So we'll see when Cicada gets that.
Yeah, 100%. It's all about what he feels like the aftermath of the lane is going to look like, whether or not he needs to farm a little bit more or whether or not he can actually abuse out Garn with the Sleight of Fist. So we'll have to wait and see what he's going to look like. I'm very interested to see how much emphasis they put on God King's lane and see whether or not for Holy Grail as well, if they continually gank him, because I know PA is one of those heroes that if she gets ahead, she's very, very hard to deal with. But also when she's behind, she doesn't really do all too much. She kind of really relies on just getting some of those lucky fights and trying to play super far on the back line. And that could just lead to some issues for Big Brain if PA is just waiting for this perfect opportunity to jump in and snipe herself a kill and try and get some gold. So I think God King is going to be a very big player for us to look at here. The PA can do a lot of work, but can also fall pretty flat if he doesn't have that good of a start.
Looks like he's having a pretty good start though on God King. 9-2 compared to the 7-1. So see how that's going to be able to continue. Of course, his counterpart on the Faceless Void, being Summer, is having a fine time as well. Again, like we said in the draft, I do think that this lane in particular is gets a little bit more difficult once the Timber hits level 6, and your way to kind of relieve that pressure is going to be off the back of Garn. So I would like to see the Batrider play very active, even though he does have a Boots of Travel queued up, because if you don't deal with this Timber lane by yourself, then it means your carry is really going to suffer.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe if he gets the Boots of Travel at a good enough time, then that can alleviate a bit of the pressure as well, right? Because he can just constantly be on a lot of these lanes. He can put pressure on the PA. He can also put pressure on the Timber. So if Garn doesn't get off to a good start and get these Boots of Travel at a nice timing, then it is the same concern that you have, where potentially you could just be a little bit too passive, and then you just got CSJ as well as God King kind of running their side lanes, and nobody's really able to do much for you. Like, your Beastmaster's probably going to sit back and farm a little bit. I wouldn't imagine this is going to be like him rushing a Blink Dagger early on. I feel like he's got his summons that can still do a decent amount of work. I think even the Ags is going to be pretty strong this game with the amount of magic damage he can do and the amount of healing he can have. And so it really is just going to be the Batrider who's going to make plays for Holy Grail.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he likes his Helm of the Overlord into Scepter second item, or even third item. I think that's what I've seen him go for multiple times in the past.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a fine build-up. Obviously, you have to play into Enchantress, which is a little stinky, but I mean, the Ag Scepter is going to be very good.
What'd you say?
I said the playing into a Enchantress can be a little stinky, but I still think, yeah.
Interesting word choice. Garn should be chased down on a tower. They will be able to get the kill. Cicada, well, this is, well, he's got 2 kills and a Batrider. Uh-oh. This, some may say, is a little bit stinky.
Yep, very stinky. SJ? Another slide.
I think he's dead as well.
Oh, the bash.
Chains up in a couple seconds. They won't even need it, man, with the bash. Probably would like to die, especially to the tower. Unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. So Gun gets a lot of gold and experience. He too is actually level 5 off the back of that. So it's a nice little recovery kill for Gun.
Yeah, 3-point Slider Fist with the Orb of Corrosion out now. This is what you talked about with the Slider Fist spam. It's very hard for the Batrider to keep up. Does have a full bottle, so he's at least going to be able to keep up this time around. But if Cicada just keeps doing this, as soon as he gets level 6, it's going to be Trouble Town already for Garn. But should be okay. He's still doing pretty well when it comes to the CS. He has just died twice, which is a little unfortunate. Dolme
is in a lot of trouble. They're going to be able to rotate the Spirit Breaker down to bottom because they know the Timbersaw needs no assistance in his own lane. So this could start to get really messy. Surely CSJ is going to shove the Void out of his own lane. You've got Cicada, who's going to be able to play into a Batrider, which sometimes you're unable to do so in this matchup. And now you've got a bottom lane, which should be favored as well for the boys on Big Brain. So how are you going to be able to play the map in the next couple of minutes on Holy Grail?
Maybe you just try and hope that the Ember Spirit overextends just a little bit and you're able to punish him underneath the tower. But I think Cicada is well aware of exactly what he needs to do, right? Just sit here, spam out the wave. He just has to get a few of these last hits. His side lanes are doing extremely well. Like, look at CSJ. He's chasing Summer completely out of this lane. For some reason, Summer has a blood grenade. I don't know why in hell he would ever have a blood grenade as a Void, but do you, I guess?
It's okay, right? Because you blood grenade and time walk in. I also heard, I don't remember who was the one that said it as a hold that thought, because Summer is... Dude, CJ, he doesn't care about creeps, dude. This guy is just non-stop chasing him. And I see why, because you also have a Spirit Breaker here through the Rift. They got a TP Garn, so this is what we were expecting. You know, level 6 from the Timber instantly is going to be responsive from Garn zone 6. And with the help of the double damage rune, they will without a doubt get the kill. Will take them a little bit of time, though, to find it, though.
Okay. So they at least respond to taking down CSJ. That was the response they needed to have. But Summer, again, yeah, he's on struggle street. Maybe an early level in time dilation could have potentially helped him. But, I mean, CSJ is getting kills on Summer, and Dolme is dying constantly to God King. So this is the exact start that you'd want here if you're Big Brain, especially to try and secure yourself a 2-0. Like, this PA can start to ball out of control really, really fast. Got full treads coming out, and imagine it's a whole wand as well for God King. And building in towards this Battle Fury. Like, he's got 42 CS, 11 denies, 7 minutes into the game. Potentially another kill as well.
All right, man. This is getting pretty crazy. The arrow is all they need to actually keep him alive. So really nicely done from DQQ. But now, all right, if they cannot take the stacks, this is a big thing we need to look at. If somehow Holy Grail don't lose these stacks, this might put them in too much of a deficit. As SJ who get his Frost Shield purged. Arrow once again is pretty on the point from DQQ. King, though, it's a big stick. Is he just going to stand his ground and look to man fight? He's got a little bit of bonus life still to work with thanks to the Phantom Strike, and that'll help them get the kill. But Garn is here for the cleanup on ILA, so he'll get the kill onto the Spirit Breaker and look for Desire next. Can he get Dolme before his own death? Not to be, as Dolme snipes the kill. He's loving life now.
Okay, so both supports get traded here, but now we're seeing what Sakata's able to do with his rotation. It's a haste rune. That's a free kill.
Going. Thank you, sir.
Oh, God King. Don't get hit. Ooh. Oh, that was close. Picks up his cornucopia as well, so he's chilling. Vibing out, doing whatever.
Meanwhile, Summer had to TP mid to avoid this Timber lane, so... I mean, yes, she had no one here, so he was trying to soak up some experience, but soon the Bat Rider wants to reoccupy the lane. Maybe Bat Rider's actually going to go top. It looks like where Garn is starting to path himself, but tower has already gone down.
Yeah, Summer has picked up a hand of Midas, though, so he at least has that that Midas for him to play around. It's a pretty good timing, in all honesty. The fact that he was able to greet it up. He did lose his life once, but he's able to sit back and farm. This Midas can pay off.
Oh, what the hell? Arrow connects onto... They have the Chrono with the ready on Summer. It's a pretty goddamn good one, but do they have to damage the follow-up afterwards? Dolme's going to land the Raw. Now they wait a buyback, Sakata. You have to get a lot out of this buyback now, and with Garn showing up, I don't think they will. Can he even catch up to him? He's got the lasso at the ready. No more remnants on Sakata. Off to the other side, though, DQQ, he got a triple kill. And what was looking like a pretty rough game with a 3,000 net worth lead is only a 1k lead. And Holy Grail, they're laughing.
And that was a sick rotation by Summer. Comes in, gets the Chrono, Starfall on absolutely everybody. Following it up with Dolme getting the Raw experience, and he just turns back around. That buyback from Sakata was very weird. Very weird. I had thought that maybe he bought back because Dolme was low, but that wasn't really the case, and he has to just leave and get himself out before feeding a second kill.
And this is your Timber Bat Rider matchup. You go play against him early on. You can never TP out. You can never escape because of how mobile the Bat Rider is. So, all right. I mean, if anyone was going to do it, it was Garn. We mentioned he was kind of the X factor for Holy Grail, but also kind of Summer was as well. So this is now Treads completed. He gets a free lane to be able to occupy for the next minute or so. I guess really the big thing is also, I mean, God King is still going untouched though, so this is still going to be a great Battle Fury timing, but they have without a doubt restabilized this game.
Yeah, 100%. They've at least quenched some of the issues that they were having with some of these cores early on. They haven't dealt with God King just yet, which is to be expected. I think the PA started out really well, but she's also one of those heroes that doesn't accelerate all too fast, like maybe around the Battle Fury timing. She still has a few more of these items to get before she becomes an issue.
You are the road.
Desire just walks up into the high ground once again. Too many members around for the side of Holy Grail, gets punished, so... They lose their Enchantress, but their cores are still farming. They are starting to win out once again when it comes to the last hits. The net worth is starting to even out a little bit. Dolme is getting a lot back by after taking that massive Ancient stack that he did just take. So he's back into this game, getting close to his Helm of the Overlord.
Let's see...
Ooh.
Yeah, I was gonna... Hang on for a second. They can look at CJ once again top lane. They will need to shove out mid and maybe wait for the power rune, which will be a regen. I think Sakata... Nope, not going to get it. Will at least get away with his life. And they're going to go straight away. I like this play.
Oh, CSJ is going to be in trouble.
Yeah,
Summer
he's dead.
has Chrono. They've just
don't
got too
Chrono.
much.
Yeah, you should not even need it. It's just going to be an easy chase down. You got the time dilation now. It's going to limit his mobility even more. And they're going to be able to drag him back to his own death, burning him to a crisp. And again, there's a big reason why you want to put the Batrider as a core. You just have so much value to address the Timbersaw. He's done an exceptional job to read that as well. Just, playing against the Timber, always looking to try and run at him. And that just meant that Summer actually just overtook the Timber in net worth.
Yeah, after a very abysmal start to the game. And this is why I like the hand of Midas from Summer. As long as he's not feeding away his life a couple more times to the Timbersaw, he's going to be sitting peachy with it. And feels very good with how Garner's been able to stabilize this game for the team. And we both talked about it. I think this Batrider is going to be the important factor for Holy Grail. Now you can see the big brain, they just decide to put everybody together. All right, let's try and take this tier 1 tower. Let's try and shut down Garn. Let's try and see if we can put more emphasis back onto Holy Grail to try and force us away from these scary parts of the map. Charging bottom for some reason.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
We're hoping some reinforcements show up with him. It'll be a little
Desire
bit too late.
only just TP'd. Like, nobody else is anywhere in the vicinity for that.
And Summer's coming bottom.
Oh,
I don't know
this
if they
could be
saw his
bad.
TP. But they're going to now get a read of him now. CSJ, aggressive Timber Chain into the middle. Roar as well. Look at the damage ramping up. Arrow to set up, and they're not even done. Gone. He's got the lasso if they feel required to catch up to Desire. And now, that's so awkward. I mean, yeah, you Chrono the Spirit Breaker, but Desire then gets out because the Chrono was on every single member in your team. So, all right, who cares? I guess at the end.
Someone's like, I haven't pressed it in a while. Let me press it. And they're like, nah, okay, I guess. But yeah, very interesting Chronosphere. They at least get a kill out of it. I'd imagine if they didn't kill the Spirit Breaker, there would have been some big questions for someone to answer in the team meeting after this one. But they get it done, and they're in a very commanding position now, is Holy Grail. They eventually clean up on Desire anyways, but they just have the spells and the items that they need, right? Like, Summer can just sit back and farm. They're getting ever close to their Helva the Overlord. They've got Breath of Travel, almost a BKB up now on Garn, and they can just constantly run around the map and kill people. Any reveal?
Piranha no reveal. Buys dust straight away. In more bottom, even Dolme's getting a little bit of pressure put on him. CSJ's vulnerable though. He's got no boys. They're going to start to TP the Batrider in. And CSJ, if he doesn't get a TP now, there's going to be no way they can keep him alive long enough. So once again, I mean, this is 5 deaths on the Timbersaw. This is how you're potentially able to answer him in upcoming games now.
Yeah, this is a really good showing from Holy Grail about how you want to play the Batrider into the Timbersaw, even though the Timber had such a fantastic start to this game. Like, he was able to bully out Summer. There was a moment where they killed Summer, and now they just haven't been able to turn that into really much. DQQ's in trouble, though. All right.
It's a nice little gold injection into the bank of God King, who's going Sept the second item, which is a very interesting choice.
I think Sept is sick on PA. I don't know if it's a 6-second item, though. I feel like maybe you would have loved to have just gone for Deso and just had a lot of that damage and kind of just play the edges of the fights, throw out some daggers, jump on people who you think are basically going to be a confirmed kill, then try and blow yourself out of there. But Aghanim Scepter does allow him to kind of play on that very scary point of PA of being direct enough in the fight that you're still dealing a lot of damage, but still very slippery to deal with. So could be nice for them. Desire sprinting away from everyone. Eventually will die. So question is like, when does Big Brain feel like they can take a fight against Holy Grail? Like, they don't have the same kind of team fight that Holy Grail do. They've got Raw, they've got Chrono, they've got Chainfrost, they've got everything that is coming out from Holy Grail. They have, basically everybody has a team fight spell available to them for Holy Grail, whereas for the side of Big Brain, they really kind of don't. They just got to pick people off with the Spirit Breaker, I think.
Speaking of the Spirit Breaker,
Dire's
so able to catch up to him.
is under attack.
They want to go for another lane though here for Holy Grail. Dolme is starting to command the troops And then he has that first real big item. Gun's got BKB now to work with as well. God King's going to see his Ancients getting farmed. Yoink one of them away. Might even get the creep as well. This will be a lot of gold, but you need to start to play with God King. Dolme gets the roll. Meanwhile, another fight's breaking out over the right side. They'll start onto Gun and shred away the Batrider's Hell's Pool. It's a big kill, not allowing him to activate the BKB. Now SJ will be chased down as well. So with all that going on, you were able to make some space for God King, which I believe, no, it looks like he wasn't able to get the Helm of the Overlord creep, which made it nice. But regardless, that is a gigantic streak that the Batrider had. It is, in fact, 817 gold that a CSJ got. Man, that's why you feed the Batrider. Just juicing him up.
Juicing him up. That was a pretty interesting gank that they were able to pull off there. I thought that definitely Gun was ever going to be able to get a BKB off, but it just blew him up. And now that it's just a scenario where we swing back and forth once again. So Big Brain have been able to show that they are strong enough to get some of these kills, but there wasn't a full 5v5. The roll was used onto God King, and Desire walks in, uses his body, says, hey guys, what's going on? Sees that there's 4 heroes from the side of Holy Grail, and Sakata can walk away. I wonder what the Lincolns is really for Summer. I guess he can't be charged, but I guess for PA as well, it's kind of annoying, but they're low cooldown spells to pop the Lincoln, so it's not like the PA is going to have issues doing it. So, not 100% sold on the Lincoln sphere this game for Summer.
Yeah, I think just how you obviously maybe feels like this matchup in particular versus the PA, maybe, and if a Spirit Breaker's on their team, maybe he needs the Lincolns to be able to win some of the man fights.
Yeah, I could see that.
I'm really not. I'm not sure if that's, like you said, I mean, the only thing I can really consider. So we'll see how much it's able to protect him.
Yeah, it is going to be like whenever you're playing against the Lincolns and you have somebody on your team that has like a single target spell that's quite important. It can be quite annoying because you just have to layer it just a little bit better. But I mean, he could have just gone for like a Manta if he felt scared to get rid of things like the chains. He could go for a Sanj and Yasha as well. Oh, nice little chrono.
How did he's 100% dead. Yeah, you got Arrow, you got Roar as well if needed. So I'm trying to think of what he could have gone if he didn't want this Lincolns. I mean, there's always that Mjolnir potential just to rush it. Really amps up your farming speed, gives you a lot more damage inside Chrono. I think you kind of want BKB this game, just solely because the Timber, because if you get controlled once, then you might be dead. But I don't know if he needs it now, so maybe it's like 4th item. So what else could you have gone instead of the Lincolns? Like, what was he potentially considering?
I think maybe like even Sanj and Yasha couldn't have been too bad. Maybe Manta style would have been on the cards for him, but yeah, I wouldn't have hated like a Mjolnir. Like Summer really hasn't been put to the sword this game. He's died once, but he's been involved in 11 kills, so he's at least been able to do a lot of work, and now he's just going to go back for the MKB. So yeah, I don't hate it. It gives him a little bit of stats, gives him survivability, gives him regen as well. So yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Probably could have been a much more efficient item if people had poured over the stats, but it is what it is.
Really, the big thing for me now is let's see what the Scepter does on God King. Second item is going Nullify next as well. So this is I mean, God King has always been known for his unique item build, and it is going to be no different in this game. So, of course, you got Scepter to instant dispel off the Batrider Sticky, which is great. That is pretty much it. Maybe time dilation he could feel could be a really big issue as well, considering he wants to be spamming spells, but it's a very interesting choice for God King. And top lane, what's going on though? We've got a bit of a fight breaking out deep into Dire's territory. Summer's Chrono's still down for 40 seconds, but they feel super strong. Great timing out of the Flame Break. Disjoints the Timber Chain away. CJ is hoping he get the kill before he dies, and he will. So at least he's able to drag one member into the grave with him with his dying breath. But that is an ambitious TP. I mean, yeah, you kind of get unlucky at first hit bash, but I don't know how you make it away. Mid lane, what's going on? Roar out from afar, Dolme. looking to try and hold the Phantom Assassin. They got the lasso to set up as well. If they got the damage inside, they do. So this freshly completed Scepter, not able to provide enough for God King. Now the Yules can set up for the arrow as well. They got further control out of the ATOS. DQQ hoping for some seconds to be able to retreat away, and that's where the Spirit Breaker comes into play. It's got an invis now as well. Any detection enjoyers? There is one, but too far away.
Yeah, it just lives there, does Cicada. But this is the issue with PA. As a carry, is sometimes she can kind of just be chain stunned and doesn't really get to do much in the fight. I think she threw out like one dagger in that entire fight. Then she just gets arrowed up. She gets lassoed. And that was kind of all she wrote. They've got a lot of magic damage for the side of Holy Grail to make her feel not as scary. All right. SB's doing his best to be able to keep everybody away. Oh, sick Chrono.
He got both. He got both. Man, Summer's Chronos, besides the one kind of to the right of this team fight location, you know, they've been pretty good so far. Very impressed with Summer when she had a horrendous lane, but has been getting very active. 3-1 and 12, top of the net worth now. Going to be working into the MKB to address the Phantom Assassin. I mean, of course, extra damage versus Timber is going to be nice as well with some magic. So, man, Holy Grail looking very good. They're in a commanding position.
Yeah, they're in a really, really good spot. They've got all the reins. They've got everything that they need to be able to shut down this game. Maybe trying to play a little bit slow because they don't have Chrono, but definitely got items to kill basically everybody for their side of Big Brain.
And we'll see if they can get those kills. So, easy setup into the arrow. Can they keep him alive long enough? They're going to be forced to lasso with the stun expiring shortly, but they don't even need it for CSJ. Summer's spamming out bashes left, right, and center. So another double kill for Holy Grail. This is a much better showing for them in this second game, and it looks like it could just be a couple more fights is really all they need to close it out with how fast they can push with the Beastmaster.
Yeah, this is a very kind of one-sided game so far here for Holy Grail. They're looking very, very good. A few left field picks again from Big Brain. I feel like their first draft was pretty left field as well, but haven't felt the impact of the PA just yet. Maybe.
God King.
Oh, you were so dead.
He
What was
jumped
that?
into 5. Ooh,
I-
no, oh. Oh, there's some spiciness now heading into game 3.
Oh man.
Can I get a God King cam?
Yeah, can we see if he's even at his PC or if he's gone? Like, God,
He's up and gone already.
I don't know. There was definitely a moment for them to try and fight, but you could see the frustration I think that he had with the. I mean, he went Battle Fury into Ag Shard, so he wants to fight, but they just couldn't fight because they were so far behind. That game was definitely not done by any stretch of the imagination, but that jump in probably meant they were going to lose a lane of racks. But yeah, that was, what are you even supposed to say about an ending like that? Like that does not bode well for game number 3, that they have to win to even have a chance of going in towards Division 1. Like they're still in the tour, they're still in the division going into next year, but that is not good signs going into a must-win game number 3 now.
No, it's really not. What's morale like? What's confidence like? That's really the ultimate question. So that was man, the other game looked so good though. The other game looked incredible. Like you were having a great safe lane. Timber was botting his own lane as well. But that's where Garn came into play. I think you might just need to ban the Batrider or find a better way to respond to it. Because if you don't give it to Garn, you can give it to Dolme. He's got an incredible Batrider as well, like we saw in game 1. And they can even run it as a support as well, if they really want to, and give it to DQQ. So, like, I just think this Batrider overall has had way too much value from them in both game 1 and game 2. And I really think it was like the sole reason why they won this game. Because of his rotations top to shut down the Timber.
Yeah, he was literally everywhere he needed to be, right? He was in the right place at the right time. As soon as he got the Boots Travel, this is what I'd hoped that he would have done. As soon as he got the Boots Travel, he was just walking around with DQQ as well as everybody else from the side of Holy Grail. And he just did a fantastic job of just putting his pressure on the map and just constantly just kept running towards Big Brain and the heroes of Big Brain wanted to try and play through it. unfortunately for God King, just didn't have a game to play as this PA. He did really well in the lane, but I mean, after that, she just kind of gets lassoed up, she gets chain stunned up, and that's all she's really able to do. And this is kind of the issue that I have with the PA. You throw out a dagger, and you just hope and pray that maybe somebody's low enough for you to jump in, assassinate them, and try and get out, especially with the Aghanim Scepter. So this was a rough game, and we at least get to have a quick little look at the God King player cam. He doesn't do all too much before that GG. So I don't know, man. Holy Grail are proving once again as the reason why that they're 6-0 in the tour so far, and they're looking to try and make it a clean sweep.
That they are gone. I think I'd say deserves MVP. Would you say as well?
100%. Yeah, 100%. He played out of his brain. And I think he didn't have the greatest... I mean, he had a fantastic start against Cicada, but the lane didn't go all that, dominantly for the Batrider. But it was just his decision-making around, all right, I've got boots of travel. I'm going to go towards the top lane. I'm going to kill CSJ a couple of times. I'm going to go to the bottom lane. I'm going to put pressure on Cicada. I'm going to go here. I'm going to force a team fight. And he didn't have the craziest amount of items. He just had a BKB and a Yules, right? But it was just the way that he played these team fights and understood how he needed to play them and abuse his hero, and made it look very simple for Holy Grail. Very simple.
Yeah, so again, like I was just saying before, I think this hero needs to be addressed now.
Yes.
It's been way too good in Dolme's hands and now Garn's hands as well in both game 1 and game 2. So I think heading into the final game, like we said, it's an ever so pivotal game as well. I mean, this is a potential for Holy Grail to go 7-0, but that's really not where the stakes are at. The stakes are at for Big Brain. If they get this win, then they are praying that the last series goes the way they're hoping for, to have a 3-way tiebreaker. But this is a must-win game now. Otherwise, they may not be a part of those tiebreakers if they do even happen. So game 1 looked good. Game 2 was a lot of good signs as well, especially off the back of the lane. Then you had some Batrider issues, and then you had some issues of just Mirana rotating, and great ways to be able to set up for the arrows, and they were never looking back from there. So Holy Grail are going to be able to tie up our first series of the night. Let's see what game do we get out of Big Brain as well? Are they even, are they switched on? Are they demotivated? Because again, we saw that was a very quick tap out of the GG. So what boys on Big Brain are we going to get heading into game 3? We'll find out after the break. And we are back for our final game of the first series. We're going to be going the distance here with Holy Grail, taking that second game. And we do have our draft underway as well. We're a bit into it. So we'll cover the first phase. Of course, we've got the Dark Willow and the Storm Spirit to respond to the Bat Rider as Holy Grail. I mean, we said they're going to put emphasis on it. If you leave it in the first phase, if you leave it in the pool in general, they will snag it. And they've been able to combine that with the Silencer as well.
Yep, so they've got the protection with the Global Silence coming in from the Silencer this time around. There is a response that has come in for the side of Big Brain with the Storm Spirit as a response here, I believe. Yeah, okay. I just tabbed back in the game and I thought there was a pause that had happened, but it seems like we're back underway. So the next couple of bands that are going to be going through, I think Holy Grail... I was going to say, you need to get rid of a mana battery, but Pugna's already gone. I don't think Io is actually playable at all. Maybe one of the saving supports could be on their mind right now, Oracle or Shadow Demon. Wouldn't be too bad. I think SD is probably the better one to try and ban out here, just because SDs don't mind just going for that Lotus Orb brush that we've been seeing from some of the position 4s. So we'll have to see what they are going to try and go for here on Big Brain. They need to have some way of at least making their Storm Spirit be able to play this game pre-BKB.
And let's just see what the support is going to be to open up. More than likely that'll be the case. So they keep at least the 18th and 24th for some counter core picks. They're going to go Nyx. So... you're a relatively decent way to address the Bat Rider with the Spike Carapace. It's an old counter. I think Nyx and Storm are very good together as well because Nyx can hunt and Storm can follow. All you need is vision to be able to get the zip. But the hero does have a lot of weaknesses as well in a draft.
It's just, it feels like his Vendetta invisibility is very hard to set up team fights properly because as soon as a team gets a sniff about where they need to be, it's very simple for them to just put a sentry on a high ground, and then it's really hard for an Nyx assassin to try and get that vision. So we're seeing a lot of the blink daggers come out for Nyxes as well. So hopefully Big Brain are able to utilize this here. I love seeing Nyx assassin, but he just has not been able to come back into the meta, which is like really unfortunate. Like he just has not been able to get a stranglehold and become one of the top tier supports. Teams are still picking him, but I just have not seen all too much out of him in the games that he has been picked. So maybe this might be a little different. He can hunt the Silencer constantly as well. So if the Silencer is ever out of the out away from his team, he is very much on the chopping block. Tiny.
Oh.
Are we getting all the weird picks today? So we've had some very out of the box picks from both of these two teams. The support Tiny?
Oh god, no, I think you only play this hero mid.
Yeah.
So this Tiny hero is very, very weird. You at least have a little bit of AoE damage for the Dark Willow, which can be nice. You've got another Initiator. I think you match up okay versus Storm.
I think
at least as the game goes on. But the lane, I think Storm is fine in because you're up against a melee hero, so you can spam Harass. I think that goes back and forth because Tiny has a lot of damage as well with his tree. But I really only thought this hero was kind of playable with a Magnus on his team. So I'm very, very surprised they've gone for a Tiny, especially when there's other options as well.
Yeah, it's not like they're lacking on options. They could have just pucked here if they wanted to, right? Or, they could have just gone some of those other mid laners that they can play up pretty well in the Storm. Heck, they could have even picked Ember Spirit if they wanted to. But they go for the Tiny. And maybe they are looking towards a Magnus angle. I do agree with you. I think this hero is only useful with the Magnus. And now they go for a Jug as well. Oh. They're just picking all these outlandish heroes when they don't have to. They're just trying something a little different here, it seems like, for Holy Grail. So their Juggernaut lane is Silencer plus Jug, which isn't the best. You do have a lot of magical damage, but outside of that, it's really hard for you to try and secure the Juggernaut his lane early on for the Silencer, especially if he has some very strong heroes to get in his face. And I think, you know, Nyx Assassin or maybe even the Dark Willow plus a Wind Ranger, if that's going to be the Wind Ranger in the off lane, that's going to be a harder lane for him to play. I know you're a Wind Ranger off lane hater, but I think that's probably where it's going to go.
Why?
She's a universal hero, man, and she's speedy with Wind Run. That's I guarantee you that's the thinking is, I Wind Run away from spin, and then I'm fine.
Sounds like good logic. I appreciate it.
I go fast, Juggernaut goes slow. Big brain.
Yes. Big brain, big brain. Well, they do, you know, there's a team name, so maybe they outsmart us and outsmart their opponent. I'm going to see Lycan Timber banned out. I honestly would have liked the Lycan a lot for Holy Grail. That's what I was going to suggest in the second phase for them before they went Tiny. But they think this is a support Tiny at least, because they banned out Mag, they banned out Ember, so I feel like they are still looking for potentially their mid laner.
Legion Commander.
What? What is this pick? What is happening?
There's a lot of value with press the attack, but
very true. But that's about it, right?
That is about it.
Okay, I like that Big Brain have responded with this Sven. There's a lot of physical damage that's coming out here from Holy Grail. It is a mid tiny. It's a support bat. How do all this get together? There's a lot of... They've got a lot of, like, stuns that Big Brain can play around. Every single one of their heroes has, like, some sort of stun or catch, so it can be pretty hard for Holy Grail to maneuver these fights, whereas Holy Grail relies solely on duel and avalanche toss. I guess lasso as well, but it's going to be a lot harder for them to lock down a Storm Spirit and a Wind Ranger in regards to Big Brain being able to lock down some other people for Holy Grail. So yeah, it's a new kind of draft from Holy Grail. I think this tiny hero is going to be a big question mark for me to see what Gun does against Cicada this time around. I think Summer and SJ have a very straightforward kind of lane for them to play. They really need to try and shut down CSJ, so I'm looking at SJ to put a lot of emphasis on getting that Wind Ranger low on the regen department early on. And I mean, I guess Legion Commander plus Batrider is going to be a good lane into this Sven. And it's not like they really have a crazy lane dominator in the Dark Willow that's going to be there as well. So interesting lanes are going to be happening here, but I think all eyes on the mid lane, because that could really blow apart this game. If Storm goes ham, then things can look rough, but also in the same vein, if Garn starts going ham and starts instantly killing everybody, then Holy Grail got it.
Interesting lanes, interesting game, some interesting picks as well. Definitely something a bit out of the ordinary than what we've been seeing so far. So, you know, let's see how what the fate's going to be, how they're able to shape up as well for these two teams. Because, of course, again, just to remind everyone, Big Brain with a win here means there is a potential for them to join a three-way tiebreaker, depending on some other results. So it is a must-win for them. And Holy Grail, they're just wanting to try and finish the season off with a 7-0 count as well.
And what a draft for them to try and do it with as well. Some left field picks. I think it's only really the tiny that we haven't seen much of, but CSJ always in trouble. Oh, what a flame break.
Pushes him back towards the stairwell, so there will be no escape. And in the end, they're going to be able to chase him down and secure the kill. It's someone that's rewarded with first blood as well, so a very good way to start the game overall for Big Brain.
Yep, getting the kill there on CSJ is very, very important for them, because Wind Ranger is very hit or miss when it comes to playing Dota. So if she gets off to a good start, she's hard to deal with, but you can also shut her down relatively early, and that's exactly what they've done so far. Getting that kill there, and SJ being able to help out Mr. Summer early on here. They get, 2 bounty runes out of this. They should be fine. They don't lose any more members, and they start off the landing phase with first blood.
Oh, off the mark with the D ward. Hate to see it. Very close on the Nyx Assassin, unfortunately not to be. Both the wards are on top of each other. So it would have been nice to be able to find that one. And now we got the lanes converging. we spoke a little bit about the Tiny Storm in the draft, but again, I mean, it should be. I think both sides are going to have a fine time. Whenever you have the tree, Gun's going to have a damage advantage, but being a melee hero versus Storm means you can also succumb to a lot of harass.
Yep, you can get remnanted quite a lot early on here, and the one big thing that Holy Grail have for them is that Nyx and Dark Willow, it's going to be hard for them to make rotations pre-level 6 towards that mid lane. So if Garn gets off to a good start, he's going to be okay. But also, same is very much the opposite is very much the same for Cicada. He doesn't have to worry about a silencer rotating. I guess he kind of would have to be very careful of the Bat Rider, but you want to make sure this Bat Rider is staying in Dolme's lane for as long as possible, because we saw what happened in game number 1 when God King was able to do whatever he wanted on a Sven. Big scary man.
And that was even a game where they didn't even make too many stacks as well for God King. So, which I can't imagine they'll make too many this game as well, considering you've got a Nyx Assassin as your position 4. So he doesn't really have the greatest time being able to help make stacks towards a triangle. So let us see. They do have a lot of ways to go through BKB, which is always an important thing when you're going up against a Sven. So I wonder this game if it's going to be like another Sanjin Yasha type of build for God King.
Yeah, probably. I think it did really, really well for him. It was a very similar draft that he was playing against as well, but does have to go into the duel this time around. But the thing is with duel for the Sven is he can just kind of fight his way out of it. So still going to be a interesting set of mid-game fights for Holy Grail to try and figure out this time around. So I really am just looking towards Gon. I think he has to have another fantastic performance early on here. Get his treads, get his wand, go towards a blink dagger on the Tiny. Try and just make some space on these side lanes. There's a lot of heroes that he can gank and insta-kill, which is a big positive for the Tiny. He's got 3 or 4 heroes that are probably going to die in a combo. And then if they ever do feel like they need the Global Silence on top, SJ should almost always be at the ready.
Does look like Cicada's, though, having a very good time mid. The CS is starting to get a little bit out of control. I mean, Gun has a full wave. We'll see how he's able to CS under the tower. But yeah, Cicada's off to a pretty good start so far. A lot of it, of course, of the early game is going to come down to the power runes as top lane, SJ. Can they secure with a kill? They will be able to, but of course summons there with the exchange. So a 1-for-1, I'd say you're pretty... I mean, I guess SJ did get the kill, unfortunately. I thought Summer was going to get it.
Yeah, if Summer got it, probably would be a little more happy with that. Gun went for a solo kill attempt onto Cicada, but it was a nice play with the glyphing of the wave to make sure that he didn't get stuck underneath the tower, just copping tower shots, because he definitely would have died. But it's very back and forth between both these two mid laners. It's always nice to see. But look at God King, man. 23-1. Very good with how this lane is going. Dolme is also doing a very, very good job. Very reminiscent of game number 1. Dolme doing a good job to at least put a little bit of pressure on the God King. God King still doing his own stuff. Garn as well as Cicada are just going back and forth with each other. Sports have made their way towards mid. These next set of runes.
I do wonder who Dolme is going to play with this game, though, on the Legion. Because I don't think you have any real supports to get damage inside Jewel. Like, Bat Rider's a little bit more damage over time. It's not that quick burst inside like a stun, a 4.5 second stun. So yeah, that's probably where the Tiny needs to come into play. But then both Legion and Tiny have a very, very similar role as just a blink initiator. So we'll see how easy it's going to be for Dolme to get these dual kills.
Yeah, hopefully he doesn't succumb to the Legion syndrome and be like 20 minutes without dual victory and then have to dive underneath the tier 1 and still lose your life.
Hopefully he doesn't die here as well. It's like they've already used their stuns, so Dolme just takes a bunch of harass. Meanwhile, mid lane as well, Garn and Cicada duking it out. Cicada should be able to come out on top in another round of the Remnant, hoping it doesn't continue to find the misses. Yeah, you're right, the creeps also almost killing Cicada in the end.
Yeah, that was rough. It was very rough. I think it was a miss uphill, right, that was able to keep Garn alive. So this mid lane is very tenuous between both these two players. If someone gets a solo kill, the CS lead really just balloons out. Bottom lane, DQQ They went underneath the tower to try and kill onto Zaya, but they just don't have the extra bit of damage. As you said, no real burst if they get on top of anybody. And it's very hard for them to confirm a lot of these kills. And seems like the early game is going quite well here for Big Brain. They're not all too far behind when it comes to some of the lanes in their CS.
Are they going to be going up though, mid bottom? I'll have to follow up some with the Impale. And you've also got the wraparound as well here for the Dark Willow. Great positioning. And no hesitation for the Nyx Assassin to yoink that. He's a freebie, he'll take it. So we'll see how much he can get done this game with a little bit of gold. But of course, you are doing whatever you can to enable God King. And I mean, I guess CJ, he can play alone top lane. There's not really much that he needs to fear. He can always escape out of the Blade Fury.
Yeah, it's not really much. He's gone almost max out win run. I've been seeing a lot of win ranges do some weird leveling. It does bring down the cooldown to a nice almost 12 seconds. So it should be pretty good for him to constantly be able to get away from the Blade Fury, as you said. Constantly always be away to get away from the Juggernaut. So CSJ again is just going to be left on an island. Garn's probably going to be looking towards that top lane to try and make that first rotation to kill out on the Wind Ranger, who doesn't have 1,000 HP just yet. SJ is going to try and yoink a Wisdom Rune. Who's faster? Oh, SJ gets it.
Get it. All right,
he's going to get
as
killed
well.
too.
All right, he gets a kill, and Nyx Assassin goes down. CSJ, all right, couple kills. Couple kills for all the boys. So where'd the Wisdom Rune go? Both of them going to Holy Grail, and Holy Grail also got 2 kills as well. So it's a pretty good trade. I mean, more Storms here. Where's Garn? I fire off. I was a little bit worried for a second. I saw his health pool, but he's in the jungle. He ain't gonna die.
He's farming some stacks. He was just trying to get that net worth back up so he can make his first rotation of the game. Being level 6 now, you can probably start to link up with the Dark Willow. See if you can try and kill Garn, or maybe if you can try and set your attention to Dolme. It's going to be hard because they have a lot of HP with these heroes, and they're very, very strong. SJ, he's just being such a menace. He's like not really doing much, but he's just walking around just being a silencer.
Being a silencer. Feeding away your own life is usually one of those key signs of a silencer game. So, you know, he wants to continue being a silencer, and he'll do just that.
He was just throwing out arcane curses, being a nuisance, and they found his ward and they found him. So God King still gets away with it. CSJ, though, he could be in lots of trouble. Ooh. Disconnect. So, seeing this, they don't have any vision of Garn, so he's basically going to be able to run in here and get what he can. Maxed out win run, though, has to be very, very careful with this CSJ that he doesn't pop it too early, because you're going to get Avatossed anyways, right? So you need to make sure that you're not using a lot of that win run instantaneously. Do they have any TPs? They have one on God King, they've got one on Desire, and Nyx doesn't have one. So I think as long as they instantly respond, maybe they might be able to get CSJ out of dodge here. But I think he's pretty dead.
Not like that. Come on, I believe in you, CSJ. Just somehow read it, run to the left. You can do it. Go now. Oh no. Oh, they won't be able to get the chain damage, but they'll use their control as best as they can to stop the win rate. He might get a kill before he dies at least, but you're happy with that. I mean, Garn gets a streak, so you just feed the beast even more, so Garn gets himself closer towards the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, I'm sure there's somebody doing the math right now, but he popped himself over to a killing spree, so that meant it was a little bit more gold going in the way of Garn after that kill. But as you said, first rotation from the Tiny is always good, but CSJ gets himself an answer at least. So getting closer to that opening Blink Dagger. And I think once you get Blink here on the Tiny, you kind of just have to go super ham. Like, you can't sit back and farm. When you pick up a Blink Dagger, you just need to constantly keep going and going and going, and just hope that you keep some of these cores trodden down that you can get towards your next couple of items and become a tiny that is very scary.
So it's going to be up to the supports then to be able to D-ward, because there is a lot of vision set up just on Big Brain's half of the map, like to enter their own territory. Might see a toss back under the tower. Summer's going to be here with the Omni Slash. Of course, can always win run that off, so won't even go for it.
Yeah, max out win run's hard to deal with. 6 seconds of invulnerability, basically, most of the time. Is very hard to deal with. Also, the enemy slow is quite annoying for something like a tiny. If you don't get enough damage with the avalanche toss or DQQ.
Long zip in, not gonna get there. In the end, Sakata was like actually trying to steal the haste rune mid lane. I thought he was zipping top from afar, but even needing for the kills. That's nice. CSJ is going to get himself close to the Maelstrom. And now we'll be able to put some pressure onto the tower as well. Meanwhile, you've got God King taking his stack as well at the Ancients.
Okay. So, God King starting to accelerate here, right? Really getting to that scary moment. But feel like Summer's that far behind. He is behind when it comes to having the Battle Fury, but net worth-wise, he's still in a pretty healthy spot. CSJ almost has his Maelstrom done, so they've got items that they can start moving around the map with. Looking to try and link up with Sakata, I'd imagine. But it's going to be very chill for the first like 10, 15 minutes of this game, right? So like another 5 minutes or so until we start seeing a bit more aggression, because we need some blink daggers, we need some damage items until people start doing their own thing.
And one of those blink daggers should be coming out pretty shortly here. Gon is getting a pretty fat stack at the hard cam. Meanwhile, though, they're going to try and smoke into Summer's territory. This kill looks impossible with the Nyx Assassin not leading the charge.
Yeah, them not having the extra vision from the Vendetta was a little sus. CSJ wanted to buy his time a little bit more, but either way, they at least push Summer out of there. I'm going to try and confirm onto some kills. When a lot of these ganks don't really work out, you really feel like that you're wasting a bit of your time, but Sakata and God King are farming, so it's not like everything is a complete waste right now, but Holy Grail, they are farming on all of their cores. DQQ could be in trouble again. Oh, interesting angle.
Sakata, that's a very interesting jump, along with no hesitation out of a global, but just a little bit too late. As soon as the Vortex was out, there was enough control for him to step away from the Tiny. Gonna waste that global presence, so he was able to back on off. So let's see what they want to do now with this, if there even is a play they can make on the map. They're still trying to attempt on DQQ, but the Batrider he's fine, man. He's just soaking up some gold, getting a little bit of experience top, trying to work towards his own blink dagger. Slow pace game.
Yeah, I thought they were going to try and chase underneath the tower, but it seems like CSJ just doesn't feel the need to keep pressing forward. And smoke here from SJ as well as Garn. It's not going to collect on anything. So, yeah, I mean, a wasted smoke here from Garn, and the more minutes that he spends walking around not collecting onto kills means that it's just more minutes that he's not hitting creeps, right? And he needs to make sure that he is keeping within touching distance of the net worth. They're going to make it go once again on DQQ.
This doesn't look like a good jump though for Garn. Far out, maybe with the DD, never mind. Jesus, what was that damage? And I thought they were going to be able to blow up the Batrider as well, but DQQ shrugs off that initiation, turns with the lasso as well. That is a great way to get value out of your blink dagger. I apologize, I never doubted you, Garn. That gets him closer to the Echo Saber now, which is ever so vital.
Summer was testing the waters a little bit here. And has to Blade Fury himself away from God King. So that was a good reveal there from Garn to be able to bring in his Blink Dagger and get himself a kill. So the smoke was not wasted this time around. And to get that Echo Saber, things still need to continue to keep snowballing for him, though. It's not like you can rest on your laurels as soon as that Echo Saber comes out. Tiny is a hero that needs to keep being in the chase, being in the hunt for a lot of this net worth. They are sharing 3 of the 4 top net worths for Holy Grail. So They're doing a good job at keeping a lot of their cores within touching distance of this Sven, but God King is really starting to create a streak. He's about, 800 gold ahead of Summer, over 1,000 gold ahead of both Dolme as well as Garn. So if he keeps doing what he's done in this entire series and hit creeps and farm really fast, Sven can be an issue. I'm just trying to think, what do they really have against him? I think the only issue that he's really going to run into is being lassoed, but I mean, he had to deal with that in game number 1. It seems like he shrugged it off mostly. So Holy Grail need to try and figure out a way of killing a Sven this time around.
So I guess you got to look at then an early nullifier before, because we saw that was the big thing in game 1 with the lifesteal versus Sven, where they had the nullifier for one fight and they were able to get 4 kills off the back of it. So it is definitely in the build of the Juggernaut as well. We've seen a lot of the Sanjin Yasha into nullifier interceptor. So I wonder if that's going to be a similar thing. I mean, he might even need to consider about an MKB though at some stage this game for the Wind Ranger. But I think one thing about just the Sven this game is that, again, we spoke about very early on, is he's going up against a lot of BKB piercing control.
Yeah.
So looks like he does have that halberd actually now queued up. He's not going to complete the harpoon. I imagine this would be a Sanjin Yash for him, and he just prays that he gets the Titan Sliver.
Yeah. I mean, I think, it's 5 items out of how many? It's 20-something in the Titan Sliver area. Which one is it? Tier 3? Yeah, so it's 5 out of 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 out of 12. So, I mean, you got pretty good chances of it rolling for you. So it's not the worst to try and go for, but does feel like that the Sanjin Yasha was very, very important. So I agree with him going for that a little earlier.
No trouble. They still don't. It's on cooldown for another 5 seconds. Gun's going to do whatever he can to try and disrupt them, but that is a great timing out of the pickoff, because if they walk up this jungle, Summer is taking a 5 stack. That would be huge to take away, but they're going to go for the tower instead, which is also very important, but could have been a big opportunity to slow down this Jug's extra growth.
Yeah, could you imagine if they just went a little bit further up and they just saw this massive ancient stack? You probably would be counting the minutes for Holy Grail for them to try and, hold on to that ancient stack, but they didn't get it. They do lose a tier 1 tower. Duel now underneath the tier 2 tower for Dolme, so he gets his first bit of duel damage. Feels pretty nice.
Did he just run into... I didn't see the start. Did he blink on the Nyx, or did he just run into the Legion and get the jewel?
Nyx was following Dolme through the jungle.
Okay.
And then it just got to the point where he just ran underneath a sentry ward, and Dolme just said, thank you. Got himself a free kill.
That's a freebie. That is a freebie, and now you got your blink as well. So let's see. I mean, very similar to what occurs with the Tiny when you get this blink dagger, is you need to get kills with it, or otherwise it could just be dead net worth as this game goes on. Garner's done that, but he's still slowing down a little bit from the Tiny. He's not last sitting at all. He's well behind everyone else in CS, so he needs to continue to get kills, and so too does the Legion Commander now with his blink. So I'd love to see them to start to play aggressively and try and force a fight.
Yeah, I think both of them can kind of just play together.
There we go. There's the turnaround. This could be beautiful. It was the wind run fast enough. It looks like it was. So at least they would have mitigated some of the damage. But Garn wraps on the back line. So able to stop the retreat. They'll get a 1-for-1. And now even Cicada's looking to try and put his own stamp on this team fight. Should be able to catch up to the Silencer. She's going to crumble at the top of the stairs. Garn's still looking for the close-up. He's now committed incredibly deep. Cicadas doesn't have the greatest mana pool still to work with. If he can somehow get down to the rune as well, there is a shield rune for Garn to play, but he will not get anywhere near it, as even though it was looking like a great start for Holy Grail, the win run just delays that initial attempt, and then everyone required shows up for Big Brain to turn it back their way.
Yeah, if he didn't get Windrun off, he would have got obliterated. And same with the Dark Willow. They would have just been completely both blown up. But good start for them to be able to hold off. The Omni Slash as well as the Duel really didn't get much out of it for them. They eventually do turn around and get the kill, but it took them much more time. And now it just meant that Cicada was able to come into the fight and do whatever Cicada wants to do, because a lot of the control has been taken off of the board. Gonna try again here. Didn't get the win run off.
And still going to be lacking the damage, though. Okay,
Yep.
so... again, we spoke about it. You don't get these kills off the back of the blink pickup. It is really going to delay these upcoming items.
Yep, it's very similar for Garn as well. He's just got himself an Echo Saber. Like, yes, they're still slightly ahead of the Storm as well as the Wind Ranger, but all it takes is them getting Gleipnir and their heroes completely change.
Big team fight breaking out down bottom. It seems God King's pretty hesitant about taking this engagement, though. Even Dire as well. I don't know if they want to try and jump in or not with the silencer not being available.
You have to be careful of buyback global, which can be a real possibility very soon. They don't want to go too far, but they will just leave it be. God King is at that point where he is a very, very scary. Harpoon picked up now as well from him. Same with the Sange. He is just scorching ahead of the net worth. Summer is starting to at least keeping within touching distance of the Sven, but from what I remember, Juggernaut versus Sven is still pretty hard for the Jug, because the Sven will basically kill everybody else around you, whereas there's a very high potential for the Juggernaut to just be Omni-slashing a Sven, and he really doesn't care about it.
Now eyeing up CSJ. You want to try and pop him on the high ground and have fun. What's your wind run going to do now, brother? Absolutely nothing. A global silence as well, just in case with the backline heroes. Cicada, along with Desire, were kind of considering about jumping in, but they felt like that was a cause that was not worth their attention nor their efforts, so they'll back on off. You do have God King that's at least farming across the map. That is a global silence wasted as well. Used, not wasted. It is used. They get the kill, but let us see what they want to do now with the wind running and just spawning shortly.
Yeah, it's the opportunity now for Big Brain to be able to fight back. Level 1 lasso as well, so it's going to be on cooldown for a decent amount of time. No global silence, no duel, no lasso. Juggernaut's still sitting back and farming for a decent while. Nyx has gotten a Dagon. He went Dagon first.
Damn.
I like it. I like it.
Respect.
Gives them that extra bit of burst, because their supports are kind of lacking damage, to be perfectly honest. And if they just have that little bit of extra burst on the back of the small amount of lockdown they have, can be good.
CSJ is making a go on Garn. Looks like he's okay. There was a shackle there, but no one to follow. Back to top we go now. A long zip in from Cicada. God King's going to be able to jump and follow in pursuit as well. Halberd was just completed, which is going to stop some of the extra damage, but not if they get the Omni Slash to start. He's going to be able to chain it onto the creep, so Summer was hoping for a better ultimate to turn the tides. God King is getting kited though, tossing around, blinks away, DQQ avoids the stun. A good start, they get Dorme, nothing else breaks out.
Okay. God Strength for Omni Slash, pretty fair trade, I think, for both of these two carries. Omni Slash did literally nothing to God King. He tanked the entire thing, and then some of it went over to the creeps as well. But it is very hard for someone to do the damage into a halberded up Sven. He's got a lot of HP, he's got a lot of evasion. So look to see if someone wants to try and be the trendsetter. It seems like he wants to go for the butterfly early, whether or not he's going to respond with like an MKB Ags kind of build. So both these two teams are, I mean, this game is like on a knife's edge, right? Like it's only 2k gold so far for Big Brain. Doesn't feel like anybody's really got a stranglehold of about how these team fights are going, and everyone is still kind of struggling to get to that next item to maybe get them over the hump.
God King, there's a DD now on Summer. This time we're going to be able to see the damage output of the Juggernaut. Is it enough inside the duel? It is, so they get the victory as a little surprise on top. Now they're even hunting for more. This is still a great opportunity. Do they want to continue to fight? It's going to be Cicada that starts a blow-up dome. Now as well, they need to try and get some more out of it. A 1-for-1 makes it a 1-for-2. Still they're in a little bit dangerous. DQQ taking the brunt to the force. Desire's not going to have the damage by himself, and now CSJ, he's just committed too far. He's past the line, and once you've gone over, there is no going back to the safety of your own territories. In the end, Holy Grail will make it an incredible team fight for themselves.
Yeah, CSJ just held the focus fire for so long. I thought he would just commit it straight away, just kill DQQ, get yourself the heck out of dodge, but wasn't to be, and they feed away a few more extra kills. They only get the kill onto Dolme, but getting kills for Summer and Gun is exactly what you need to have happen this time around. Yeah, your Legion Commander is probably going to end up being a little bit of a liability for you, but you can already see how important she is to the team fight. They just get like a toss back onto the Sven, they lasso him back into the team, duel up, and Global Silence on top to confirm it. And that's kind of all Dolme needs to do. Be tanky enough to be able to deal with that. So just going into the BKB for Legion Commander, whereas Garn is now able to transition into his own BKB as well. So Cores are starting to get some stuff done, but Big Brain, they want to try and fight without the Global Silence.
See, they're going to be able to catch out though. Bombe would be a nice target. He gets out of danger, so it's like no team fight will break out. They'll be a little bit too late to contest this, or will they? They're going to go the long way around. It might run into Summer though. Is this the target? Can you blow him up? Ooh, looks like you might be able to. Whoa! All right, maxed out Mind Flare along with the Dagon. His health just evaporated in the span of a couple of seconds.
Yeah, poor Summer just got obliterated. Like, there's nothing he could really do. It was like almost 1,500 damage.
Ages, guys, ages. No.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Fire out. That scared the shit out of me. Holy.
Especially because God King and CSJ kind of just soloed that by themselves. I didn't really pay that much attention to it, but the way that they're able to get the kill on the Summer, that all but confirms it, and then they leave it on the ground for Cicada. And now this Storm is starting to really enjoy his game of Dota 2. So at the Kai Assange, getting towards the BKB, does a lot of damage, can run around with his Nyx Assassin. So things are starting to get a little spooky for Holy Grail. They need some of their wacky hero picks to be able to work out for them. Maybe with Garn with the BKB, he can be a terror in these team fights, but he's kind of really only an avalanche toss, and that's it right now. It doesn't have the attack speed, doesn't really have the physical damage either. And just in to see how he does transition into these later stages of the game, because he is playing against a Sven, a Storm, and a Wind Ranger, all heroes that will be able to just kind of run circles around him in a team fight. Maybe it's just Ags. Maybe you just go like Ags, Daedalus after your BKB, and you just hope people stay together and you just blow them up with like 3 auto attacks.
I was going to say something like a Silver's Edge. At least I will always fall back to GPK's Tiny, because I think that is currently now one of the better Tinies in the world. And when I covered Eastern Europe, he played it a decent chunk and had a lot of success. He liked the Silver's Edge, but this game, it doesn't provide you any, like, the break is not good. Of course, there are a lot of other aspects to that item, so maybe it's something you go for on your way towards a Scepter, but you are really going to need to find a way to address this Sven, because he's getting... he's about to have a BKB, and we saw once he got to this stage on God King in the previous game? Was it that or game one? No, game one.
Game one.
He was just an absolute menace. And Summer's kind of itemizing... Like, I don't see the value too much out of the Skadi. Like, it's not against range carries, not against any healing. Yes, make sure, like, minimizing some of the attack speed out of the Sven can be nice, but I am a little bit intrigued about this Skadi choice.
Yeah, I am as well. Maybe he just feels like he needs extra bit of HP against like the Nyx Assassin gank. Like maybe that just kind of swayed him from being absolutely obliterated by like a Dagon and a Mind Flare. So that's the only thing that I can think of is just like, I need HP.
Okay. No, I like that. I'm trying to think of another item he could have considered then for raw health. I mean, he did have that Sanjin Yashi queued up, but you're not going to go that along with the Manta.
Do you go Satanic? Is that probably the only other way that you could go? But then it's like third item Satanic, and that feels kind of bad.
Yeah, it feels kind of crap. But I don't know what neutral items he got as well. He's got scale, so it's okay, but it's not really raw health, so we'll see. He's got the Skadi now. I mean, this is a big timing. Either side just getting a lot of big items, so they are ready to go. A couple BKBs, one on the Tiny, and of course the one on the Sven, like we were mentioning too. So nothing for them to fear. They're going to be able to group up. They still have a minute 30 left of the Ages. Doesn't look like they want to... Well, God King's maybe he just wants his farm and then he's going to back off because the rest of the team is setting up on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, it seems like they've got a little whiff about what's going on. They completely vacate this bottom side of the map, and they will at least be privy that there is something going on with their ward being de-warded. So do they have a smoke to try and transition that back into a counter gank? Yeah, so it looks like they do. 4-man gank right now. They will be able to walk down towards the bottom side of the map, and this is going to be hard for them to play into. Tiny does have a shield rune, so he basically has 5,000 HP. Well, they found him out.
Oh,
away.
When they catch him though, they're still pretty speedy. Long zip in, good timing out of the Vortex on Summer, and SJ as well covers himself with the Glimmer Cape. Now no Vortex to cancel the TP, and he lives as well. So this is a very awkward movement from Radiant. They TP across the map where they had no objectives. Maybe they were reading that Holy Grail was starting to set up there, but 4-man TP top, then to smoke back on Dai's side of the map, and that smoke doesn't connect, so maybe losing some of their advantages. Dome, he's not going to mess around. He wants to take the Nyx out of the equation. The Parvis, not enough to protect him. They used the Global Silence to kind of help cover the retreat though, so there's not a whole lot of value out of that first initiation, but they still got DQQ as the second round of jump. Gold King's going to do whatever he can to protect the Dark Willow. This should be able to do enough in the timing to make it okay trade. And the Cause be able to turn this fight back around. They are underneath an Observer Ward. Summer finds to slash the damage. It's not really enough for the moment. The win run's mitigating a majority of it. Now with the buybacks, they could be the costly thing. Is it going to be enough to bring them back into favor of Big Brain as God King? This God Threat is about to expire as his damage is going to be lacking now. They'll turn to get the Hellbent onto Summer, but he doesn't have the damage to stand strong in the middle. Summer's still falling lower and lower. Can they get the Juggernaut over the tree line? It goes. Summer tries to turn. It's not going to be enough. It's Cicada. Going to be cautious. They got that high gun ward. Cicada's in with the combo. On to two. They'll miss the Impale. Ring around the Rosie. Back to the other side. But now with the Yules, it'll set up for the Mind Flare. He'll TP out. That's ambitious at best. And now it's a gem for his own little prize on top for the Nyx Assassin.
And what a long, drawn-out fight. The biggest issue that Big Brain had was Cicada had no mana. He was waiting for the Aegis to get reclaimed. It was only about 5-10 seconds before that fight did proc out. And he had no mana to enter the fight, so he's just sitting back farming creeps. And then eventually it does get reclaimed and he gets back to full HP. See in the top side of the overlay, you can see that there's only a couple seconds left on the Aegis and Cicada is so low on the mana. Now he gets his mana back, but they've already lost a lot of their members in this fight and they want to try and set up to get the kill here on the Summer. He reacts quick enough, gets the Omni Slash off, and a lot of this God Strength did get wasted here by God King, and you can just see how much damage he does do inside of the God Strength, but if they're able to kite him around like they have been in these last couple of fights, it is very hard for them to actually stick around and get these kills. So Holy Grail did a really good job team fighting that time around, but that was mostly a team fight without Cicada there. And I think if Cicada was there, that definitely could have been a much worse team fight for Holy Grail.
I really like this item change for Jug. He had the butterfly queued up. He's going to go MKB now. We saw the inside the replay with his Omni Slash onto the Wind Ranger was doing no damage. You're also needing to go up against the Hellbent evasion as well. So I think this MKB is definitely going to provide you that extra damage you might be lacking as well. So we'll see if he's going to be able to get there though, because Roche is potentially up in 20 seconds. It will spawn down on this Radiant side, and Dome and the crew are already getting set up for this area. So it is now going to be very difficult for Radiant to be able to crack.
Yeah, they're doing a good job of just setting up a lot of this vision as well for this team fight. They want to try and see whether or not they've got anything they want to try and play around with. They've got one last ward, but having the ward already on the Twin Gate, you probably don't want to double down on this area because you're not 100% sure where Roche is going or when Roche is going to spawn. They have an inkling that it is close. I believe it is almost a max duration. So it is very, very close for it being spawned up, and that's why Holy Grail is sitting here. But now you can already see Spidey senses are tingling. I don't know why. Okay, it was an illusion. I was going to say, I was like, why would you ever deny a bounty room?
Well, they see God King, and I mean, they probably should know that everyone else is going to be playing with him. So How do I get the... Oh, wait, someone went through the rift. As soon as I get the scan, he surely goes back. Or maybe he wants the Manta? Okay.
Yeah, he's Manta
going
to
to try
push
and shove
top.
out top. But he's going to come back and the Nyx will be straight on top. He got the Spike Carapace off. That could be huge to keep him alive. It's a pretty big global silence as well. It'll be a 1-for-1 as they assassinate. Oh, wait, they got Cicada?
He got
Cicada zipped into his own death. Now this is all up to God King. How much damage does he truly have? They're going to toss him away. It means that Summer also follows with the slashes. The chain control is perfect. Very messy from either side. Garn's now stuck in the trees. Get the blinked out reposition. They're going to find him further off the right side. There is no escape on the edge of the world. They will knock him off. And now Big Brain, they can look to reap the rewards. Roche is all for them.
Yep, that was a very interesting fight. And it all started out with getting the Spike Carapace from Nyx, right? Like, if he didn't get that Spike Carapace off, things got really bad for them really fast. But they were able to hold out just long enough. Cicada getting dueled is probably the worst outcome for them. And if God King was able to harpoon himself up onto the high ground, he would have just cleaned through absolutely everybody for the side of Holy Grail. But he harpooned, he was able to assassinate one member. I'm not quite sure who it was. I think it was DQQ. And then he wasn't able to get back up onto the high ground. So he had to walk around the long way. That meant that Cicada took some time to get it. They can hold on to the Aegis here. Cicada is TPing towards bottom.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Was that a solo kill? He has
That
an
was a solo
E-blade, bro.
kill.
What?
What?
This is pub Nyx Assassin. This is what this is. This is a pub Nyx Assassin just running around and killing people. Yeah, he does like 1,100 damage with Mind Flare. Like,
Dude's
okay.
chuckling. He's mad laughing right now. I don't blame him. Look at that. This is crazy.
What a fun game to be playing Nyx. You just walk around and you solo kill their offlaner. You're level 21, they're level 19. You have an E-blade. This is a game for you to get yourself in the sniff for tiebreakers.
Dire's middle tower
You know?
is under attack.
He's got Dagon too
Summer?
as well.
Pretty good bait. They spring it as soon as they see multiple members run straight into it, unaware.
Dire's
So,
middle tower has fallen.
that's a big streak, firstly, that Summer gets.
Yep.
You do pop Lasso, which doesn't have the longest cooldown, but really Global Silence is probably the biggest one.
Yeah, so they use a lot for that, but it's about now what do Big Brain get out of it, right? Like, they kind of baited their very expensive Nyx Assassin. And if they can try and get a fight going their way now, this could be big.
Oh, nice Lasso to be able to
no.
disrupt. Dom's going to do whatever he can. It's
What an Omni.
Huge Omni slash. Look at all the red numbers. Summer slicing and dicing. Gets all four in a Cicada. He's about to be out of mana, but they will not pursue on. They are happy with what they've got. And Gem as well in the hands of SJ. What a timing for the MKB to get delivered for Summer's Juggernaut. Oh my God, let's see that damage count. 6,600.
Yep, that is the perfect time for you to be picking up the MKB. Dolme also did a really good job at getting a duel on the right target. Catching out Cicada, getting that duel, and CSJ was just too close to this fight. I thought this was going to be horrible for them. They just didn't have the reveal to quite get on top of Garn, and this duel in Omni slash combo absolutely obliterated Big Brain.
Oh, mid lane, back live. They got the jewel onto the Storm
Oh,
Spirit.
no.
Ooh, whoa, what is going on?
Uh-oh. We were having smiles on the faces just before of Big Brain, and now it's nothing but sorrow. That was... If they could take these last 2 minutes back, they definitely would, because they had the Aegis, they had cheese, they had everything, and they're falling to pieces now. Oh.
He's waving. Are you serious? Oh, they're going to get him too. He's got the Yules to maybe be an issue, but gone. Wait, they're going to be cautious if they TP in. The Zion,
Yules?
they are starting to respawn, so it looks like Holy Grail will respect that.
Radiant's courier has been
Okay. Yeah, that could have been bad if they got themselves caught on at the tier 1 tower with the respawners that were coming in. Yes, they didn't have Cicada to chase them down, but God King definitely would have been enough. And this game swings back once again. Just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We've got an AC on Dolme as well. So Chug was hitting hard before, and now he's hitting even harder. He's freshly picked up a Blink Dagger after that last fight. So these team fights are really starting to get scary. And this is what happens sometimes when you're playing up against a Juggernaut, right? Like, he just gets to this critical mass where he's finally been able to accumulate the right set of items for him to win the game, and he just has a big Omni Slash. And if you don't deal with him in these fights, he is going to murder everybody. So Summer really in prime position now to carry this game. He's finally overtaken the Sven.
It really seems like you are relying on your Nyx attack because you've gone for this build. Now you need to be able to execute it. It feels like they need him to blow up one of the supports and the Wind Ranger to blow up one of the supports as well. But she is really starting to fall a little bit behind. I mean, she's going Lincoln sense. I guess that does help out a lot with her damage still, all these stat items, but you need to get easy kills onto the Silencer, onto the Batrider.
Yeah, she doesn't really have a good mobility item to get her in those scenarios, though. So, you know, she kind of has to pop BKB Wind Run to get close. And then you're just hoping that the Gleipnir plus the Focus Fire is enough for you to kill CSJ, who's got Force Staff, he's got Glimmerscape, he's got everything. This ward.
They're going to say God King. Do they jump the Sven? They're going to go for the supports simultaneously. Gone. He'll try and do his best to mitigate the effectiveness out of the Sven. And they are doing a great job at that. BKB, God Strength wasted. It's going to run up to the north. They want to stick around, though. Cicada tries to play aggressively. Going on to Gant, but Gant's tanky, man. 3,500 health. They'll still be able to shred him apart, but now it's going to be up to the Juggernaut. But the Slash is starting to stack up. They've got the lasso as well. It's looking awkward for Dyer. And now they're going to be able to punish them as Juggernaut. He is in no man's land without the boys to add some assistance. It's going to be 3 heroes that surround him and push him down into the depths of hell.
Yeah, he thought that maybe he could assassinate the Sven, right? He just blinks in, Omni Slashes him directly, but Sven, luckily enough for him, he had something to hit with his Satanic. If he didn't have anything to hit when he popped Satanic, then he probably would have died. He lifestealed quite a lot of HP from it, and the fact that God King was able to live the Omni Slash just means that he doesn't have a care in the world. He gets lassoed afterwards, does not matter. And the God King is just standing tall once again. It is so hard to deal with this, Sven, because you have to execute such a well-formulated plan to kill a Sven at this point in the game. And if you don't, he just hits you for 2.5k crits and you just can't do anything about it.
Whoa!
Oh, Dolme, no. That's a taken 4, baby. Oh.
1k gold he just got for that kill.
Huge.
I'm surprised he's not waving as well, considering Legion was doing it last time, who at least has a buyback, but will be forced to use it potentially.
Oh. Yeah, they just lose a lane of racks, right? Like, you lose one fight to a Sven, he pops God Strength, and he's still got it for another, 5 or so seconds, and he just obliterates these buildings.
I heard lasso. They got the Nyx. This is a spiteful lasso. They are begging DQQ to take him out of the game, and he'll be out for 90 seconds now. It does mean they get a full set of barracks top along with mid. Big Brain. Have they done it? Have they potentially put themselves in a position where they could be joining a 3-way tiebreaker depending on our last series of the night?
Yeah, I mean, also they get the moniker of being the only team to beat Holy Grail in this tour so far. Holy Grail have been untouched. To be fair, a lot of Holy Grail series have gone to 3 games, but a lot of their experience and a lot of their prowess has been able to allow them to come back in this 3-game series.
Jump.
CSJ, this is not it.
And that's an Omni Slash and a Global as well. So they get the kill, heavy commitment, but he's down for 90. And of course, those cooldowns will be back up by them. Doesn't look... they are kind of setting up on Brute Brain. Cicada, he's under a ward. Now, he does have a shield rune and a cheese as well. They'll need
Lincoln's.
the duel. And a Lincoln's. There you go. Very important call. Beautifully done. You see, pops the lasso. And there was nothing else to follow.
Yeah, maybe if they walked in with like an avalanche and a toss, they would have had enough time for DQQ to pop the Lincolns with his Jules and then lasso the Storm Spirit, but wasn't enough. And you can see now that Cicada's able to get away for free. Maybe they were hoping to have a little bit more of an adverse reaction coming out of Cicada, hoping that maybe he'd like BKB or something like that, but they didn't get anything out of it. And now CSJ is dead for 33 seconds. Roshan's going to be up in 50. So he will be on the Radiant side for a decent amount of time. Looking at the Nyx to see who he will find. No sentry, there's one sentry near the ramp of the Twin Gate, so Mr. SJ is just hiding in the Roche pit.
And buybacks is really the important commodity now. Nyx silencer.
Radiant are scanning.
Only ones with that second life. Being down bottom now, it also means that Radiant will be able to TP directly to the outpost, whereas Dire have to go top and through the rift. It was Smoke though. What's the call? How do they want to position themselves? Counter Smoke as well from Big Brain. Dire have a pretty good formation set up. They've got this high ground ward. So Desire's going to try and do whatever he can to give them some information. Smoke pops, so they want to jump the Dark Willow though. DQQ, he'll offer himself up, and now they also get the back on as well. They wanted the Nyx Assassin. He's going to be able to buy some time off the back of the Eel Scepter. Now it's up to Gortinka to work. Numbers advantage, favoring the boys on Holy Grail. Meanwhile, Cicada with a freshly picked up Scepter. Finds a Vortex onto two. God King will claw back Summer as well. This potentially could be the wipe unless they're able to get out of danger as SJ pops out a Glimmer into his own grave. And Summer, where are you running? That, no way. No way. All right, somehow he gets through the rift. He's going to TP back to base. But this is a free Roche for the boys on Radiant. And they can walk it down with 3 buybacks not available for Holy Grail.
Yeah, they use a lot.
He's going for the solo kill. Oh! He's going for the solo kill. Are you serious? Get my Nyx cam up. Is my boy laughing? He is not. Stone face, but he deserves those tips. Timeless relic.
Shit.
Where is Jug?
Oh my god. That. Oh, wow. What a. That was. Props. Nyx gets MVP 100%. The amount of damage that he did, and having the balls, he brought back as well. Having the balls to just go, Juggernaut's here, I'm going to go kill him. And now he gets rewarded with the Ag Scepter as well in the Burrow. Jug is dead for another minute, and this just means that God Strength Sven will take Mega Creeps, and now Holy Grail, much like game number 1, have to fight against Megas. Can they finally get the monkey off their back that is the God King Sven? I don't really know, man.
What are they doing? I'm so confused. God King's ending, and it doesn't matter, but no one's there, and there's going to be no defense. They just knew God King could do it. They knew he could do it. What an interesting series this one was.
Yeah, we started out with an absolute cheek clapper in game number 1 where it went like full Mega Creeps. Everyone was fighting until the last breath. In the game number 2 where God King GG's out in like 27 minutes after jumping in for the first time on PA. And then game number 3 happens and Nyx is an absolute plague on Holy Grail. And then God King walks into the base by himself while the rest of his team is at their Tormentor on the other side of the map, and they say, God King, you got it, bro. And then the game's over. Like, what a wild, crazy series that we had here between these two teams. But I mean, big props to Big Brain. They keep themselves in the hunt for Division 1. They take down Holy Grail, the only team to do so far in this tour. And now they just sit and they hope and they pray that the last arc beat Team Zero in the final game of tonight.
Yeah, wow, they've done it as well. Yeah. First loss for Holy Grail. So like you said, I mean, all of them have gone the distance, but this one they're able to topple the Titans, topple the undefeated. So they can bleed. But of course, Big Brain, they are done for the tour, potentially Holy Grail are done for the tour and Big Brain potentially not. But a wild game, back and forth, very even. We saw there was moments of brilliance, like where Legion we thought was going to be able to really be this big issue scaling. He was able to get a decent amount of dual damage, but some of the initiations went a little bit awry on some of those key team fights.
Yeah, I really felt like they just didn't have that clean execution that they really needed to. I think that last fight in the Roche pit, DQQ getting the lasso on Desire, and they don't even kill her inside of the lasso, then they duel her as well. That's 2 bits of your lockdown completely nullified because it's used on a Dark Willow. This was also a good fight that looked like it potentially could have been something for Holy Grail. They get the kill instantly onto Cicada, but they just ran out of gas to try and deal with this Sven. You can see how much damage they really are actually able to do to the Sven with a massive Omni Slash, but it got soaked up by Desire once again, and then God King just really doesn't care as long as that Omni Slash is gone away, because he will win the man fight versus the Juggernaut. So big props here to Big Brain. Props to God King to say into his team, give me Sven again. I carried game number 1. Game number 2 was just not it from me, and he got it done once again. And maybe this is a hero that we're going to be looking at in these potential tiebreakers to be a hero that could potentially blow a game or a series out of the water.
Yeah, without a doubt, with how good Godkin looked on the Sven. So that's something they want to fall back on. I want to watch this fight again in particular, because this was, the final fight, the one that ended it all. So they commit Lasso and the Jewel on the Dark Willow. They're now 3v5. And where does it go wrong? They get the Cicada off of the right side, that double vortex. Maybe the Omni Slash bounce to the Roche, I think I just saw as well.
Yeah, I think it did.
Just some awkward spell casting out of Holy Grail, and results in a victory in the end for Big Brain. Let's give it to the Nyx Assassin. I mean, why not? He 10, 9, and 16.
Great.
So it was just multiple solo kills onto cores as well. So this is a puppy build. Don't try it too much, but you go for your heart's content if you want to be able to style and solo carry games potentially. And man, the Nyx definitely helped out. Was a pivotal reason of why they're able to take this game.
Yeah, he obviously wasn't as conventional as some of the other Nyx Assassins that we've seen, but there was a key fight in that replay package that we saw as well for, I believe it was the first or the second Roche, where he got Spike Carapace off just in time for the Flaming Lasso and stun up 2 heroes, and that meant that everybody else, the initiation was just stunted enough that they're still able to react with the Nyx. So he played really, really well. Giving an unconventional hero, he proved that you're still able to beat the Bat Rider with the Nyx Assassin, and he got rewarded for being a little greedy, getting himself some of those very nice little solo kills, and brought a smile to my face, especially that solo kill onto Summer to kind of close out the game. So that was pretty big from him.
Yes, it was indeed. And but that is just our first series of the night. But like we've been saying now, Big Brain, they are awaiting Last Dark versus Team Zero. If Team Zero win, then no tiebreakers, they will join Holy Grail in Division 1. If Last Dark win, then we will have a 3-way tie between Team Zero, Big Brain, and Last Dark. So there is still a lot to play for. However, our second series, we got Supernova taking on Limit. Now this, unfortunately, the results, they're already in with how these teams have performed so far in 2 or 3. So this one is just a bit more for pride. Limit trying to find their first series victory to be able to end the tour on a high, and Supernova, just trying to up their positioning currently in the division as well. So that is going to be our second series of the night. Should be another relatively exciting one as well. So we will see how these teams are able to break out. But it's going to be a bit of a break. Should not be too long. When we come back, we've got our second series, Supernova taking on Limit. See you guys then. We're back with our second series of the night. Two brand new teams. It's going to be Limit taking on the boys on Supernova. It's a shame we had to say goodbye to Fluke. Was enjoying having him step in for you. But that's okay. The old man is back in his seat. What is up, big man? What's up, Boomer?
That's right, big man. Don't you forget it. Yeah, no, I'm all right. I just went out and had a lunch. It was good to have some time with real friends, not like yourself, you know, just a little bit of a social climber you are, constantly giving me the cold shoulder. But you know what? We got some Dota going on, and for Limit, they really just... It doesn't matter for them. They're already relegated, and if they force a tiebreaker with IG Vitality down at the bottom, there's no point fighting between 7th and 8th, right? There's still $0 for either of these teams at the end of the day, so not even prize money to go into it. For Supernova, though, if they're able to get the win, I'm probably leaning towards a Supernova win, A, because they're a better team, B, because they've got something to play for. It would mean that they are also 3 and 4, tied with Team Dissolution, and then they have a $2,000 best of 3 to play, and I mean, that's a lot of ice cream that you're able to get if you're victorious.
Is that all you think about?
Yes.
Ice cream? Nothing else?
I had some
Nothing
ice
else
cream
is on your
on
mind?
my pancakes last night.
Remaining.
Yeah? Yum. Sounds good.
Bavarian
ask, by the way.
apple cinnamon pancakes. Ooh.
Oh, I usually get them.
Yeah,
Have a
that's
good
what I
pancake
thought.
parlor.
Yeah, you didn't ask, but I knew you wanted it.
Ah. Come
I
on,
know
man.
you better than that.
Do you? I don't know. Never couldn't give a damn. You're the one that actually brought up you were going to pancake parlor before we even got started.
I knew you would appreciate it. They have protein pancakes now, by the way, so even more stuff to get you on side.
Damn. All right. Maybe I do go. Maybe I go check it
Yeah,
out.
that's what I thought. We're
right.
going to pancake parlor. Let's go.
Oh, baby.
Remaining.
See, I haven't eaten pancakes in a while, so that'd be yummy. Enough about food though. You're gonna make me belly start to rumble throughout this game. What do we got? We got Anti-Mage protect the Deucer. Supernova, they ain't gonna mess around though with a Timber Bat Rider. I must say I'm a little... I don't know, dude. They could have picked the Morphling, I suppose, at the 8th. We've seen that be a better way to address the Timber. But maybe they just, feel like Deucer, of course, very, very strong hero. Deucer, very cool. But it was like Bat, Timber, also very strong heroes.
And now they have to ban out the Morphling themselves off the back of that, right? Just because you don't want a Morphling into the Medusa. It really reduces a lot of her effectiveness. And, Morphling can be that hyper carry, but I honestly think if you've got a Timber Sword that hasn't been countered, that can, be your win condition. And it's going to sound weird, but, you could change the Morphling to being a bit more of a utility hero. Maybe you go like Yasha, not even the Manta style, and you just straight rush that axe just to make sure that the Deucer isn't going to take control, and then Timber Sword just has a totally free game. What do you reckon these bans before? I see Dark Willow ban, and I think Spirit Breaker. Also decent against the Timber, of course. Also, I did tell you I was going to ask you some questions about all these rosters across the board. So, I've been talking about this with Snare a little bit. It's not a complicated question. I'm saying, if you were to form the best team that you could with individual players across the entire league in Division 2, and you have to have there can't be 2 players from one team. It has to be 5 players from 5 different teams. Who would you say is the best 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you've seen so far this tour?
Maybe Ice is 4. I think Gone is 2.
10 seconds remaining.
Oh man, what? That's really shit.
Remaining.
No.
Yes, it is, because there's only 3 teams I'd really pick from.
Not really.
Kinda.
It's going to sound weird, but I think Kara from IG Vitality is a really good position 5. His Spirit Breaker's on point, his Dark Willow's good, his Shadow Demon's good, he's got the potential to flex to be a 4 as well.
We have definitely sung the praises of him a lot, but I'm already stuck now. What? Where am I going to go? I've already chose my 4 and my 2. I can't get CTY on 0.
Well, you could get, but you wouldn't be able to get Gun. I was about to say you could get DQQ instead of Ice. Like if you're looking again for like an up and coming roster, one that's not proven. Because I really like DPQ.
I go God King, Gone,
remaining.
Ice,
Ara.
5 seconds remaining.
well, that's your decision. I don't know if I want Hara. Maybe I think Hara's not good enough for my team. That
All
would
right.
be yours.
Who is that? Who's good enough
Yeah,
for your
I don't know.
lofty standards?
I don't know. I like the question, but one per each team is
Well, that's the
kind of
rules.
rough. I'll just say Chola just to spite you, and then
Such
and
a
then
little
my-
brother thing to do.
And then my 3 can be.
I mean, having no one from the last arc is a bit odd.
Okay, but I think but I think other people are better in their specific role. What? So you want me to get Shining as a 3?
Maybe. Aenid hasn't been bad either for Team Dissolution. He has been the one that, like, when a lot of this crazy stuff is going on and Small KK just refuses to buy a BKB, Longfair on his Morphling against a Silencer refuses to buy BKB or Manta style, Aenid at least buys the BKB. So it's like he's able to be a little bit more logical. Just one quick
That's what
question
you
about
look
the
for.
draft. What do you think about the Rubik being picked into the Silencer?
I think it's just
Anti-Timber?
anti-timber.
10 seconds remaining.
I mean that's at least the value I see out of it. So
5 seconds remaining.
besides that, I mean, what else could you be considering? Where I guess is this going to be Techie's Deucer or Tech? Or like what is the lane setup going to be between the supports? Because I think overall Timber should still be able to chase down whether it's a Deucer Techies or Techies Rubik.
The Rubik's not going to do shit against the Timbersaw, so I think it's more about just having him as like that reposition against a Monkey King if he's trying to make those jumps. You know, just be able to telekinesis him back, so at least your Legion Commander is able to get away. Also, again, you know, I mention it a lot, but against a Silencer, no stuns. You've got slows, so Rubik should be able to just make pulls happen. And Supernova, they won the coin flip and they chose second pick, so you know that's just so valuable, especially in Division 2 where teams don't have that like as many set strategies for themselves. It's a little bit more reactionary. So you can see the Monkey King into the Legion already feels great. Of course, Supernova have the potential of just throwing Han onto a mid Monkey King if it's still a good matchup for them. But you know, again, they're going to have the last pick overall. I mean, Wind Range is still not banned. If you want to have that against a Rubik, feels pretty good, just being able to take him out. They don't, at the moment, have any sort of mana burn builders on Supernova, so I could certainly see it working there. They don't have any offensive dispels, so again, Wind Ranger feels pretty good in that regard. And they're going to have the last pick overall, so if it's a good Wind Ranger game, just go for it.
5 seconds remaining.
See what the choice is going to be for Limit though, because they have to reveal their hero first. So they too are looking for their mid laner. No Ember nor Mag or Lena, also those position 2s that were banned out in the last phase.
What do you reckon about the Lena? We've seen Mikoto and Kiyotaka play it a lot. But not always as like a QoP response. Some people just, obviously the way to beat QoP is outranging it, but people seem to be just valuing it a little bit more. You know, those little creep ups in damage output, you know, over time. The spell damage Lena really feels like it's making a bit of a resurgence.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
I thought the boss overall recently over the patches was starting to get to the stage where she should be considered to be built magical, and I think the last patch was just the nail in the coffin. I think it was just a little bit too much of a change for her to be avoided. So I still don't have a great fit. Yeah, go.
Sorry, I was about to say my thing with her is that if you're playing at mid, you're still giving up a lot, you know, because when people were playing at mid, it was your win condition. You know, that's the hero that you look to play around the majority of the time. And you would pick, you know, a Monkey King or a Lifestealer or a Chaos Knight or, you know, these other heroes that are able to provide a little bit more of that initiation power. And Lena was your true, like, high ground sieger and everyone that you look to rally around. But these days, I don't think you can afford to do that, you know, just because the map's a little bit larger and, you know, outside of like a Timbersaw, a lot of these offlaners that are your big initiators don't really exist anymore.
That's true. So they would have to come to the supports to be your ways to start fights. Good call. We get the Wind Ranger for Supernova. And will be the
Offlane snap. Mid Legion Commander.
Interesting.
Into the Wind Ranger. I mean, I was going Supernova before the draft even started. Then the fact that they got second pick, I was all on board. And then opening up with a Timbersaw and Batrider and not having the Timbersaw directly countered by the Morphling, I was like, well, game's pretty much over. And now with the lanes, I'm kind of feeling even stronger towards that, right? The obviously, they've chosen to go this flex just because you can't lane the Legion Commander into the Monkey King in the safe lane. But the Snapfire, I don't think, is going to have too much of an easier time, right? Like, you've still got a stun, you've still got slows, you've still got ways to be able to catch him out. And I really don't think that, even though CXK, he's an amazing Rubik player, I still think it's his best hero by far. What is the, with that questionable look that you've got on your face?
Oh, you said it's a Wind Ranger mid, yeah?
No, it's
you
not
said?
actually. Off lane, yeah.
So
I
that's
assumed
why,
it was
because I
going
thought
to be, but
yeah.
maybe they've just
So,
flexed
I mean-
it after seeing Chosen One pick it.
Well, they don't get to see
don't
who
know,
goes
yeah,
where, though.
but,
Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. So, regardless, they're going to be right, though. Timber playing versus a Legion mid, you're going to be very comfortable in that matchup. So, you'll have a strength hero, of course, versus a Timber, which you excel on. And we'll see overall how it kind of... I am not a big fan of offlane Wind Ranger. I will say that. I think... I don't know. I'm just... The games I've seen her be played as a 3, it's been kind of lackluster. So we'll see at least how that one is able to shape out. But I do... I mean, I just think Supernova are a far superior, like a much better team to limit 0 and 6, and they've not looked very good at all, and they're taking 2 maps. So, I mean, that's definitely playing into my equations on who I think is going to win this game.
Mm-hmm. Tell us what you really think.
No, I mean, I think they should be able to win. That's what I think.
They should. I mean, it's a good Wind Ranger game. It's a great Timbersaw game. Batrider, busted hero, and you force them to go for something a little bit wonky. And with the Timbersaw, it's still a good, like, an anti-Legion Commander sort of matchup. So, yeah, what are you supposed to do? And who do you even get kills off the back of as well, right? Rubik, not high damage. Techies has a little bit, sure. But, you know, Timbersaw is one of those heroes that if you leave the lane, then Timber's just going to take your tower. So you're really losing a lot when you're looking to try and make any sort of these rotations. Chosen One needs to calm down right now. Just spamming that Q.
The battle begins.
I guess maybe early on
3 for 1
you can
trade.
use...
It's over.
It's over. Early on, you can use kisses. I mean, it's all right. So they're actually going to put the Snapfire mid. So Chosen One will run into the off lane, and we'll see. I mean, still, this should be a much more favorable matchup, but I still think, you know, Timber is a pretty stupid hero, so he should be able to get it whatever he wants out of this lane. But same with the Snapfire as well.
Yep. You just could not run the LC into this matchup. It would have been an absolute disaster. So, again, I really want to see CXK looking to prioritize making sure that that small camp is blocked. It is. And if he can look to start getting pulls off, give Chosen One a bit of an easier time in these early few levels, then that's obviously going to be a big positive point for them. Going to put a good amount of harass onto Chola early on.
Try harder.
I wonder what build we even get out of the Monkey King as well, because if we look back to the second tour, he was a very big Radiance fan on the Monkey King, which I hope not be the item choice for him in this game in particular, because he really didn't have a lot of success when they were giving him the Monkey.
No, definitely not. I mean, this is a lane that you should be just looking to crush, and have a look at his item build as well. He's going into the phase boots, so not a farming style build. He is getting active. You know, this is one of those drafts, again, that you're just looking to play around that Timbersaw as being the big win condition as much as possible. Even got the Orb of Venom queued up as well, looking to try and bully out this LC as much as possible. Make sure that the Rubik stays in this lane, as opposed to being able to build up any sort of stacks for Medusa to be able to take, or be able to secure some of these water runes, or eventually the power runes.
Does look like though, Monkey's having a bit more of a difficult time top. Was expecting him to CS much more than what he currently is, especially versus the Legion. So potentially just the spam of the odds and the Fade Bolt is proving to be a bit of an issue for him to get on top at the moment. But I'm sure we'll see that change once the levels are picked up and maybe some early start items as well.
I'm assuming that Supernova are just waiting for at least the Boots of Speed to come out here on the Monkey King so that they can look to confirm a lot of that damage output. Of course, you are going against a Legion Commander who's got plenty of attack movement speed, just base, and then he's got the overwhelming odds, of course, to be able to provide that attack speed, to be able to, you know, turn around and fight if necessary. But, you know, if you've just got a Monkey King that's got far more movement speed than you, it becomes a lot more challenging. Chola's just playing up in his face.
One more right click was all Chen needed to get the kill into the Techie's bottom lane. Might still, if he goes close to the sheep, I guess the Batrider's abilities are on cooldown though currently.
Is making space though for Chen to be able to yoink away that Wisdom Rune, and I was not expecting that in the top lane. Should be able to get a turnaround kill onto Chola, so brings himself up to level 3. 2 points in the Arcane Curse always feels kind of nice for that that slow that it provides, but I was really lauding CXK and his potential on this position for Rubik. If there's anyone that's going to be able to turn the tide, it's him. You know, he is the Timber Saw counter. All of that pure damage is going to be absolutely necessary if Limit have any chance of surviving the early parts of the mid game.
Maybe eventually we could look at a Snapfire with dealing with the Timber once you get like Silver's Edge and some right click damage, but really that is like third, fourth item and yeah, a while away. So yeah, like you said, really early on though, the attention needs to be put on CXK to be able to address Han, who's having a pretty good time. 18-1 compared to the 20-2. So both these two heroes, they're going to be able to find their farm. Like it's just, I don't imagine anything else is really going to stop that. I'm intrigued though on how they use the first Mortimer Kisses in particular. So is there something do you want to see them rotate mid to play with a Snapfire? Do you want to see him actually even consider about moving to a side lane once he gets his ulti?
It's going to depend on what power runes are available, right? Like if he's got the Arcane rune, obviously you want to be using it. You know, you probably expend a TP for that purpose, but if it's a haste rune, you can just quickly look to make that movement up. You know, get the quick dual kill off the back of the Mortimer's Kisses and just look to quickly retreat back to your lane, because again, you cannot leave this Timber Saw alone.
It's nice at least they're able to TP mid, refill the bottle out of the Snapfire.
He might be in a little bit of trouble here, you know, with the tech he's revealing in that mid lane. Just level 4 and hasn't gone for the TP just yet. Has plenty of magic one charges to be able to play around with, but looks like he'll be able to get back underneath the safety of the tower. Uses those one charges though. He's going to be playing defensively enough until Techies is able to get here, so nicely done by him.
Top lane?
Top side though,
they might be able to blow him up. Yeah, far out. All right, so the nukes are really starting to add up. They will get the return kill though with a spiteful blood grenade from afar. Cholo's level 4 on the silencer. No points in the glaives, but of course loving the extra golden experience that he's going to be playing with early on. But yeah, it's another death on to Winter's Monkey King.
Yeah, again, like he was losing a lot of these games whenever they picked up the Monkey King for him. And again, this is a matchup that you should be, like one of the few melee matchups that has a good time into the Legion Commander. I think big props need to be given over to Chosen One, not only just for being able to get on the better part of this matchup, but here's their mid lane. You know, to be able to go onto one of these side lanes and still be just as effective, if not more, than what you normally are, that's big props for him.
Bottom lane, bit of a dive on A. They got the Kisses, though, as reinforcement artillery. So raining down the Hellfire. Chola's going to try and TPR, but a quick cookie will stop him short. Very nicely done. And there's that rotation that we were potentially wanting to see with the level 6 and how he was wanting to use his ultimate as soon as he had it available. So very nicely done. It does mean, though, that Han shoves in mid lane.
Yeah.
So he's going to miss a full creep wave, and this tower is going to take a decent chunk of damage as well.
That's the big thing, but again, like, it's well worth it if you're just ensuring that this Medusa has a good game. You know, we were talking about who is going to be the biggest thing for the Medusa to have to deal with. It's Wind Ranger. You know, if she's able to get into that Diffusal Blade, you really look to rip through a lot of Medusa's survivability. But at this stage of the game, it's already an 1100 lead for the Medusa ahead of the Wind Ranger. So, you know, that really feels like the place that you want to be making that sort of rotation, especially because Chosen One, he doesn't have his duel yet. You know, there's no real point rotating towards the LC's lane.
It's like they're going to try and play mid, though. Is there another Blood Grenade? No, Chola doesn't have that picked up. But they feel like Khan is incredibly strong, and I don't blame him with the level 7 that he's got. Force the Snapfire to continue to play defensively. And this will also mean that Limit have to rotate an extra support mid, but does leave now Winter in a 1v1 versus Chosen One. We're already starting to see with the Monkey King be a little bit more favored once this occurs.
I mean, the power treads being completed, right? He's just got so much more damage output available. Almost level 6 as well. Probably not going to go for the Wukongs early on. A little bit more just into the trading aspect. I wouldn't even hate seeing him go like 1 point in the tree dance just for, again, 20% slow. If he wanted to put 2 points in it, I'd be very happy with that. Doubles the effectiveness. And well, we were talking about that rotation from Chola, but might have just been a little bit of a bait to get CXK to put himself out in harm's way.
Solo got solo killed.
All right.
Okay. And they were still able to get the kill into 6K, and they might even be able to get the techies as well. They're going to use the Kisses. Han, once he's able to close the distance, that Kisses isn't really going to be able to provide too much threat. So at least a decent chunk of damage has been dealt. So Nova going to be a bit cautious about continuing on as Cookie secures the kill, and Snap, they get a double. Chen's going to look to try and have his own impact in this mid lane. Should tick out to the silencer abilities, but Chen does stay around for too long. I got no idea what's going on mid lane, but it is a bloodbath.
It's just 8-man mid. You know, the only ones staying up top are the LC and the Monkey King. Of course, Monkey very, very happy with that output. I mean, despite the fact that the LC had a great time early on as we get another kill towards that middle part, Monkey's now got a 2-level advantage over the Legion Commander. It's about 1.5 in reality, but I mean, this is just what happens if it is a true solo matchup. When you don't have that CXK Rubik, really looking to try and manipulate the lane and get a lot of effectiveness out of that Fable. It just makes the trading so much easier as well, right? The damage reduction percentage.
What has he even got queued up? All right, Echo Saber. Might be Echo into Radiance. Still got to be cautious. Wary of that one.
It hasn't worked out well for him so far.
Is Chosen One maybe trying to bait because he's got the teammate behind him? Whenever those Jinku stacks are there, though, yeah, maybe there's no potential of a duel without the snap fight nearby.
1v2.
Yeah.
What we were scared of, and now if he makes a rotation back up top, TPing in, you already got Sheep hanging around if he did want to be able to go for that kill, but looks like he's just going to go back bottom. Of course, Medusa is the real concern for yourselves, and actually, speaking of Medusa, he's going to be the one that goes back top, so I wonder if Sheep's going to just go straight back inside of that Twin Gate, but instead, he's looking to take away some of that farm that Medusa might have been trying to pick up for herself. This is the thing that's crazy, even about the support Batrider. Clears out 3 camps as a support off the back of like a level 3 Firefly. Kind of nuts.
What's going on? Chen and Chosen One. Meanwhile, top lane, Monkey gets another solo kill. Now bottom, the action will continue. Stolen Boundless, it's not enough. It's just going to make them even angrier. Nova now wants some revenge, and they'll be able to find it as well. Even Hans here, why not join the party? There's 4 heroes down bot for Nova.
I'm going to need 1 point in the Glaives of Wisdom just to be able to get that in, stack it up, because it really does feel like Supernova could do whatever the hell they want in terms of just being able to pick off kills at all parts of the map. The most important thing, of course, is that Chen, he's just about 200 gold away from that Diffusal Blade. So he's just going to be basically locked on to this Medusa. You know, use the Batrider and yourself to be able to constantly interrupt any sort of TPs away that he might be trying to attempt and force, again, a lot more support defensive rotations. And while that's happening, if Monkey King's in a one-on-one against the Legion Commander, he's happy. And Timbersaw, if he gets time to farm, he's, you know, over the moon.
Going on top lane. little bit of
heroes.
posturing from either side. Does look like Sheep with the flame break's going to be able to push them further away from Chola. Man, they're even trying to blast off to close the distance, but Chola just steps to the left. And now there is even a potential of a lasso drag back. It does get stolen. Eyes on CXK, great disengage as well. They're going to get them out of the Wukongs. Global Silence might be able to buy some time, but still with the Monkey King's in a lot of danger. He's praying he can get the Jingu stacks. But the spell casting was pretty on point there for Limit to help them get the double kill.
Yeah, a little bit messy as well, right? It was again, we just see the impact of the silencer as well into not only the Rubik but to be able to interrupt the Mortimer's kisses, but the damage had been done. Actually looking to focus in onto Chosen One on this with the freshly picked up Diffusal Blade. Not able to secure the kill though. So still, level 1 focus fire, still quite a long cooldown on that. So really won't be providing too much of a threat towards this Medusa, so she's just going to be able to go back. Not too many stacks built up for either side, to be honest, which I'm a little surprised about. Timbersaw, Bat Rider, Medusa, 3 heroes that are absolutely amazing at being able to take it, and they're basically making stacks for themselves at this point.
It was a bit of a messy chase down, but another kill they'll get.
With a shield rune, like he needed more survivability.
At least you've got your Medusa that's getting a lot of farm at the moment. He's top of the net worth. Going to be working on the Manta style next as well. So is doing a very good job, but it's just a question of the rest of the team, can they follow her up to the top of the graph? Because currently Chosen One's struggling. Stat fight doesn't matter. He's got Buta traveling almost Atos. Sheep runs at the tech. He's just praying he can close the distance, but not going to be able to here with the snap.
The old Tumblr's toy doing him a favor there. It's all about the Medusa, right? We don't have any dual damage so far at the 14-minute mark. Not really what you want to see. They're actually even going to be standing underneath that. They seem to think that they've got vision up on that high ground, but
yeah,
no,
how did he see?
LC, I think, was just giving him vision. It is daytime.
Yes. Yeah, I thought he was behind. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I suppose that's the only other way, so.
No, please, A, take the Wisdom Rune. You're the Medusa. You're the one that needs to be scaling here. Again, Wisdom Rune PTSD is, well, should be able to get a solo kill down here with the Rain Ranger. Once again, having to use the focus fire, but I'm guessing that Chen just wants to be able to pick off kills whenever he can, get into that Atos, and then once he's got level 12, that's really Medusa focus time. Got to make sure that you're not hindering your own net worth progression all that much. In the meantime, relishing this time on his own. He's starting the build towards, I wonder what he's going for. Is this going to be a Dragonlance Hurricane Pike that A is looking to go for? He's actually going to Fusel himself. Okay. Standard fight against the Timber, I guess? Keep the... use the inhibit onto the Wind Ranger to stop it chasing you.
Rubik. Got a decent amount of movement speed to get potentially out of danger. They knocked the monkey from his perch. And the damage is starting to... It's a point back use of the globs, though. They even got Global as well to cancel that, so... Supernova, they'll find a second hunt. He should be able to catch up to CXK as well. At least gets the Wisdom Rune before he dies, but somehow Chola's rewarded with the kill. He still have the Stone Gaze if he needs to use it defensively. Chosen One's even going to TP in as well.
They don't have the
It might
damage.
be a
Maybe for
threat of the
Chola.
Jewel onto Chola. Can Han actually be able to blow him up beforehand? It's not going to be. All right, you get your Jewel victory. First one of the game. Mr. Chosen One.
Really does feel... Oh no, there's just a free kill for Chosen onto Chosen One. Again, just having even more trouble here and trying to go for the retreat here is A. They've got the Boundless Strike available to be able to chase him, and this should be a dead Medusa. Oh, nice use
Nice
there.
blast off.
Nice
The
stolen Boundless.
Not going to be enough by the looks of it. Chen, it just beelines towards the Medusa, even behind the tower, knows his job, and accomplishes it with ease. So there will be a trade of the Monkey King's life, but nonetheless, you are able to slow down the real big win condition on a limit.
Just straight up buys the Atos as well, off the back of his involvement in all of those previous fights. Going into the Glipnir, again, it's just going to provide you with a lot of with a lot of extra control. You know, that's really all that the Batrider, Timbersaw, and Monkey King want, right? Fighting around these relatively enclosed areas. Sure, you've got the mobility tools at your disposal, but, you know, if you could just stand in a certain area, have that chakram going, that's going to be a nice little bonus for them too.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
They are starting to pivot over towards top. Looks like Winter's trying to catch up to the Snapfire. We'll be able to close the distance. And Sheep's even going to blink over as well. So this lasso should be able to set up for all the Jingus they need. And they're even cutting off the extra reinforcements as well. CXK is going to try and do whatever he can, but here comes Han to intercept the Rubik. And he can only delay his own death. Nothing else he can really do as 4 heroes from Nova surround him underwards the tier 2 tower.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
What's he got now on Han? He's got Octarine Core available. He's even got the Vampire effects as well, so even harder to be able to take out this Timbersaw. Again, it really just does all fall onto A. So the fact that he was able to take that tier 1 tower bit, it's good. You know, he's going to be able to still be a little bit annoying with these Deucer illusions, constantly keeping the mid lane shoved in, forcing people to go back to try and respond to it, because they don't even have anyone that's going to go like, you know, Boots of Travel, or you don't have a Kunkka with X Marks or Ember Spirit with the Remnant to be able to get back and quickly defend a tower. So that's a plus side, I suppose, to try and draw this game out. But again, this is 18 minutes in. They've only got one dual victory, but yeah, it is a big kill that they're able to get, and look who they get it on as well.
All right. He's able to get a little bit closer towards the Scotty with that freshly completed defusal.
Oh, it's a little bit off the mark there with his Wukongs. He cast it to the right-hand side, so he was just able to walk on away on the old Snapfire, and well, diving under a tier 2 tower is no issue for a Timber.
None at all, but they do also catch out Sheep at their own triangle. So they're going to be able to reclaim this area with a couple of bombs and a ward placed. They still have a pretty good cliff ward, though, for Dio. Does look like they should get rid of it now, though. Overall, net worth lead is growing, though, for Supernova. It's up to 5,000. But they are keeping this Deucer very, very farmed. But the only thing is it really looks like the rest of the cores aren't keeping up in farm, which is a bit of a concern, especially for Legion, because this hero does not scale well if you are this far behind already.
Even the Snapfire is starting to fall behind, right? We see the effectiveness of that global silence. We see the effectiveness of 3 heroes, 4, honestly, with great mobility, just to be able to get on top of this hero and look to take her out. And, I mean, Medusa wants to be farming right now. You cannot be frontlining. You aren't all that tanky with the Diffusal Blade being picked up before the Skadi.
Oh, no way. Why not just pop this, get confirmation? I know you did know they were there with the mines, so you know, he sacrifices his life and lets the boys know that hey, they're inside our own triangle. Let's play accordingly. Did they see CXK? I think they did up top. I'm going to try and TP out, and he'll make it.
He'll be able to. Monkey's even got a Diffusal Blade as well, something that I don't think we've touched on. So again, another Deucer answer. Just another thing as well that's going to, again, keep people inside of the Wukongs, allow the Timbersaw's spells to be able to go off more effectively. Even just keeping people in Firefly is going to be very impactful as well. So, really, everything's going to synergize together. Han is, or was, holding on to a lot of gold as he starts towards the purchase of that Kaya Sange. So his damage output is really ramping up off of that Kaya being finished up, and they can just look to push in here.
Oh, mid lane. Nice press attack. That was an instant use. The Flame Break's still going to push him inside the Wukongs. This is a heavy commitment on round 1. And they've been able to disrupt that attempt, so maybe Limit can turn this back around. Going to try and turn to Sheep and use everything they can for the Batrider. Now Chola as well has got globs raining down on him. He should tick out with another snake as well. They'll get the double kill, but Winterfell's strong enough to jump in. He's got no boys, though.
Now he does.
And without any boys, well, they'll finally do it. It's a lot of lifesteal. It's a lot of lifesteal. Oh, my God, no way. Winter lives. Deucer's able to purge off the Atos, but they are going on a hunt. And
Goodbye,
Deucer
Mana.
is the grand prize. Give the man the rampage because he deserves it.
This is what I was worried about from the very beginning, right? This Timbersaw, first phased, no answer to it. You know, lots of physical damage that you've got coming through. Snapfire again.
All right.
You can do okay.
Radiant's middle tower is
Well.
under attack.
See you later, nerds. Oh,
All
that's a
right,
rough
LD,
voice line.
calm down, LD. He's just giving him the salt in the wound and twisting the knife at the end there as a big smile on Hard's face. Very justified, right? He's able to end the game with the big flashy plays, and yeah, this felt like a big draft issue for mine. You know, if you're just going to not counter out that Timbersaw outside of the Rubik, and they picked the Rubik into the Silencer just because they were like, well, what's left? You know, what can we even do against all of this? It really felt like they didn't have too many options, and this pretty much went as expected, with the exception of the laning stage. We have to say that especially that top lane, I was impressed by what CXK was able to do to enable Chosen One on, again, a lane that isn't his regular role, to be able to honestly equal and even come out ahead of that Monkey King. But you saw as soon as that Timbersaw was just starting to get a little bit too out of control and the Rubik was forced away from that lane, they just took over. You know, Winter very, very happy to have a one-on-one matchup.
I wonder, like, I mean, you mentioned the lanes in that shining spot. I think another one is just the Deucer for limit. I mean, 7, 3, and 4, besides the kills, I think I liked how involved he was starting to get in some of those fights. So I have seen them run it in the past as well with some of the games I've just caught on stream. So I wouldn't be surprised if they just want to put a little bit more priority on it heading into the next game, which they did first phase this game, but just to have some confidence, something that their carry looked good on. But there's not much to say. I mean, this game definitely wasn't over, but they felt like it was, and they were, still Supernova was starting to get a lead, and they just wanted to give him a godlike streak, and then pat the back and say well done, and then let's see what we can do in the next game. Yeah, there you go, get the rampage.
I know you don't really like this Legion Commander hero. I still think it's a good hero overall, but
a good hero?
Yes, I think it's a good hero in the right game, and this was not the right game for it. You know, you pick a Legion Commander into like a Timbersaw Batrider, you take away the potential to throw this LC mid because it's against a Timbersaw, and you are trying to like counter an enemy's support, which I don't think you could give up a core to counter a support. You know, it really just doesn't feel like it makes a lot of sense to me, and you just leave yourselves open. Again, they didn't have second pick, so they never had the chance to be able to ban out some of these big lane counters to it. So it really just felt like Chosen One didn't have any choices like that to be able to play with. He just couldn't go mid, he couldn't go off lane or have any sustained success off the back of whichever decision he went for.
Han MVP?
Yep.
Sure. All right. Han MVP, well done. Very good Timber performance. Said you felt like it was going to be
game.
Yeah, there was going to be a very difficult hill to climb with how you're going to be able to address Han, and we saw he was able to get the rampage as well with that final fight. So very nicely done. Supernova able to take it in 21 minutes, and it was lanes were fine, but it started to get very impressive once we were able to see some of the supports rotate as well. So let's see what we have in store for us for next game. Like we said, this is not a series that is ever too vital to the standings limit. They're already relegated. Supernova, they're already sticking around in Division 2. With the win, it would just mean they'd be playing 5th and 6th tiebreaker. So I'm sure they'd like that to get some extra money into their bags.
I'm not sure what that would mean in terms of... It probably still wouldn't put them upper bracket in terms of like TI quals, just because China does have a lot of points spread around, a lot of different teams. But, who knows? Maybe if LGD and Asta are able to qualify, and I mean, who knows? I'm kind of discounting IG as well, but maybe they go on some sort of miracle run at the Bali Major as well.
Sure.
So maybe 5th is enough to be able to get that 8th spot and secure the double chance when TI qualifiers come around.
Which is very important. So we're not quite sure how that would work out, but still look for the 5th place potentially with those. If they do get to the tiebreakers, of course, they still need to take this series, and that's where we look towards for Game 2. All our attention on the next game. Is Supernova going to be able to take it in 2-0 fashion, or can Limit send us to a Game 3? We'll find out after the break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Supernova with a game advantage in our second series of the night. Let's see what Limit have in store for us heading into this next game. Denog, you were saying that you were hoping to see maybe some a second pick overall for the boys on Limit to potentially help their chances in the draft and then overall in the game as well, as you feel like that is an easy way to play Dota. And what do you know? They've got second pick, so we'll see what the response is going to be from them.
And I'm sure CXK is going, damn it, they took my Rubik. What am I meant to do now? But, I mean, it does leave a lot of great heroes still left in the pool, right? That you could... I mean, can you go Beastmaster? I guess you can, right? Because you've got a Batrider to be able to make the initiations onto the Rubik if you do. Of course, lots of great steals for Rubik to be able to steal, but if you're just food at the start of a lot of these fights, it really doesn't factor into the equation. So this is a really solid start to the draft by Limit. I like it a lot. Batrider, very flexible too. What do you even look to lane into this? Like, do you just Terrorblade now? But again, with a Batrider, doesn't feel great. And against the Beastmaster, that's not amazing either. You could just get crushed in the lane if you do that.
Morph, Timber options, but then if they Timber, you could put the Batrider as a core. They're going to get Ember, so that's another hero that they feel very comfortable on. I mean, can play it on Han, can play it on Winter. So...
It's been a while since we've seen the POS 1 Ember, hasn't it? Like, it was basically like their first 1 or 2 series of the tour.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they picked it up in some of the series that we have seen. That was a big reason why they were able to have some success in the previous tour, was they were kind of they were having difficulty finding their footing, but then, you know, they started to play with this Ember pick and they started to have a little bit more success.
So what do you think the response is going to be to this Ember Spirit? Because I think you can get away with going something like can you pick a Monkey King first out of this phase? If it's run mid, just run the Monkey mid. If it's run in the safe lane, you could probably flex the Monkey to be like a 3 or potentially a 4. Sure, it would mean that the Rubik's a 5, and that's not amazing against like a Beastmaster Batrider, but you know, if Batrider's trying to dive you, at least you've got the telekinesis to be able to push him back. They do ban out some of the other real lane stompers of this Ember Spirit. This feels like they are angling towards it being a mid lane Ember Spirit. But who knows? Maybe it's mind games.
True. What do you think about all those crazy mind games? Limit, they're going to go down the silencer route. So
there's nothing I don't like about Limit's draft right now.
No. It's a lot of BKB piercing control, which is always very, very important. It's stable, like nothing crazy. You've got some flex with the Batrider, which is nice. I mean, the silence is just a good overall support. And you will have maybe some difficulties with some basic stuns. So we'll see how that is able to come into play or not. But it doesn't seem like anything at the moment with their 3 heroes on Limit is like crazy punishable.
Wonder if Supernova go like a Magnus here. You know, just someone that does want to build into or can build into a Manta style against that global silence that can, you know, go into like a Blink Dagger sort of style. They go Lycan instead. Okay. I mean, it is one of these heroes that we have seen make a lot of scaling happen. And again, you are one of those heroes that either just, as long as you get off your shapeshift, you don't care if you're getting global silenced, or you could just look to buy the Manta style anyway. You're a universal hero, so why not?
Seconds remaining.
No Deuce for you to pick into the Lycan. And so you're kind of needing a Bloodseeker as well. What'd you say?
Sven.
Sven, yes. Like the Sven had a lot of success in the previous series, so I would have kind of said Deuce or Bloodseeker as a Lycan response if you're going for your carry, but you do not have that, so I like the Sven.
I mean, it could... No, it's probably not a 1 Lycan. More likely to be off lane. But I still really like the Magnus idea, man. Like, if you've got a telekinesis into Skewer, there's some kill threat in the lane. If you're playing with an Ember Spirit and a Lycan as well, I mean, how's Timbersaw been able to last this long into the draft? I don't know. But yeah, I mean, again, I mentioned why Magnus is good because of buffing up a lot of this melee physical damage. What hero is good against melee physical heroes? It's Timber. Like, this Limit draft is by far better, in my opinion, than what Supernova's is right now.
Why? What makes it better? Besides just you see broken heroes in Timber, Beast, and Bat.
Radiant team ban.
They also have 3 BKB piercing things, so you know, like you not necessarily wanting to go BKB, but you have to against a Timber Saw because you know a lot of the Timber counters have been banned out, whether that be the Morphling, a little bit of the magic damage coming through from the Primal Beast, even just like Shadow Fiend Requiem would have been very effective against it, and you know, Faceless Void, that's a good counter. Bloodseeker can be a decent counter. Slark, if you get Diffusal, it's okay against it. So I really like Limit's draft relative to what Supernova have.
10 seconds remaining.
There's a response now. Looking for the Winter Hero.
Templar Assassin.
It'll be Templar Assassin. All right. So you just try and end the game pretty early. Looks like for Supernova potentially. I mean, you got the TA to help you take objectives, the Lycan as well. Look for an early Roshan and just try and walk down a couple lanes.
Also, what
Flex
this
as
does
well.
is the flex. That's what I like. It doesn't reveal that this Ember Spirit is going to be mid and could get crushed by the Timber Saw. You know, you run the TA mid, it's fine. Of course, when you get the Chakram on the Timber Saw, it becomes a completely different story. But up until that point, TA should be able to do just fine, both with the meld as well as the side blades being able to do that pure damage over to the Timber Saw. So I really like this this TA pickup. It's by far the best part of Supernova's draft. So, Veno or Viper?
Need a 1.
Veno or Viper?
Yeah, okay. Next.
That's all I want. Maybe they can't Underlord. Could they Underlord mid and then do like Timbersaw 1?
Come on. What are you saying? They need a 1. They need a hard, they need a proper 1.
Timber can be a 1.
Bat.
Universal Hero. Wow, he called me my real name. That's when I know it's looking hard. I mean, I did call this Sven earlier, to be fair. I'm just trying to, you know, think outside the box.
I mean, You did. I get it, but man, you were saying some interesting suggestions.
Am
but
I adding anything to the conversation by just saying Sven? No, you got to throw out different options.
Yeah, but there were not good options. But you know, look, you still got it right, and I still have to praise you. I can't.
That's right.
I can't say too much crap when you did say the Sven pick. So congratulations. But what did you like with the Sven before we saw the TA? Because you didn't mention it when you saw TA. So before that hero, what did you like about it?
I mean, his high armor against a physical damage lineup feels pretty solid, right? You're able to also just add another stun as well to be able to deal with the Lycan when he's looking to roam around. Again, you're not really one of these heroes that likes to build into the BKB, especially, again, against the Lasso, against the Primal Roar, against... you kind of need to do it against the Global Silence, but you absolutely need to do it against the Timbersaw, because I really feel like Chosen One is still set up to have a pretty good game, but I think Han should be able to get just enough out of this lane, and it's really just going to be about who finds the initiation. You know, it is favoring Limit at this point in time, just because they've got a Bat Rider to be able to get that lasso off. They've got the Beastmaster Hawk to be able to provide them information. But, you know, you've still got TA Trap to be able to play around with. You've still got this potential Searing Chains into arrow combinations. So the skill requirement is probably a little bit higher for Supernova, but they've got that skill to be able to make it happen.
Yeah. We'll see if that skill is able to be output in this game, though. That's really going to be the ultimate question for Supernova. It is going to be also the Ember Spirit played in the safe lane. So like we said, there's the flex. The flex will come out and haunt in the Timber, which we have seen so far a couple times, and this is definitely a playable matchup for the TA. In fact, I mean, it's a pretty good matchup. I'm a big fan of the level 1 meld versus Timber, and you just use it multiple times inside the lane early on. Now, it can get very difficult once Chosen One is able to play with the Chakram, though. That is when this lane gets a little bit more Timber favored, but until then, Han will have a great time.
You know, you could just go back towards the ancient camps that you would hope that Sheep has been stacking up for you at that time. And they've got a lot of minus armor as well. I mean, they're going for an Orb of Corrosion on the Ember, of course, TA, Meld into the Deso. You've got Howl as well. Really is some heroes that can get wiped out if you find that initiation. I'm interested to see what Winter's skill build is going to be as well into this lane. Like, it's a lot of magical damage that you have to deal with. It's an early point in the chains to maybe get this first blood, and they'll get it.
Wait, did you favor Dial?
Patrolling. I favor their draft by far, but I favor Supernova as what's able to perform. Like the draft on its own, if these were two even teams, I would probably say it's like 70-30 in favor of Dire. But in terms of what they're actually able to do performance-wise, I'm going to give it like, I don't know, 60-40 to Supernova. I don't think it's going to be a 21-minute GG. I'll say that.
I think it will be. Maybe not 21. I think it's going to be 27. I think. Also, what you're saying is like really something I'm considering. Which just I really think Nova are a much better team than Limit. Like that's also the big thing. But I feel like how Nova's lineup works is you're just going to play around the back of early Roshan, which should be super easy. And then I don't really see a way they defend early towers besides the Timber. Right, so Timber should have a good game,
right.
But say that again, Sven?
Sven could show up and help defend.
He is, but I think they're going to take a lot of his map at the early stage, so he might not have as much farm as what's required out of him to show up. And he's more of a cooldown reliant hero, whereas I think Radiant, you're not relying on anything. You've got chains to set up for Arrow, eventually the Rubik can do that, and you're going to be able to get Aegis pretty early on and just go tower to tower and then limit the farm that Limit could get.
I'd say you're a little reliant on Shapeshift. I mean, it is a positive that it's got now 15 seconds less downtime than what it used to, so that's obviously a big plus. As topside, Sheep's putting himself into harm's way a little bit. Can't go too far forward, especially once these level 2s start to come out. I would imagine it's going to be a point in the war cry as well, just to enable the Silencer to play a little bit more harassy. You can see he's still holding on to the Blood Grenade as well on him. So once you get that last word Arcane Curse combination, Sheep can absolutely die.
I'm kind of surprised Chen's not getting as much in this lane. Only 4 last hits. I guess A isn't as well.
There's been a lot of harass going on from both teams. Just think, man, Han is really on point with these side blades in the mid lane. Just going a 1-1-1 build, of course, to make sure that the Timber isn't able to deal a lot of damage. You brought him quite low early on, but ever since then, even just the 1 point in the refraction should be enough for him to be able to sustain. And it's really just about looking to amplify a lot of the consistent damage that you're able to output onto Chosen One.
In regards to the Lycan build, as he's almost getting a kill on A, what are we hoping the build's going to be for Chen? Because it seems like there's a little bit... People aren't confirmed with what the right build is for him at the moment. I mean, the nice thing is he has versatility. Like, you can go Helm of the Overlord, or you can maybe go like this right-click Echo Saber crazy build is where we're going to see him get involved for a kill. Rubik will get the Arcane Curse proc out as soon as he uses a spell, and it actually means he doesn't get the kill onto the Silencer in the end. But this game in particular, what are we hoping the build's going to be for Chen?
I think, a couple braces is totally fine. I want to see him go into just the Harpoon. I think it's going to be important for them to be able to provide a little bit of extra control, especially because you're going to have things like the War Cry and the Timber Chain, making it a little bit harder to be able to lock on to a few of these heroes. That is one area of Supernova's draft that is a little bit lacking, is their actual, control. You've got chains into Arrow and, I guess, telekinesis, but beyond that, nothing really. So, even just the Harpoon for that little bit of extra ability to stick onto someone, and the 1 second movement slow off the back of the Echo Saber, it's going to provide them at least a little bit more potential to be able to find that target, pick them off, and like you said, they've got a really good draft at just being able to swarm over an objective.
Bottom lane. CSK's in some danger with a leap over the top. They're able to get the kill onto the support Batrider. They might look at the Beastmaster next as well, with another combo up shortly from the Ember. Won't even need it. Right clicks are enough, and now this is the Orb of Corrosion completed for Winter, so this lane gets a little bit more difficult.
It's even got Boots of Speed available to come out to him as well.
Is Chosen One dead? Oh, she was wanting to get the Winter Rune instead. I was going to say, he's still going to try and dish out some of the damage. Telekinesis has already been used though, so Han's not going to be able to close the distance.
Movement speed on Han. Got to be careful with Sheep. I guess he's only level 2. No 2 points in the Fade Bolt. To be able to potentially put a little bit of extra threat there. But again, this is a time where you don't get any value out of the Timber Chain, but against the TA, if they're a good TA player, which Han absolutely is, those side blades are just able to rip through your armor. You can go 2 points reactive, and it's not necessarily going to save you.
All right. And now top lane as well. Sven's alone. He's already used the stun. And they're going to be able to chase him down. Ooh, maybe the Arcane Curse though. Okay, 2 points up in it. There's enough to be able to hold Nova back. So he keeps his carry alive, but his carry has 0 resources to play with. So has to make a trip all the way back to base.
I mean, he's, again, like, this is another lane that's gone quite well for A. He's always really good in the early stages of the laning, just to be able to pick up a lot of that, those last hits. He's a really good mechanical laning carry as bot lane.
Oh, nice rotation actually through the rift from the Silencer. Should result in a trade. So it's not the worst in the end. You get the 1-for-1. Alright, is going to be rewarded with the kill as well. So this is definitely support that can use the gold quite well.
Wonder is Silencer just going to look to stick around here? You know, maybe he doesn't have an Observer Ward right now. I'm sure he would love to place it up onto that high ground. Could look to just pull the lane back a little bit, just so that when the Ember Spirit does come back, I mean, again, he's just level 5, and they've used the arrow already onto the Beastmaster. So if they can get another quick kill onto the Ember, that would be huge. Should be able to, maybe.
Where are the boys?
Slow. It's just not enough. Thinking maybe you might man up a little bit more.
Alright, nice kill. Cuts him down. So, a bit of a freebie there from Chosen One, which was much needed, considering that previous death that he had in the mid lane. I mean, Han is still having an exceptional time on the Templar Assassin, second in net worth, but a 400 net worth advantage over the Timber.
You're happy to be second in net worth if you're Ember's first. I mean, he's 4-1 at this point. The one death on Winter really not hindering him all that much at all. And even just have a look at his item build, right? Like, he's going into the magic damage. He realizes the impact of a lot of this high armor that it's going to have. Of course, Maelstrom, it's nothing crazy for an Ember Spirit to get, but even just the Yule Scepter to be able to provide a little bit more of that survivability. Great counter towards the... Oh.
A little bit awkward. The creeps are kind of blocking the arrows, so Chola still has yet to find an angle. Now has to toss it out defensively, but CXK should be able to chase Winter down, gets the kill. And will be a return though, but won't even be a return kill unless somehow Sheep is able to snipe him. A little bit awkward where he escapes though. He sees the Rubik on the creep wave. Unfortunately, we'll still run into him nonetheless. But this Ember's having some difficulty now. I mean, he's still top net worth, but all the attention that we're starting to see down bottom means that Sven is catching up with the 3 points in the cleave.
Absolutely. You know, the 1 point in the Warcry was totally enough just for him to be able to sustain away from the Lycan. They even get a kill solo, though, onto Chosen One. And yeah, this is the power of the TA, right? You go into the wrong spot, 2 points in the meld. He's even just got a value Blightstone coming out from Han. I love it. You know, it means that you're kind of forced to stay in this lane, and this really isn't where the Timber wants to be. Otherwise, TA is just going to look to take your tower. And the big downside from Limit is that this is the first stack that they've been able to start to make up to be able to buff up. I mean, they've got 3 cores that really love to take stacks, so I'm a little surprised that it's taken them this long to get to this stage.
And I look at Chen's positioning as well in the Lycan, just teetering on the edge of this mid lane. Ready to go, Tread's shapeshift hasn't been used just yet. Will poke himself out now. They might just go for the Batrider instead. Seems like a far easier kill. But it is over to the right side, which means that Limit have some extra heroes to potentially play with. So maybe they'll just look to target down the Silencer. But Timber eats the arrow, swallows it whole, but it means his health pool will evaporate shortly afterwards. A double kill into the tier 1 Nova go.
Man, even Chola's looking to kind of scout out. Do they have any sort of stacks picked up? Do we need to take them away? Of course, they've got one of the better heroes at doing it in Han on his Templar Assassin. So, you know, maybe just looking to stack it up themselves, perhaps? Look to make a bit of an invasion happen here. They've got decent enough wisdom. Sorry, they've got the Watcher control. They're setting up a bit of vision around. So they might be able to just check whenever Beastmaster comes back to try and pick this one up. But you know what? They just say, screw it. Let's yoink it away right now.
Yummy, yummy. Oh, bottom lane. Gonna dive deep behind the tier 1 tower and tier 2. The kill into the Silencer. They might even look at the Beastmaster. Yeah. Look at the aggressive glyph. They've got the creep wave to be able to continue to take the tower. And he's got some stick charges to be able to give him enough mana as well. And now with Han showing up, this is going to be a difficult feat. Even Batrider's going to TP down. Nova going to be pretty cautious now. Extra numbers starting to funnel in. Even Silencer to join. But there's going to be no damage follow-up. There's finally some extra spells will be cast from Timber. Should be enough to be able to potentially get the kill onto Han. Refraction's going to be reapplied, but it seems like there is no escape for the Templar Assassin.
See the impact of the Timber with the Chakra, right? When he's got that available, they even are able to de-ward that Observer that they had set up just to be able to scout out. Do they have vision on all sides of this? And even, I mean, look at this. Great sentry placement coming through from the Silencer, getting him a lot of that solo XP, bringing him up to the level 6 mark, despite, not having the greatest start to the game. Love the Parvis built up from himself as well. Gets all this physical damage. Going to be very, very useful for him to be able to pick that up. I really wouldn't hate seeing him go like Solar Crest after that for the Silencer. Just buff up your Sven as much as you can, or even just provide that little bit of extra armor onto whoever gets engaged on. They got to make sure that they take these stacks, though. There's not much remaining of them, but can't let the TA just look to invade, yoink it away with complete freedom.
She's getting that freedom, though.
So is A, though.
Yes, good point. So is A. So Echo Saber almost completed. And
got the most busted tier 1 item for a carry that has any sort of lifesteal, keeping themselves above half HP. Just free 18 damage, why not?
Bottom lane. Battle breaking up. Roar is at the ready. Pretty nice spell casting from Winter, though. He's able to get out of dodge. Meanwhile, top lane, Chosen One is getting chased down as well. Chen with the use of the shapeshift. They've even got a stolen ability of the Timber, but yeah, we see what can happen. They're going to now respect him. Like, the power of the Timber is still there, even though he's got 3 deaths.
Stun coming out. Is Chosen One going to invade onto this? The communication just wasn't quite there. They're
coming through the rift.
That was cheap, going in very, very deep here as the arrow just going to miss.
Now with the TPs coming out, they're going to be cautious. She's going to put everyone in a bit of a compromised position. Chen's going to hope that he can evade this 6k Batrider. Meanwhile, Chol is even going to try and go through the rift. Will be successful. And now 6k...
Maybe just the communication's not there. They don't know if they've got lasso or not.
So if he keeps getting the cripple from the wolves, he might be able to just outrun him. Needs the boys. One TP's going to come through. Now you've got Han as well, and they've gone way too far. And then going to condemn them for that attempt as well. Chen rewarded with a kill, so gets some revenge on the Batrider for chasing him for such a long distance.
Mm-hmm. It's all a bait. Great bait, mate.
Do you say the rest? Okay. We'll stop there.
Waiting for it. No, never will.
No. What? All right, we'll finish it off then.
No, I refuse.
Right. Never will.
I mean, it really feels like Limit. I want to give props to CXK. Like, he did go very deep there, but he is playing a very selfless game, I would have to say. Man, they still are just yoinking away so many of these neutral creeps that I feel like Limit Gaming should be claiming. They finally are going to be able to on this Timbersaw. But CXK, there has been like 3 or so separate times that he's made, like, I'm just going to call them suicidal, movements where he's just looking to go in and take away a lot of the information that they have to play around. Like, he's playing distraction Dota right now, just to enable the Beastmaster to be able to get a few of these stacks for himself to try and recover his game. Same sort of thing with the Timbersaw, same sort of thing happening up top with the Sven. Was not able to claim the kills, but this is what you want. It's just that the cores need to use that space that you're making for them, and right now they haven't been the most efficient at doing that.
Do you like that Nova aren't putting more resources towards this tier 1 tower top? Because at the moment it seems like you're putting a lot more attention on the triangle instead of bringing more heroes to potentially take the tower.
I think early on it's very important to make sure that you're taking the triangle away, especially if you've got vision like they do off the back of these traps.
Timber? Okay, just chained a bit too far, and Chol at level 10 has a stupid amount of damage already on the Mirana.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty. the thing I was looking to say was I think it's important to take that away because that's going to take away their early game scaling. That's going to make sure that you've got this early net worth lead off the back of the lanes going far better for them. But it's really only important to put a little bit more emphasis onto this tier 1 tower top at like 15 minutes or maybe like 14 and a half, kind of like right now, because that's when Roshan is going to move up towards the top side of the map, and TA's got Desolator coming out to her as well, and it's connected with the mech timing as well on Chola. So this really does feel like Nova's timing to be able to move on forward and, you know, yoink away something super valuable. Even got a haste rune as well for Han to be able to play around with, so he can afford to be, you know, just farming away and then quickly look to join the rest of the team very, very quickly.
Yeah,
Even as soon as it turns nighttime, right, they cast the Howl on Chen, making sure that a lot of these waves are just pushing out naturally. Gives yourself a position to potentially go for that Roshan attempt, or, you know, force someone to potentially TP down towards the bottom side of the map. And as soon as they see someone commit with that sort of movement, they're right, all right, flick the switch, let's go top. I think Chen has that harpoon coming out to him now as well, so even more catch they're going to be able to pick off. CXK, he's about to die here, unfortunately. Just gets one shot, yeah. Power of the Deso and the Howl.
I like this. Like I said, obviously now there feels like more importance to be here with Roche being top lane as well. They can get it now if they want to, and just deal the wave. And,
I thought
I mean, you
TA
still
might have hit the
Winter
wave,
is
but...
raw down bottom. Sven's gonna reveal the blink as well. Oh my lord, he just gets away. Ever so close to them blowing him up.
I wonder if they didn't see the Yules being used as well. So, I mean, if he gets caught again, they'll be able to pop that Global Silence and be able to take him out. Let's look at Chola. I mean, they're just making distraction plays happen. All you need is the TA and the Lycan to be able to take out this Roshan. And
lasso as well. Good. This time he steps a bit too far. With CXK nearby to use the lasso, they'll turn it into a kill onto Sheep as well.
A little bit of a misplay coming through there. You know, you used your Scepter. You knew that they had the Global Silence available. Yes, you had teammates backing you up, but if they're not contesting Roshan, they're going to be hanging around. So a kill given up for free was over to both kills, actually, going over to this Sven, who's still top of the net worth despite everything that's going on, and he gets the tower kill. So I'm really liking the way that Limit were able to navigate that. But again, it kind of feels like it came off the back of just extending a little bit too far with Winter on the Ember Spirit.
So we've spoken a lot about the timings on Supernova, especially with kind of them, you know, nighttime taking the tier 1, then going to Roche. What are we hoping they get out of this next 4 minutes, though? Do they want to try and go straight away, or are they still kind of close to some items where maybe they farm this one out until then?
I mean, off the back of the Roche kill, I think Hans just got his Blink Dagger, I believe, coming out to him. So they just want that quick pick-off. Again, like, you've got the Harpoon to enable it. You've got, maybe Lycan wants that Manta style, which now he's working towards to be able to counter out the Global Silence. Maybe as well, you just want to finish up at least the Sange on Winter, so that if he does get Global Silence, it's going to have a little bit less duration off the back of the status resistance.
Maybe they're going to bait Winter. The Hawk is giving them so much information, though. Gonna have the last sort of follow up. Blink's still cooldown to the moment, but there we go. Chain control is out. But can they be able to avenge his own life as Han and Chen's gonna be in? Oh my god, the damage from Chosen One! Oh, the arrow just a bit too late to get the timber. They will still find 3.
Lincoln one.
Shen's gonna be able to chase down CXK. Harpoon drags him back into the claws that slash away his health. And again, another death onto Winter, but it feels like he's definitely fulfilling his role. Just dangling his life, being a bait. The team comes in to clean up.
But you see what Han's able to do, right? Just with that Blink Dagger. He's just been farming up away. He gets up a quick kill that he probably wasn't expected to. And now he can just look to claim out your side of the map. You know, Sven, they still haven't claimed this double Ancient stack. So he's like, thank you very much. I'll look to yoink that one away. Continue to keep up with the Sven that hasn't been anywhere near as involved in a lot of these team fights as I have. And then still be in a position to be able to push down this this tower on the top side, sorry, the bottom side of the map, because no Raw, no Lasso. I'm feeling like I'm pretty keen to be able to make the move forward. I'll take anyone at this stage using the Moonlight Shadow, although it's under information, so hopefully Chosen One's able to back off enough. It's like his poor silencer that's going to give his life up, saying, Pavas, protect me, but not enough. Chosen One.
I don't This timber kill is a little bit more difficult.
Chains in one.
Well, they got the Rubik closing the distance as well for a little bit of extra control if he can get there. Then we're going to blink over the top. Han might be able to do it by himself. He's giving a little bit of respect over the potential reinforcements. Ember has got enough damage, though. Gets him inside the slide. And A was just... He's waiting in the wings, trying to see if there was ever an opportunity. They are going to start the TP in, and Han will run towards them. They've got the cliff forward, so they're well aware of the positioning on Dai, but they want to deal with the Rubik instead. So she will be the first casualty of Nova. But now with Chen showing up as well, he can't really man-fight the Sven. It's going to be up to Han to do the main damage. They just want to do whatever they can to
They've run out of
avoid
ultis
and go for all the other components as they'll catch up to the Beastmaster on the right side. Sven's going to jump over the top. He secures the kill, but now he kind of just buries his own grave as well. It can always BKB TP out. This Han got the damage by himself. Meld's still on cooldown. Couple of seconds was all he needed to get that second meld off, but it's not enough. So in the end, it's an okay trade for Dyer.
You see the impact of the Warcry, right? Like, A dies 100% if he doesn't use that before the TP out. I don't know if I agree with this item purchase that... Okay, no, never mind. He switched it up. So Chosen One had the Vanguard queued up, and I was like, I really don't like this. You're just getting exploded at the start of a lot of these fights. You just got to make sure that you've always got that armor to be able to play around with. So a plate mail makes a lot more sense. Of course, he's already got the arcane boots, so Lotus build-up feels pretty good. Poor Silence. Is the Parva saving him? All right. But yeah, it feels really solid, right? If you're able to even save teammates out of that searing chains, which is one of the only like lockdowns that they've got semi-reliably.
Uh-oh. Let's see if this
two.
lockdown is going to be enough for the kill into the Timber. But the northern side, Lotus is a little bit too late to reflect the lasso. Dude, Han is just, he knows no fear, but he might need to. 15 seconds left on the Aegis. He will pay some respect.
Other shield ended up saving the silencer there as well. Of course, playing underneath a tier 2 tower does help, but they still haven't lost this Aegis. It's about to expire though, and they're about to get a quick pick off onto the Bat Rider. So again, more of the initiation just removed away. We were talking about how important it was to be able to play the who's going to win the initiation game, and you know, despite the fact that Limit have the better draft for it, Supernova have been able to out-execute. Do have the Ags though for Beastmaster, so another way to be able to sustain a little bit more with the Wolves, you know, around, more stuff to be able to proc that heal off onto, another thing to remove the refraction charges. Again, your right clicks just get buffed up a little bit too. Might have gone for a little bit too early of a smoke. CXK was not caught inside of it, so again, he really is the one that's going in onto the front lines to be able to make this sort of stuff happen. He's going to be walking underneath a TA trap as well, so they know the general positioning of the Bat Rider, and they're pinging it out right now. So it's a little bit of a shame. They should know that the Mirana's coming for the right-hand side. They might just use CXK as bait here, though. Hit that Blink Dagger on Han. It's a juicy target to go for, but they just leave him alone.
Oh, A's going to go.
Oh, nice Lotus.
Global Silence. Is it going to be enough, however? Turns the Roar back around. Beautifully done. And now with the Beastmaster, he's just over-positioned himself, and it was all baited thanks to the Lotus usage. It was perfect. And they will reap the rewards thanks to that usage from Sheep. Even steals the Roar as well. So much impact just in one fight from the Rubik.
I mean, this is what I was talking about in terms of like out execution, right? Just these little mistakes really add up.
Yeah.
The Bat Rider not caught in the smoke means that they can't get the initiation. They switch things up and start using him as bait. He gets initiated on, but then no one responds. And then they're just able to roll them over. You know, the Global Silence comes out. It's probably like 2 seconds too late. And then they're just able to say, you know what? We don't really care what you're able to do. They're once again able to use this Searing Chains combination to be able to find another quick pick off because they don't have their own response to it. Like, Chosen One's going for the Shivas, but I still think Lotus is so important. And that Roar came very late after the Lotus was already clearly applied. Yeah, see a silencer.
Support kill.
I did say it wasn't going to be 21 minutes, but it's going to be 23 and a half.
Yes, you did. You did. At least you were right there. And all right. So a very, very dominant series for Supernova is going to be able to close out their final tour with a victory. So that puts them with a 3-4 series count.
They're tied up.
Which means they're tied up with Team Disillusion So probably going to get we will get tiebreakers for 5th and 6th, considering they are playing for a lump sum of money.
$2,000.
And for limit, they will go 0 and 7 to close out the 2 or 3.
The streamer stack not working out. Who would have expected that? I mean, anyone that watched Outsiders from China probably would have, but, it is a little bit unfortunate that they're not able to pull things together because, again, the draft was good. That was something that I really think that they can look to hang their hat on. I think they didn't utilize second pick enough throughout this entire tour. But you saw that they were able to put a good draft together. It just really did come down to the decision making, what they were able to do, how they were able to play around with it. We were calling out a fair few mistakes that they were making, right? Not taking the stacks, not playing together truly, not using the strong points of your draft like your initiation. It really felt like there were many opportunities for them to be able to come out on top of this game, and they just weren't able to accomplish it, unfortunately.
Yeah, so unfortunate for them. Like you said, I mean, hopefully it was able to give them a lot of content, though, considering...
Let's go content.
Let's go content, all about the content. So, we'll see. We'll see if we get to see them again in the next year's at DPC, because they will be relegated out. So they're going to have to make it.
They still get to play in the regional quals, even though they're last. I think even relegated teams get a spot. I'm pretty sure.
I'm sure. I'll say sure, because I'm not 100% certain. So we'll go with that. So we'll see them potentially for some more games with the upcoming qualifiers, which is going to be good to see. And maybe some of their progression they got a bit of break, a month and a little bit, to see what they're able to work on for the qualifiers. But
more content
for Supernova, more content. Love the content. So Supernova go back to a strategy that has really worked for them in the past, and really just, the Ember put as a carry. Winter looks incredibly strong on it. Han does as well whenever he plays it. But, we saw this is a team that is still continuing to grow, middle of the pack. I must say I was expecting a little bit better out of them overall through this season, because we were pretty impressed with them last tour. And I mean, I think you even said a point you brought up to start this tour. You were like saying, maybe it's better that they stayed in Division 2 just to be able to build a little bit more experience against people that are your same caliber. So you're not just getting GG'd out in 20 minutes. So I will say I was kind of expecting them maybe to be contending for those upper echelon spots, but
I still think they're a better team than 3 and 4. I think they're like a 4 and 3 team. They were 1 and 4 at one point. So, I think this is at least closer towards that general estimation. MVP that game, Han, surely.
Han or Chola, but I'm happy. Han actually. Yeah. I really do wonder how this mid matchup is able to go with the Timber. I know it's fine for the Templar Assassin, but I thought level 6 was a much more of a turning point. Maybe it just had too much of an advantage beforehand. Regardless though, Han had an incredible game, and I liked his itemization a lot. Didn't even notice he had a Witchblade though, but I liked his itemization a lot. So congratulations to the boys on Supernova, and that means we are done for our second series, a very quick series as well. Any closing comments very quickly, Mr. Demo?
I want to ask you, do you think that Supernova are going to win their series against Team Dissolution, or do you think Team Dissolution win that tiebreaker?
I think Supernova win the tiebreaker.
So do I. I also think that. As we can see there on the scoreboard, 7 series is all you get to play for the tour. So we can see that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, they've all done it, as well as 1st and 3rd. But we've got 2nd v 4th still to come in the next series. And, well, we can see there, if the Last Dark are able to get that victory against Team 0, we're going to have a 3-way tiebreaker for that 2nd promotion slot up into Division 2. Always a lot of value with that. And, of course, if Team 0 is able to do it, we're going to even get a tiebreaker, I would assume, with Holy Grail, just to see who gets a little bit more money, as well as that slightly higher priority seeding. Maybe that will really matter when regional qualifiers come around.
True. So potential for a lot of tiebreakers regardless. So the final series get a victory from 0, you will be promoted into Division 1. If not, there are more tiebreakers. So it is going to be a long break. It's going to be about an hour and 20 minutes, but it is a series you guys do not want to miss with all the stakes that are on the line. So when we come back, we've got our final series of the regular tour here in in China for Division 2. So stick around. We'll see you guys all after a very long break.
Hello, friends, and welcome back. It is time for some China action. That's right, we're here on the last series on the last day, but also not the last series on the last day, because we are definitely having tiebreakers now. That's right. Everything's looking pretty close up here at the top, but we're going to find out which teams are going to be playing for those tiebreakers, and is it going to be for a top 1 slot or for a top 2 slot? So let's get into it, T.
Oh, today's the day, and I think I'm already going to go with the series that we have here, Team Zero versus Last Ark. I'm just favoring Team Zero, right? The only game that series they've lost to is against Holy Grail, who are the top dogs, the number 1 seed, the ones who are already in Division 1 for next year. That's really weird to say, actually. Next year.
Yeah,
there's no
wow.
DPC. Imagine if you do this in Div 2 slot, like group stage qualifier, right? You finally get Division 1. You know that there is Division 1, and then Valve changes the format. So it's like you qualified for nothing. That'd
All
be
that
so
work
sad.
In the bin. Yeah. No, I'm sure it'll count to something at least. But yeah. No, as you say, Team Zero have been looking extremely clean. I mean, they haven't lost a game against any other team than Holy Grail, so that definitely counts for something. Meanwhile, over on the side of Last Ark, they've been dropping a few more here and there. You know, they've been a little more scrappy, a little more fighty, but we are flying into this draft right now. So just before we get into the hero picks, just to refresh you guys, basically if Team Zero take the win here, that's going to put them at 6-1, which will tie them with Holy Grail, meaning they'll play a tiebreaker for the first place. Meanwhile, if they lose, they will go down to 5-2. Last Ark will go up to 5-2, and Big Brain are already on 5-2, which means we get to play a 3-way tiebreaker for the second place and that second promotion slot. So either way, we are getting tiebreakers. It just depends on whether it's for first slot or whether it's for the second slot. Now, obviously, a 3-way tiebreaker for the second slot would be way more spicy, but as we said, Team Zero have been looking pretty damn crispy. They've really got their act together recently, and yeah, we are expecting them to do well in this series. So let's talk about some heroes, T, Governor.
Yeah, so Last Ark, entering the DPC, they never really touched Brood. I think this hero universally was quite ignored, but it's kind of risen through the ranks, being a universal hero that can play both mid and off lane, and then you go for the like harpoon style of play into like Manta and just non-stop right-clicking. And also with your Shard, where your Insatiable Hunger scales up with the damage. It's quite a sleeper hero of the patch. I still think, though, it's still the same Brood as before, where you need to deal with the early game laning phase. You need to have heroes that can deal with the spiders when he hits 6. But now, because of this whole universal change to him, it's like, even if you deal with him with the spider clearing aspect, you know at some point in the game he's become some big right-clicking actual hero, rather than the I bought Pipe, Greaves, and a Lotus. Oh no, I can't do anything anymore. So it's like the hero has become even more obnoxious. But when you play against it, you still just want to pick like the Pangos, the Nagas, Mars, like all these big AoE heroes, and the hero can still fall off.
All the classic counters are still counters to it as well. Spirit Breaker, another big one as well, if you want to just be able to follow the Brood across the map anywhere you go. So yeah, that's what we're expecting to see. Team Zero not opting to really kind of throw much at it, you know, like they had this Undying pick, then they answered the Brood Mother. They could have gone some big Brood counter instead. They just go for a Nagasar, and they're like, we're going to play our game. We know the kind of game you want to play. And it's kind of like a map answer, right? Because Brood is obviously going to play the map. She's got those webs. She's going to just shove one lane in. But now you've got Nagasaren. You can just kind of shove one or maybe even 2 other lanes as well, just effectively, and more risk-free as well. So I kind of like the answer here, honestly.
Yeah, very good answer. Also in lane, or even throughout the game, you have high armor. So this whole late game physical damage that I'm mentioning of the hero, Naga doesn't matter too much. You also buy Butterfly. And for these off-lane and mid-Broods, you're often going for like Harpoon, Manta, maybe like a BKB, and then some flavor item to tail off the build, right? Like you're not really going for MKBs and becoming like purely into right click, right? It's a lot of like chip clicks throughout the game. So yeah. Overall, Zero, nice response. And Last Ark, they take the Spirit Breaker themselves, preventing Team Zero from, of course, going for another Brood counter like you already mentioned. And yeah, this is kind of what I expect to see when you go for a Brood so openly in the draft. Like, I think we saw it in Western Europe as well. A team picked Brood, and the response 2 games in a row, was like, I think it was Primal Beast, Pangolier, and Magnus. Like, these 3 cores against Brood. Like, there is no way this Brood gets to play Dota, and potentially this is the same scenario. You've now got 2 cores, high armor, so physical damage isn't the best against them, and also very good at clearing out spiders. So this Brood is not going to be having too much fun laning into either of these 2.
Absolutely not, no. And, there's no such thing as overreacting to a Brood pick. When it used to be played off lane, if you picked too many counters to it and kind of left yourself open to other things, then the carry's going to have a good game, or the mid's going to have a good game, and he's going to abuse that draft, and you're going to have a bad time. Now that it's carry, you can kind of just throw the whole kitchen sink at Brood when they're and get away with it. So it's almost easier to draft into it now that we know. And that's always been the case, right? Like, if you first pick your offlaner, then it's sometimes harder to answer. But if you first pick your safe laner or your mid laner, then unless it's a really OP hero, you can be punished for it. And I believe that's what Team Zero are trying to prove here. Rubik, also pretty good against Brood, but also just a good support as well. I really like against Spirit Breaker also.
No, I like it. The lift, the Aether Lens, have double saves. You got Undying with his shard to go inside the tombstone. You got Rubik with the shard to lift people away. There's also maybe cute plays that we're yet to see where you lift the hero towards the tombstone to then be eaten up.
Oh,
again,
yeah,
that's like
the Giga save.
That's some Giga save stuff here, but we're probably going to see at some point. Like, there's a lot of defensive capabilities right with Zero. You've got the lift, the tomb, the song, Timbersaw naturally being himself by Ags as well. There's no real dispel for last time. Like, there's a lot of come fight us, please. Come to the Team Zero side of the map, and if you do, we'll turn around the engagement.
Spirit Breaker's like, I don't want to charge any of this.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, like, go for a Bloodseeker, which is, if anything, it's just the Timbersaw deterrent now. It's, you see Timber, you rupture him, you isolate him, throw some Mortimer Kisses on top, some Spirit Breaker charge. Like, you can kill him now throughout the early to mid game. And that could be enough to overwhelm them because you kill off the front line of Timbersaw. Naga, of course, needs to farm, right, for nearly 20-25 minutes of the game before she really becomes the Manta Orchid plus something type of hero. And that does give an avenue for Last Ark to play out this game. Like, Brood will, even though it's a Brood that has counters, she'll still force heroes to come to her, force things to happen on the map. And if other heroes can utilize that space, then you are going to be able to get your draft into a playable position, even if the Brood isn't going to be like the winning factor due to the drafts.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just interested to see where they lane this. Is it going to be an off-lane Bloodseeker or an off-lane Brood?
I'd say off-lane Brood, probably. You want to put the Bloodseeker into the Timber lane, and then your Brood into Naga. It's like, sure, Naga farms, but Brood also farms. And there's sometimes scenarios where the Naga steps up too far, supports pulling. You can even kill her if she doesn't have mirror image. And so I'd like to see the kind of standard lanes from Last Ark, and their mid laner needs to be this, like, the big X factor. Like, I'm seeing Quap bans, Lash bans, and oh my god, 3 for 3. They really, really hate Brood.
They really do. They really
Not
do.
a single lane is fun for this Brood.
Yep.
Oh god.
You have no home, Brood. Wherever you go, you will suffer. But no,
What on earth do you
that
pick
off-lane is
mid
going to be
10 seconds remaining.
survivable, but not fun. Final pick now, Last Ark. They need a mid laner. Or they could put the Snap 5 mid if they really want to, but I have a feeling they have something in mind for this. It's going to be versus the Timbersaw, so...
I'm trying to think what's Echo going to play here.
I feel like, I mean, there's obviously
what could
Void,
be
Ember, Puck.
I mean, yeah, they played the Necro. Right? I was actually thinking like Razor was going to be one of my spicier picks. I'm seeing European players at least pick it up a little bit more in their pubs, and it's relatively good against Naga Siren in regards to killing off illusions as the game goes later. But either way, they go for a Necrophos. They put it into the mid lane. It is going to be up against a Timbersaw. I haven't really seen Timber versus Necro matchups recently, but of course Necro often thrives against melee heroes, and Timbersaw is like relatively squishy from mid because you naturally go for like boots plus bottle, and then you delay like your big tankier items a little bit longer. So there are windows where you can get punished. We've seen it before. I don't mind it, but it feels like the type of draft where it's like, if the Necro mid doesn't go as well as they anticipate, it's very awkward. The Brood's never going to have a good time in this game. So Bloodseeker needs to have like perfect rotations, and I am leaning Team Zero, of course. I think they've got 3 Brood counters, the scaling Naga. I guess maybe something I haven't factored in is the Bloodseeker Axe versus Naga Siren. Like, will Naga ever really scale into this game? Will she ever really do damage? Will they just exist and be super tanky? This could actually be a game where we get stuck in it forever, by the way. Like, this is like a 2-hour game, potentially. Yeah, like now that God, why should I should stop talking. I'm just really thinking about a 3-hour game now.
No, don't worry. If you talk about it enough, then it won't happen, you know.
Okay, yeah, it's going to be a 4-hour game, 7-hour game.
Definitely.
9-hour game.
Yep. Yeah, I can see what you mean, though. Like, if they get too far ahead on the side of The Last Dark, then I think it's going to be kind of hard for them to actually finish this one out. It's going to be a bit of a map contest as well. They're always going to be able to get a bit of farm coming on the Naga Siren. So, yeah, very interesting game, very interesting draft. So I'm excited to see this one. It is, of course, The Last Dark versus Team Zero here, playing it out. Either way this ends, it will end in tiebreakers. There will be another chance. And I feel like for Team Zero, it's a nice thing to have, right? Like, if we win or if we lose, we still get another chance to play for relegation. So, win, you just get your promotional slot. Lose, you play a 3-way tiebreaker for it. So even though it's like a 3-way tiebreaker and still pretty scary, it's still a really nice thing to just kind of have in the back of your mind. Like, hey, even if we lose, we have that kind of fail-safe as well. So
it's for sure a weird series. Luckily, again, for the Team Zero, at least, it's like win. You then even get to play tiebreakers for first, right? And there's something nice about that first place, especially when these teams are vying for TI qualifiers. It's like you get first in Division 2, you're going to get most likely a higher seeding than like the 2 teams eliminated from Division 1. And then you get like, you just get that slightly better opponent. So
that's a lot of sticks.
It. Yeah, so there's a lot of sticks. 1 through 4. There's 5 sticks. It's a very stick game, to be fair. Like every single hero in Zero likes to, you know, throw a spell or 2.
Oh, the bash. He didn't believe in himself. Oh, why? Didn't you stay for that bounty rune?
I read that. I was really hoping you'd complete that. If you didn't do that, then I was going to call you up to the Lacoste department of casting.
Little Cosplay department of pun control.
I mean, he can arrest me any day of the week.
Yeah. When he slides into the DMs, you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, exactly. Guilty. Don't worry. Charge me. It's fine.
Yeah, he has a little police outfit he wears as well. It's weird. All right, mid lane is going to be the Necrophos versus the Timbersaw. Is this a lane which Necrophos really kind of runs over? Because we have seen Necro kind of just own a couple of these mid lanes in the past.
Again, I'm excited to see how the lane goes. I do think Necro should do pretty well in this matchup. Just make sure like you don't put yourself in that one position where you overextend too early before you're online. Like for Necro, it's like get to 2-point death pulse and then stand on the high ground and keep your Timber away from the creep, so he's not building up the stacks, not being able to get that regen. And I think it's just really about time. And this entire game is going to be so much poke from all the lanes, right? You've got in one lane Tide Rubik bullying, Bloodseeker wanting to poke in. Like I don't know where first blood's going to come from, because it's any minute one person over extends and you just know Carnage is going to ensue. I'm just going to look at the health bars on the top. Yeah, I'm just going to keep a close eye. I'll just scream if any of them go low.
Yeah, it's a lot of training, a lot of harassment, but yeah, when it comes to getting kills, you know, there's a few stuns here and there, but it's going to be pretty explosive.
And it helps that, you know, Last Dark did buy, 5 sticks at the start of the game. Like, they were all, like, 3 of their heroes were half HP, and I just saw them, like, within 10 seconds go boop, 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 all the way back up again.
8 sticks on Shining, 8 sticks on Normal End. They are just ready to pop themselves up whenever they need. ZZQ is just kind of fueling them with all of these decays, so...
Just to clarify for the audio listeners, that's 8 charges on the stick. He hasn't invested in 8 separate sticks.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Bottom lane, nice little blood right coming out. Might secure them the kill. Eyesight's getting low here. He's going to pop the stick. He's going to even pop the salve here. But immediately he gets purged off. And I think, yeah, YSR's just going to be able to kill him off. And that'll be that. First blood goes the way of the Bloodseeker.
Yeah, nice stuff. I think, especially in this lane, you need to kill the Rubik. If you go on the Tide, then there's going to be Fade Bolts, lifts. Like, it's impossible, right? So, yeah, I love the fact they identify the weak hero in the lane. And, yeah, they're going for the kill. Good start so far.
I love this from Bloodseeker as well. Just trying desperately to, like, pull some creeps over so he can last hit without getting anchor smashed. It's a nice play. One thing you've got to get really good at when you're playing Bloodseeker is, well, two things actually. Blood riding the range creeps, which unfortunately YSR have struggled with, and pulling creeps away, making sure that you can get those CS without losing too much HP, and then heal up with Thirst, and then you can be a happy little Seeker.
Dude, mid lane is just so even, actually. Like, neither...
Yeah.
Like, this is kind of what I expect here. You know, Echo on the high ground, now putting Timber at half HP. The question is, like, can he then continue this? I feel like if any minute Spiritbreaker charges into mid lane, if Necro hits 6, boom. That's kind of like the explosive nature you want from this matchup, because they are very regen-based heroes. And
Indeed.
if anything, it's refreshing to see Timbersaw not instantly shoving out the hero, right? It's like, it's nice revenge. Like, God, this hero has like reigned supreme on mid lane matchups for too long in this this tour of the DPC.
Yeah, he's just annoying. Like, why is he so good at mid? There's no trees here. That's the thing which annoys me, right? Like, the hero is functionally based around trees. There's no trees in mid. Like, oh, still good. I'm like, okay, well, what's the point then? What's the point of those cool little tree things? The little abilities. Just strong without them. I like niches, T. That's what I like. He's not in a niche anymore.
No, he's not at all. He is way too versatile.
I want a patch where your mid laner comes mid with 6 iron branches and plants them all down so that the Timbersaw can play mid.
What if I bring a Quelling Blade? What are you going to do then? Or 2 packs of Tangos? What are you going to do then? Oh, nice rotation though from the Undying with the Tombstone.
Yeah, this is cool. This is cool. It's going to get them the kill onto YSR. Y will escape under the tower. And
meanwhile, they're going onto Naga as well.
Oh yeah, look, there's a counter aggression coming out. You need to come home. The Naga's in trouble, but they're not going to go into the tower for this one. Not against the Naga Siren, especially when she's got that Lotus in her pocket as well. Eats it up and will be absolutely fine on CT-wise. So yeah, they can't even get a bit of punish coming in for it.
Yeah, love the fact that we saw that Undying rotation to instantly go for the Naga. If there's any like disconnect between that move, then suddenly Naga's farming, Undying's killing, and you're not doing anything on the map. So yeah, like to see that. But no, not often do I see the level 3 Undying poke his head into a different lane, 1 Tombstone, and suddenly he's netting a big core kill.
All right,
quite a rare rotation.
Now you've got on this wave. Necro's going to hit 6.
6. Yeah, there it is.
Here you go.
Here comes the charge.
Dude, I'm so good actually.
Oh, you're echoing what I said, but also Echo is on the Necro.
I'm copying what you said, but it's fine. They go in. There comes the Reaper's Scythe. There you go. Easy kill. 7 goes down.
So smart, no man.
See, you said it, but I was watching for it, and I was like,
you just said it better. That's the thing.
No,
That's the thing with
right? They
Dota, by the
can't
way.
do it when the Necrophos hits 6, right? Because it's too obvious. So you have to do it like when you know you're about to get 6. That's when you have to come in, right?
So it's like, yeah, on one
That was
side
the
it's like,
difference maker.
guys, I'm about to hit 6. On the other side, it's like, unlucky, he hit 6, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. We couldn't have predicted this, guys.
No, very unpredictable. But no, nice move overall.
Game.
Like, you need to make that move. There is now a, 8 CS advantage, give or take, for the Necrophos. Deniers aren't really in play on this mid lane. But, you know, he's building up the network, of course. Don't forget that even though the CS is even, Timbersaw has invested more into, like, resources, like raindrops, even going for, like, the bottle, whilst Necrophos is going fully into, I buy my wand, I buy my stats, I'm going to go Atos. Like, this is going to be the difference of this matchup for now, where in other scenarios, you'd see Timbersaw with that 3k net worth already buying proper items, not having to kind of invest into these get me through the lanes type stuff. So this is maybe one of the benefits of this matchup as well.
So he's taking
Bloodseeker again, the same Undying rotation.
Yeah, he's fallen for the same trick twice now, and he will be going down under this tower. Just drop the Tombstone and chase the guy down. What a combo.
They have conceded Wisdom Runes though. So to make this play, sure the support gets a kill, but you know, both the supports and the Radiant side are going to be able to juice up on the Wisdom Runes. I guess it's also a product of like Tidehunter is an insane offlaner with Gush, because the slow just sets up for like any of these other heroes to get into play, right?
Oh, they're looking for a bit of revenge here onto ZZQ, but the Blood Ride doesn't quite connect. I don't think it's going to make a difference though. 3 points in Thirst means that YSR is going to be able to easily tear down this Undying.
They've already lost their safe time at minute 7, man. Like 7 minutes they've lost it. Christ. All right, they're going to have to sit back and hit some creeps and...
Yeah, luckily Bloodseeker is capable of doing that, but Isolite's getting charged at now. Normal End and Shining both looking to chase him down. Timbersaw coming across. Actually looking for the counter kill and should be able to find it here onto the Snapfire. This one will be picked up, and I don't think this Spirit Breaker is going to commit to this charge.
No, he shouldn't. That was one of the biggest I've got vision on him Spirit Breaker charging baits I've ever seen. It's like, guys, go, I'm coming. But it's only a brown boot, windlace Spirit Breaker. Like, there's no phase boots, nothing. And Tidehunter, he takes the tower.
Ravage coming down. They want to take down Shining. The Spider's getting low, and they will finish the job. Beyond grabs a kill. That's exactly what you want to see coming out of your first Ravage. Nice, big, thick, juicy core kill.
The fact that he takes bot tower, then moves into top, sets up again. Like, I just think Team Zero are just using the twin gates so effectively right now.
That is true, but Last Dark coming in hot here, looking for a bit of revenge. Cookie does miss, though, not quite on the target. Beyond even going for the Meteor Hammer play here and does actually just grab Echoes inside of that range. Beyond is not even remotely low on HP, and Isolite is going to be the new target. Maybe that's who they're looking at here. Isolite's running himself away. Silken Bowler comes on in there. The damage is coming on through. Is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. With the Reaper's side, they'll secure the kill, and now look across to more here. The stun, it's going to interrupt Beyond's TP, and he's just going to go down as well. Tidehunter's out. Echo's got the double. They're looking in for more here. It's TZQ being chased down as well. The Undying, he needs to find a way out of this one, but I don't think there's anywhere to go. He's lost in the woods. Throws down the Tombstone, turns around with the Decay, trying to heal up, but Normal End just belts the Tombstone there with the little Shredder, and ZZQ will go down. Zero.
Again, so much gold from this.
Out of this.
They have no Rupture, they have no Scythe, so Timbersaw with the Shield Rune.
Oh, that's a
he is
big one.
unkillable right now.
Yeah. Oh, Shield Rune is so annoying. When that hero turns up and they've just got like that ghostly glow about them, you're just like, all right, buddy.
It is very dumb. I love Shield Rune and Medusa because they're so small, because the HP is so small. You're like, oh, you can do Shield Rune.
I've got 50
heroes
HP extra, guys.
Timbersaw, Spirit Breakers, all these heroes, as soon as they pick up a Shield Rune, even like Tidehunter, you're like, oh my god, what has this game become? But no.
What is even more annoying for me, though, is like heroes like Ember Spirit or Pucks. It just allows them to play so fast and loose. Like, you catch them, you start like dumping your spells into them, they're just not taking any damage. You're like, what the hell? You have to catch them twice, basically. It's very sad.
I think right now, though, for Last Ark is their inability to play the game without Necrophos being present in the fight. And that alone is quite scary, but they're already finding Beyond again. They throw out the Monument Kisses and plenty of damage. With this build on the Tidehunter going for the Mana Boots and the Meteor Hammer, you aren't seeing that early game like hood that you see traditionally from Tidehunters to be able to withstand that early fight. But no, yeah, going back to my point is I really want to see Last Ark throw this Necrophos into a lot of engagements. Like, don't play around the Brood, just put the Necrophos in random spots and then you're going to have plenty of damage. And they're kind of doing it, right? Just when I look at that net worth and see Naga Siren now fully uncontested, it's going to be an issue maybe in 6 minutes time or so. Actually, just, sets up in the Radiant side of the map, throwing out her illusions, well on the way to Manta style.
So what should they be doing? Should they be throwing bodies at the Naga Siren, or is this the right thing to kind of get control of the rest of the map first and then deal with the Naga Siren after you've already got like a bit more control in the game?
It's a difficult answer because either you kill off the other supporting cores that Naga will need to lean on in the mid to late game, prevent their games from being good. So then Naga's like, I'm all by myself. And obviously we've mentioned the matchups of Necrophos and Bloodseeker doing pretty well against that. So part of me thinks that just break the rest of the map, kill everyone else. And then when Naga wants to join the fight, she's by herself.
Bottom going to be getting the kill onto ZZQ, but he's going to be in some trouble now as well. CTY and 7E just going to slice him up. Why will kill off that Tombstone, but needs to get away. The Cookie's going to help with that, though. And now 7E looks towards his new target, and with Ice and Beyond linking up with him, they'll be able to take down the Snapfire with ease. Elsewhere, it does look like the Spirit Breaker was able to get himself away from this one at the very least.
Yeah, you're asking me this question, and this is not the answer you want to see from Last Ark, right? Is go for a kill, but then allow Naga to poke her head in, get the kill himself. It's that you want to see big moves made like together as 5, pretty much, right? And unfortunately, when you're throwing 1 or 2 heroes in, it's difficult. And I guess it's also, the hesitation of how well this draft will ever do because of Broodmother as well. Like, one of your heroes is arguably a creep this entire game, up until the point where he gets like Harpoon, Skadi, BKB, Shard, like becomes a real big hero. Because no matter who like plays top, Tides could be top, Timber could be top, Naga could be top, and that tower's getting defended. It's minute 13, and this tier 1 Dire tower has only taken what, like 259 damage or something. Like it's difficult.
Well, ZZQ is going to be the next target on the last Dark's list, and they are going to be able to kill off this Undying, so that's going to be decent.
He's level 5 at minute 13. It's so rough.
Ow. Well, at least he doesn't give them much, I guess. I mean, he kind of still
Ooh, nice cookie.
onto the spider. That was cute. All right, well, no escape for you, sir. Reaper's Scythe takes out 7E. Oh,
Nice.
my goodness. All right.
But this is what I want to see,
that's a
right?
big one.
Like, I want to see them doing these moves, like get the big kills, allow Timbersaw to like hurt his own game, and then propel yourself into the fight. But yeah, nice stuff.
Yeah,
And now they're
Echo
finally
is-
taking this tower, right? Well, I mentioned what, it's 30 minutes, they did 200 damage. Still gonna be 14 minutes for a Brood to take a tower. That's pretty good delaying tactics.
It's not bad. It's not bad. You know, we did mention this has been very effective. And yeah, the Necro's been kind of the big shining point pretty much out of the entire game at the moment. He is the biggest boy on the map, and he is doing the work.
Oh yeah, he is a large boy right now, but has just been overtaken by the Naga Siren in regards to economy, where Necro gets dragged into fights. Of course, Naga Siren, we're not even going to talk about him. He just hit in the jungle, right? Living on the right-hand side of the map, going from Radiant to Dire side, now at 8k net worth. I think the question for me now is, how does CTY enter this game? Does he go for that Orchid to try and have a little bit more of a team fight entry? Does he respect the fact that... Oh, he's going Cornucopia. Okay, all right. So what's he going, like some Lincolns or something?
Lincolns, I
Or
guess?
is he going... He still could go Orchid, because Cornucopia is built into Orchid. But the question is, like, if he goes for Orchid, then Bloodseeker might have BKB, Necrophos will have BKB. Yep, it's Orchid or Lincolns. If I see a Refresher or Battle Fury, then we're ringing up the police, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Most likely,
there's
okay, he's
gonna
going
be
Orchid.
some unheard of China meta we're not aware of.
I would have been
The,
very surprised if he was going
Battle Fury
Lincolns. Like,
Naga.
yeah, Christ. I think, yeah, I mean, insane. But you still need to be very delicate with how you enter the fight with an Orchid, because the cores and Last Ark are going to have dispels by the time that you have the item. Like, you're already seeing BKB nearly complete on Necrophos, right? Like, he's had such a good game that he is going to be so tanky when these fights come in. He
I'm
he
not
needs
sure
to soak
about
it up.
it. I really don't know how I feel about this. Like, it kind of proves the kind of game that Team Zero want to play as well, right? Like, they kind of want to have the Naga joining the fights like earlier than perhaps, you know, minute 25, minute 30. You know, you get the Orchid, you just try and get a wraparound, try and get a cheeky kill in the engagement, and then that's going to be that. But yeah, we will have a BKB. I mean, to be fair, no Greaves on Echo, so, you know, BKBing off an Orchid isn't always the best scenario. Like, I can see it being great. But yeah, I feel like it's not the safest option, honestly. I feel like the safest option would have just been like Butterfly or Skadi, or just some huge item just to kind of continue.
I honestly was down for him to go for a less fight build, because I feel like I want him to enter the game with like 3 punching items rather than the, oh no, the Orchid didn't pay off type deal.
It's a risk, but then again, you know, as CTY, I'm looking forward to seeing his read on the hero. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, a bit of fighting going on.
Nice hill.
There's a bit early there. He's still going to be able to get off this Ravage, and now turns around with a Meteor Hammer, but the BKB comes out from Echo. That'll dodge out the damage of the Meteor. Echo's still plenty healthy inside this engagement, and ZZQ is not, as YSR comes running in, and the kill goes to Shining. Rupture out onto the Rubik. He's got to be very careful here. Place himself under the tower as why might have taken a bit of a step too far and beyond.
Wait,
We'll
CTY's
finish him
hit.
off. Cute little Tumblr's Toy and Anchor Smash. Song. They're all very tanky, though. I don't think this is a fight. Yeah, nah. Naga Siren backs away. Doesn't want anything to do with this one.
Okay, so that fight was the perfect demonstration of why we have hesitations on Orchid. Because he runs into the middle of the fight and Naga goes, I'm here! But then obviously Ravage is used, supports her in a different position, of course, that no one can help her. And she's like, you know what, bye-bye, see ya, and sings her
Just
away.
kidding. See ya.
And that could be the thing. Like, Team Zero, their draft is so incredibly tanky. Like, all of their heroes it's a pain to kill them. And that's why Last Ark needs to be so disciplined on how they initiate. Like, the way that they use Scythe there, they can't do that again. They can't charge in, go for a Scythe and allow the enemy to Soul Rip, Greaves, heal, like throw anything, even Pipe into the mix. Because then your big ticket way of entering a fight against these tanky heroes is deleted. So Last Ark, they need to be careful how they initiate these fights. They can't misplay like they just did there.
And I think... an important thing as well is looking back on that fight, like how does CTY enter the fight differently if he's got that Orchid finished up? And well, there's 3 full health heroes all next to each other. I don't think there's a different way to take it. So at least in that engagement, if all the future engagements look like that one do, which like, to be frank, was a bad fight from the Last Ark. Like, this was a bad fight from them. They messed up their Reaper Scythe initiation. So that was, like, worst case scenario for Last Ark. There was still no opportunity for the Naga Siren. I think for the next, like, 10, 15 minutes, like, you're not really going to have the opportunities to be a backlines assassin on the Naga Siren. So, yeah, again, just kind of increasing the point. But, again, you know, CTY, I defer to their judgment, of course. They're a great player,
I think,
and we'll see what they end up doing in this game.
I think it can work in the scenario where you use your other 4 heroes to body literally everything. Body the Scythe, body the Rupture, body the BKBs, and then, of course, come in after. And we might see that here, of course. Team Zero, they are posturing outside the pit. Ravage is up in 3 seconds. Pipe is in play. The Naga Siren has Orchid and postured by the Twin Gate, so...
Yeah. And CTY can get to this fight, by the way. Like, it's on the other side of the map, but right next to that that Twin Gate. So Spike breaks out. She'll be able to come in whilst a little bit late, but we'll be able to have an impact. So, and this ping's coming out. They want to go for the Naga Siren.
They have a ward for her.
Oh, let's see. Charge through. They found the real one. CTY gonna man to that one off. Now the Sun's coming in as well.
They got the real one.
Spirit Breaker is on top of the bulldoze. CTY, I think, might just be dead. 17 seconds still on Song of the Siren. Then comes a Reaper's Scythe, and they will bring down the Naga. Great call here from the Radiant side. The Last Ark make a huge, huge impact.
Just beautiful warding, right, from Last Ark. Why? Placing this ward on the bottom side of the map. They know that Naga Siren has been just playing this side for pretty much the last 10, 15 minutes, it feels like. And you had to get that one pick off. Unfortunately for CTY, because there was a lot of cheap AoE damage, when she used Mirror Image, instantly knew which one was the real one. When she then used Manta, again, instantly, within reason, knew the real one, and Song was on cooldown. So no real dupe potential coming into play against Spirit Breaker and this Necrophos. But everything's available for Team Zero. Sure, she dies, but get yourselves into this bot side of the map. Throw yourself into the mix. I think this is contestable if they're ready. They even have Blink on the Tidehunter, but it's just too late. Roshan already gone.
There you go. YSR gonna grab up that Aegis. A little surprising to see on the Bloodseeker, but to be fair, I'm not sure this Necrophos is going anywhere, especially with that BKB. You know, it's a very defensive build, so to grab an Aegis on top of that kind of just feels a bit too much.
This will be like the perfect demonstration of Broodmother as a hero, where even when there's like a plethora of counters against you, you're still like the most annoying hero. It's like you leave her for a second, she'll find farm. You kill her a lot, someone else on the map finds farm. It's very annoying.
It sure is.
Just gonna ask them, did you get booted from the game by any chance?
I didn't. That does happen with China games sometimes.
Yeah, okay. Just wondering. I was scared for a second because I finished my thing. You didn't speak. And then I was like, wait. What's gone wrong? Going to try and reconnect to the game. Oh, I'm back in. All right. Whew.
Nice.
Did my life just flash before my eyes?
Turn of the king.
I'm sorry for talking about you, Broodmother. I won't do it again.
Yeah, you dare, you dare. Well, we've got a bit of action coming out. Team Zero looking for a bit of rotation. They're heading in towards the middle lane. They want to bring down Echo. Don't forget, not the Aegis target, but does have that BKB. In they go with the Ravage. They need to chain this perfectly here, and they don't do so. BKB comes off, and now Echo looking for the turnaround. He's got so much health to work with here once he starts pumping out those death pulses. They just couldn't get through it in time, and now with Reaper Scythe coming on down, ZZQ will die to the kisses. And Ice also going to be hunted down here as well by the Last Ark. They find two. They're looking for a third. Beyond's going to be that next target. Bloodright comes in. YSR comes flying on through under the tower. Takes down Beyond. Eric with the double kill. Oh, that is not good for Team Zero there. A bold play, going for the Necrophos kill, trying to abuse the non-Aegis target, but they get punished so hard for it.
And the reasoning is, if you just click on Rubik, there's one fundamental difference between this Rubik and anyone before. The Vessel, but not the Aether Lens, right? Sure, there's a massive amount of chase down from last arc after that play, but when you get the Blink Ravage in, and Rubik is in Aether Lens lift position, but because he has the Vessel, he can't get the lift off. If the lift's in play, easily should have been a kill, right? But yeah, it's quite a difficult spot there. Of course, I respect the Vessel into Broodmother with the lifesteal, Bloodseeker as well, Necrophos. Quite a high value Vessel game, but kind of hindering your ability to kind of punch into this game there. And yeah, last night, instantly capitalized on it. They're doing a very good job at bringing the numbers necessary in the fight to try and punish Team Zero. Like, Naga's farming, so you always know that at worst case scenario, it's a 4v5 of just a tanky mess, you know? Like, just don't overextend, play disciplined, and you should be able to poke them through. And CTY actually does go for the Lincolns that we were wondering if he was going to go for earlier. And that is a very, very weird build. Just Manta Orchid into Lincolns. It's... yeah. Like a medium impact build, I feel.
It's very mid. It's very mid.
Yeah, it's very mid, yeah.
Like, I did see CTY had the heart queued up for a bit, but yeah, it does go back for it now as well. It's like, would have been super weird to see him just grab up the casual cornucopia and then into a heart, but yeah, it does finish off the Lincolns and now grabs the heart, so the guy wants to live. I think that's safe to say. The guy wants to be the tank. No Skadi blows my mind this game. You're against Bloodseeker, Necrophos, Brood. Like, shocking, but nevertheless, feels like he just wants to be the boy who lived. Fair enough.
He's also going for the heart. Oh, yeah, wow. This is... I guess for Team Zero, their read on the game now is we're losing in the initial fight, right? We're losing to the Scythe, the Mortimer-Kisses, and the way in which they engage on us. And if we can just get through that, then they should be fine. But I feel like Echo's pivoting very nicely on this Necrophos as well. Going for the Radiance, then for the Shivas. Like, this Naga Siren, I was concerned that she might have damage issues, and at what point will she enter this game with her economy?
TP out there from the Broodmother. Just straight up BKB TP. Realized she was in a little bit too deep, and 70 trying to get a bit of revenge here. Shield is up though. That shield rune makes it very hard to get through. Ravage comes down. They're going for the Necro once again. This time they have the lift to allow the Meteor Hammer to come off, but they need some physical damage, and they don't have any of it. Necrophos just going to walk away at BKB once again, but that said, BKBs are now on cooldown. Maybe this is time for Nagasaran to come in and find some impact in this engagement. She's still at the back of the fight though, really struggling to get into the front lines. The retreat coming out from the last dog. They're just trying to get away. Bloodseeker turns around, drops the Ravage, BKB TP out, gets onto that little cliff somehow, and gets himself out of dodge. Now, Team Zero, they're coming in for more. At the very least, they'll be able to bring down the Snapfire. That's something. Orchid out onto the Necrophos, lift up, throw back. The damage needs to be there, though, from Team Zero. They don't seem to have it. Reaper's Scythe comes down. That's going to heal up the Necrophos nicely. DP out, coming in from the Timbersaw, saved by CTY, who is in with the Song as well. And they will just click that get out of jail free card and get themselves to safety.
Look at the damage done by Naga Siren in that fight.
Oh, wow.
It was 181. Oh, God.
181. Can we see the damage overall, please, guys?
600. Like 17,600 gold on this Naga Siren. But the gold to damage ratio right now is
it's looking a
relatively
little tough,
illegal.
Isn't it? Yeah.
But you can see how unkillable the cores are on Team Zero unless they put themselves in this weird chase down. Beyond, he is getting tickled a little bit by this Broodmother.
Yeah. Maybe he's going to turn into Spider-Man now that he's bitten by a spider several times. One can dream. You want CTY? Whoa. Look at this Naga Siren just chopping apart this Brood. I mean, to be fair, he's doing a bit, but not nearly enough.
BKB.
BKB out from Shining, backs himself away.
A lot of BKB discipline there from the Brood. Like, to not just instantly BKB off the ensnare, just, you know what? I'll see what they bring to the table before I overcommit, and eventually does use the BKB, pushing the cooldown now to the 7-second mark. And I guess that's another thing for Team Zero is if they can weather this storm in the mid game, at least eat through those BKB charges, then suddenly kiting out that initial fight will be easier, right? When you're playing around some 6-second BKB rather than 9-second, it is night and day difference on how you can encroach. But I am still so skeptical on how CTY is ever going to be able to enter a fight. Like, he's buying a heart, he has a Lincoln's, unable to do any right click. We saw the damage breakdown prior, still quite comedically low values. Bloodseeker's about to have Aghanims. Necroforce is going to still have the Radiance. Yeah, again.
There's so much anti-Naga damage coming out here. Like, even Heart on the Illusions, don't think it's going to do enough. There is just too much.
Like, for them to take a fight now, they need, like, the perfect entry where Naga skips the waves and enters the fight once she sees, like, a certain read. You know, it's like, okay, Bloodseeker is already BKB ruptured to one side of the fight. I'm now going to enter with confidence, because for him to reposition to where I am will be inconvenient for him, like, pumping out the damage, right? Like, it needs to be... Other people need to do the work for Naga. Well, normally at this stage of the game, Naga's kind of like going headfirst into fights, right? Sending herself plus an illusion, getting a pick off, songing if it's in a bad position, re-engaging. Like, but right now, this is the most backline PvE style Naga we're going to see in a long time.
Is it going to pay off, though? That is the big question. Like, we keep watching it, we keep looking at it. Nothing's convincing us yet, but it remains to be seen what CTY can do. But it doesn't look like it's going to get easier. It looks like things are going to get harder, which is unfortunate for a Nagasara. But hey, now that the Radiance is finished, oh, well, okay, he actually changed his mind. There won't be a Shivas coming out from Necrophos at least.
He went for the heart, yeah.
Yeah. But you have that Ags on Bloodseeker. That's a pretty big pickup.
Yeah, they've already ticked the box on the Naga. I kind of don't mind the heart pivot, because I think the only way that Last Ark do lose is if Necro dies in some big, like, Ravage combo, right? It's like, Ravage into lift. Oh my god, what the hell? Necro's dead? You know, one of those scenarios. And you buy a heart, pump up your HP. Well, please, try and eat through the 4k or 3.5k HP you're probably going to get from all this. It's
yeah. Echo's just kind of isolating the fighting win condition for Team Zero and trying to answer it attemptedly. But in they go. I mean, the charge is going to reveal the whole damn thing, and now they have that rupture out onto 7E, but he can just pop his reactive armor and survive through it. So it's just going to be ZZQ going down. But on the back lines, they're going for the easy kills. They're going for normal end, and they will be able to find him. So one kill going the way of Team Zero in response. A buyback comes out from the Undying as well.
BKBs have been
Team
used.
Zero really want to take this area, and yeah, there's no BKB available on the Necrophos now. The Ravage is going to come out. They've got the Meteor Hammer coming down as well. Nagasaran getting on top. A big silence coming out from the Bloodseeker, but they're going to be able to take down the Necro. TCY, are they going to be able to get him? Oh, Beyond does fall. Song is out, and they are not leaving from this. They want to take this fight. They want to kill these heroes. The net is out onto the Bloodseeker, but oh my god, 7E just gets absolutely obliterated. Walks himself into the mess. CTY TPing out. He is going to make it out of this one alive, but oh my god. The turnaround there was insane. Like, the Timisaur just tried to timber chain through all three heroes and just gets absolutely massacred.
God.
Oh my god, look at the damage coming out of the Bloodseeker in that fight.
Yeah.
That is monstrous.
That is disgusting. And it is a lot of damage, and that's where Blood Mist really kind of plays dividends, right? Like, you press the song, you group up around the Bloodseeker, like, maybe we can do it, boys. He doesn't have BKB. It's like, no. You're entering my engagement now. I have my Blood Mist, the potential barrier coming into the mix as well. Like, this hero is insane against Illusion heroes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
For
he's
real.
only got 1 point in Blood right as well. He went all into stats. I didn't even catch
I
that,
like
but
that. Yeah.
you like that?
I do, yes. Yeah.
It's against Rubik, I guess, because he doesn't want to give away a good spell, I guess. Is that his reasoning, or? Yeah, I guess that's maybe the one reason I can see.
The biggest reasoning is just, like, stats are so valuable on Bloodseeker, especially when you know you're going for an early Aghanims, like, just being able to kind of run into the front lines and live. Yeah, it's good. Like, sure, I think the Blood Right in that particular fight probably would have been better because he was managing to land, like, a really, really big one when they were going for the Necro, but no, overall, I've seen this build a little bit, and I'm a very big fan of it.
Okay, I'm gonna check some. He's not had a great time, to be fair. Poor soul.
Yeah. I don't mind, though. Undying's getting binned after laning phase is something I'm always down for. You know, you picked Undying, you're giving yourself a free lane. Now you suffer afterwards. Good. It's karma. All right, well, the Necrophos threat got answered in that last fight. The Bloodseeker threat did not, and I don't think any of us realized how big this Bloodseeker threat really was, but he had
He's a big boy.
huge
He
fight.
is, yeah, near impossible to deal with, I feel. The best way to combo him down now is, like, you need to somehow ignore the Necrophos, and Bloodseeker needs to be the one that you combo. Punish him pre-Blood Mist, if that's even possible.
Rupture out onto ZZQ. I mean, Erica doesn't give a damn. He's just going to go for the easy kills every single time, and we'll be able to get this one with the right clicks, with the Blood Mist. He's got enough in the tank. They can't deal with the Tombstone, though, so they'll leave this area, but, you know.
Oh, the charge.
Oh, yeah. This is a Timbersaw, which is in a pretty bad place at the moment. Echo and YYYY just kind of delaying him for the rest of the team to come in and try and take care of him. Ulti out from YYYY. Echo's on top of him as well. Reaper's side available is going to be used. We'll grab him the kill. 70 falls. Another big kill on this map. It feels like the last Dark are just unstoppable in this game right now.
Yeah, I've seen Naga hit creeps for half an hour and just not really be able to do anything. Super painful.
Yeah.
Even with Bloodthorn, I'm like, how are you killing anyone? I'm so skeptical. And then you look at Last Ark and it's like, there's so many combos to play on, right? It's the charge into a Blood, right? There's more of a kisses being laid on top of the aggression. There's so much synergies within the draft. And this Brood, like, we haven't even had to talk about the Brood. Like, it's kind of been like a non-factor in the game, but still such a big factor in how creeps have been pushed in. There's you deal with the Necro, but now suddenly it's like some life-stealing, right-clicking core who's now scaled into the game. Like, if this was a previous patch Broodmother with double auras, this game could be easier for Team Zero, but because it is scaling as well, you got 3 big cores to get through.
He wants to start taking some chunks out of this Tide Hunter, but the Ravage is going to come down. BKB's there from Erica, though, and he can just heal himself up on that Tide. You got to be so careful if you're this Tide Hunter, because a Bloodseeker can chase you till the end of the earth. That shard just heals him up for so damn much. And now they're on your high ground. CTY's had to come home and try to defend this one, but no Ravage, no Rubik. Even when the Tide Hunter's up, it's still going to be 120 seconds until the Ravage is available, so there's nothing stopping them. Till high ground is broken. Echo taking a decent amount of damage in there. Erica's also getting kind of low. The picking is intense.
Was that 18 HP or something?
Huh?
The Bloodseeker went to 18 HP with Aegis.
He's chilling. Just going to farm up some Ancients here, get his HP back. Or at least a bit of it. But, you know, they did get those ranged barracks. A statement was made. Now, do they want to go in again? I mean, Aegis on the Bloodseeker, but he doesn't have much health, so likely he's going to die pretty quickly, and then they'll be forced to stay the engagement on top of his respawn. A throw back onto YYYY. He's with the BKB, though. Goes back in, though. Throws down that Nether Strike and tries to bring down the Tide Hunter, but in comes the Song, just holding them back. I think this Spirit Breaker might be dead, T-Gov.
Very dead,
finishes
yes.
the job. They've still got the Bloodseeker pretty low on the sidelines here. I mean, he is finally going to die. That Aegis gets popped on the BKB of Echo as well. That is a really awkward timing for the Sun.
Naga has Nullify now.
Lift up onto the Bloodseeker, dragging him back into the fight. He's got the BKB, though, is going to use it and now starts smacking away at the Tide Hunter. Once again, that shard going to work. I'll bring down Ice Ice. He's going to buy back. They need to find a way to take this fight. Erica, just about dodged out the Chakram. He's got the speed to do it. CTY getting into the engagement, wants to try and find a big target, can't find it, settles for the Snapfire instead. Echo still on the run, going for the TP out behind the trees, but they've got the lift, they've got the throwback. This is real bad for the Necrophos now. No availability to survive this engagement. Echo's gonna fall. The Necrophos is dead. 3 are gone on the side of the last Dark. Could this have been the throw which they've been looking for Team Zero this entire time?
I mean, finally, Naga picked up the Nullifier at the start of that fight. As the engagement broke out, look at her damage. It's so much better than the 181 we saw team fights ago. And it's all because of the Nullifier. Like, she has no real damage output, and then boom, Nullifier into Necrophos, you can't Shroud. You're now not immune to physical. Against Bloodseeker, you can't Blood Rage. So now you don't have the Spell Amp. You don't have the additional attack speed. Finally, after so much farm, we got to see the item that gave Naga confidence to enter the fray. it just took 37 minutes of clinical farming.
Yep. But she is big now, large in charge and looking to charge down this middle lane. Even a Hex coming out onto the Broodmother. Okay, Ravage to follow as well. My goodness, this aggression coming out from Team Zero. They want these barracks, and they want them now. Hammer's going to come down. Fortify is out, though. 15 seconds on the Necrophos. Normal End just trying to take down the Tombstone, but they're immediately going to try and defend it. Shining comes in, snipes it off with a few right-clicks. CTY, though, jumping in, trying to finish off the Snapfire. That's not going to happen, but Ice Ice has fallen in the backlines here. There's a bit of backline shenanigan going on from the side of Last Dark right now, and the song is there, but there's a BKB from Erica just continuing to smack away at CTY. CTY has no escape plan.
No.
Reaper's Scythe comes down, and as quickly as it all started, it all ends for Team Zero. Naga Siren Dead does have the buyback, and guess who's running down the middle lane now?
What the... Okay, so Last Dark, they yeet themselves into mid. They died to a Nullfire surprise. Then Team Zero decided to run down mid and yeet themselves into a... It was so forced. They finally had just a little ounce of, oh my god, we could win, and then they just took it too far.
They did, T-Gov, they did.
Dire's bottom barracks are under
Now, Shining just smacking away at these bottom barracks. Doesn't feel remotely scared. They want this buyback from the Naga Siren more than anything. I think they want it more than they want barracks, I'll be perfectly honest. Timber just gonna chain himself away, but YYYY is coming in for this one as well. 7E, I mean, he's gonna have to pop the reactive armor here, but he actually doesn't have it, so he's just gonna get killed off. I mean, he has the buy as well. Might just have to use it here with the Naga Siren when she's back in 20 seconds, but
Dire's bottom
they're gonna hold. Refresher Orb brought up by the Bloodseeker as well, so it's gonna have 2 rounds of ruptures. Very close to that level 25 talent as well, which would mean 4 ruptures. And there it is, Refresher Orb comes through. Double BKB, that is a big thing. That's what they need to fight. Hammer comes down, Naga is back. Timber holding on the buyback at the moment.
has fallen.
Necro has the BKB, has the Shivas as well. Yeah, it's just showing that he's not afraid. Showing that he doesn't give a damn what Team Zero have to throw at him. And he's going to continue pecking away at these barracks. Silence is out, Nullifier's out. Lincoln's making it very hard to go on this Necrofoster. The commitment's just not here yet. YYYY just jumping in. Rupture comes down as well onto Beyond. They want to try and take down the Tidehunter, but there comes the Tombstone Stave. He's stuck inside the tomb at the moment. Song's there as well, as Erica uses the duration of his first BKB just to get the kill onto the Tidehunter. Immediately takes down ZZQ as well, but he's getting low. He needs to get out. Might just actually die to the Timber Saw. Kaisen down with the Chakram. Under the tier 4, just taking too much damage. Buyback coming out from both Erica and Beyond. They want to try and make this fight work for both teams here. Reaper's Scythe comes through, doesn't get the kill. 70 up in the high ground. Shining chase him down there. The Spider finishes the job. Shining now godlike on this Broodmother as Reaper's Scythe comes down, takes down. That's a stolen Scythe actually. Beyond's dead for a second time though. It looks like they're running out of resources on the side of Team Zero. CTY and Ice Ice trying to get themselves away. There's another Rupture out onto the Rubik. He is going to fall. CTY makes it back to the fountain, but there is nothing left waiting for him in this fountain anymore. He needs to do it all by himself, trying to bring down Shining, but it just not enough. I mean, sure, Shining
1956
dies,
gold?
that's a lot of that's a lot of money.
What?
But all the money
Imagine
you
if
want
they
is
got
not going
that
to get
kill
you back
without
into this
throwing
game.
away the racks.
CTY trying to fight up. 30 seconds on the Rubik though. Goes on top of the Spirit Breaker, just dropping everything she's got, but unfortunately everything you've got is just not going to be enough. They have too much control, too much damage, too much AoE. GG's come out, and the Last Dark take game number 1.
Is radiant.
What a game as well for them. Like, it was this Necrophos pick into then just don't let it down, just keep going with it. And I feel like for Team Zero, it was a rather sloppy game from them in that regard. Like, sure, I can see their draft having issues into how insanely strong they were. But when they get that one little bit of a lead, oh my god, we can maybe win this, we picked up Nullifier, they suddenly just throw it all away, boom, game's over, right?
Yeah.
So to have that level of volatility within a team where you're kind of playing from behind the entire time and then poof, your comeback potential is gone in one fight, it's kind of weird to see. So yeah, great stuff from Last Dark though. Quite a refreshing looking draft, and maybe Broodmother needs to be thought about, because if it causes you to kind of move your draft in such a one-dimensional direction, then suddenly you're not picking up your niche heroes, your specialties anymore, because you're just thinking about Brood. And Brood, again, ends the game 10-2 and something. Did it do a lot? Yes. Was it as impactful as the Necro or the Bloodseeker or the Brood? Probably not. But did it control the entire draft? Yes. Oh god, it's an annoying hero.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is. And yeah, you got to consider, they threw this whole draft at the Broodmother as well. You know, every single one of these heroes has tools to deal with the Brood. They thought it was going to be carry. It wasn't, and it still did great in the offlane as well. So yeah, definitely have to be considering that one. I think CTY is definitely going to be a big talking point of this game as well. Like this Naga Siren went for this kind of assassination build, and then kind of went back for a bit of tankiness when she realized that there were all of these counters coming out. I'm not sure which route was the correct route, I'll be perfectly honest, because, you know, that's CTY's read on the game. You know, you've got to respect it, but in the end, it didn't really work out.
It's a difficult one, I think, because like when we were breaking down the drafts, and I went to that like awkward point where I'm like, oh my god, this game could last forever. It's because I was like, wait, Naga just will never do damage, and it's like that realization when you see the heroes that you have on Radiant. It's like, oh my god, like you hate these Naga games when it happens. Like you often want Naga to be into certain like aspects of a draft, because then you're like really pressuring it the entire time. It's like my illusions are poking you, or something that I buy naturally will annoy you. In this game, because it was so forced, we never got to see it. And I think Echoes, he probably is going to be the MVP in my eyes, unless you have a different opinion on that one. I think just getting the final pick Necrophos, it did so much work in the early game that everyone else was able to thrive behind it, and Timbersaw didn't really get to do anything. The tankiness of Team Zero was never in play. Like, it's a hero that doesn't get picked up too often, but when picked up correctly and can push heroes like Brood, Snap, Bloodseeker into even more engagements, you are going to feel that. So yeah, I think this was a really cool Necro pick, and it paid off quite nicely.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Like, definitely the stronger out of the two mid laners. Timbersaw didn't really get to have that much impact in the mid game because this Necro was so annoying for him. Like, the Reaper's scythe just meant that he couldn't really play the game super well. So yeah, we'll be looking for that one in the future. I think that there were some nice players coming out from Team Zero, though. Like, obviously, they had some great moments. Some nice tombstone saves coming out from ZZQ as well. Yeah, like, overall, I didn't despise the way they played it. I just felt like their draft actually ended up being pretty difficult to play. I think Beyond had the toughest game out of everyone on the Tidehunter. He was the first target in every fight. Like, it's kind of impossible to be a tank in this game. You're playing against Bloodseeker, who thrives off tanky heroes with that shard, with that blood mist. Just the way the hero functions is very annoying to be a tanky hero against. And then you got Necrophos as well, with that percentage HP damage of the Reaper's side as well. So you essentially have 40% less HP than you should. It was a super tough game for Beyond. He often had to just throw out the Ravage at like the very last second before he was about to die, because he was just the first target every single fight. And I don't really know how you play into it as well. Like, I mean, he ended up going for this kind of blink into Shard and Scythe of Ice build, which was kind of weird. Did I like it? I don't know. I think it could have worked. I think it could have got them some clutch moments. You know, Blink Hex is always going to be great on any hero, but also meant that he couldn't be that frontliner. But then I don't think any item would have made him the frontliner. I think that's the issue.
God, I just look at this scoreboard. It's like, yeah, you can kind of feel that last arc controlled 90% of the game, and there was like a brief moment where Team Zero could have done it. But yeah, when your cores are finishing 15-4, 9-2, 10-2, it's like, you know this game's going to be a good one. And I'm going to still say MVP for Necrophos. I don't know where we're going to be shifting to. Okay, cool. We are shifting to Necrophos.
We got it. Don't worry.
I was worried for a second because Spiritbreaker pulled a shift. Bloodseeker had a good scoreline. You know, Brood's Brood. But no. Realistically, Necrophos with Echoes going for the Atos early on really just had a better kind of early game gold investment compared to Necro for the Timbersaw to go for regen. And then he went for a straight BKB because he knew that if he breaks that combo, doesn't die, his team can then turn around with him and fight. And then, of course, Radiant Shiva against PLs, Nagas, any of these illusion heroes. If you get those two items in a game and play around it, the damage output is quite nullified. So, yeah, overall, really stellar game from the Necrophos. Definitely. And can Last Ark do it 2 games in a row? Like, if they do that, then what is it? They force out the 3-way tiebreak for the Division 1 slot, which would be pretty cool.
Yeah, that would be pretty hype. That would be pretty hype. Then it also gives Big Brain a chance as well, which is kind of cool. So yeah, let's see how it goes down. We're going to throw it over to a break, and then we're going to be coming straight back in with Team Zero versus The Last Dark, game number 2. So stick around for that one, and we'll see you very soon. Team Zero are currently one game down against the Last Dark as they struggle their way through the final day of broadcast here on the China DPC. But we will be having tiebreakers one way or the other. We're just going to find out what kind of tiebreakers those are going to be. And right now, it's looking like we're heading towards those three-way tiebreakers for the second place, which is very hype indeed, especially for Big Brain as well, which coming in today probably weren't thinking they had too much of a chance. What's up?
No, man, but you didn't look at the draft with me. We said we'd look at the draft together.
Yeah. Wow, look at that. Cool.
Cool, thank you.
Over on that side, we got Primal Beast. Over on this side, we got a Timbersaw. Very nice, very nice.
How much effort did it take to remember which side was the left and the right to then do the flip? Oh my, I just realized. With these bands, we've got the same as the last game, so nothing crazy. I was hoping to see something spicy, but it's the same. Difference, of course, is Team Zero. They first picked the Timbersaw. Was that really enough of a deterrent to not go for the Brood? I guess maybe it is, because if you go for Undying again to close the phase, I could see it, but nice aggression from Last Dark though. Like, I love seeing openings on second pick, which are like, wait, what? We have to deal with this? Like, you pick Brood, it's like, oh my god. You pick like Primal Beast and Skies, like, you know aggression's gonna come into play. Like, you need to start picking heroes that can kite away from it, or just natural saves like Abaddon or Oracle or SD, etc. So no, I like the fact that Last Dark is just drafting with kind of big emphasis on the heroes.
Yeah, that's very cool. It's very cool. I'm a big fan of this. I mean, I really haven't seen Primal Beast that much. I wish I saw more of it, because the hero does seem conceptually like kind of cool, but of course, very counterable, very answerable. That does seem to be his biggest problem.
Yeah, so Primal Beast, he got a little buff in the previous patch where he gets more damage on his ult now every time it hits.
Yeah.
But the hero is still the same hero, right? You want to get phase boots, BKB, play on the trample. You want to be able to, of course, then have Agnes as well, get a bit of a break into the play. But like you mentioned, it is very punishable. Any of these early game slows or kiting aspects can really hurt the hero. So like Windrunner, for example, if Windrunner's carry, will Primal Beast ever get to trample on this hero in laning phase? No. Therefore, does it remove Primal Beast's ability to get 2-3 kills and kind of catapult him to the game? Yes. So it'll be interesting to see if Primal Beast has any flexibility. And with a Doom pickup, then you're going to argue, is it now just a mid lane Primal Beast? Like, cool. There might be flexibility here.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. I'm ready for it. Put this Primal Beast any way you want. Put it position 4. Put it in the middle lane. I'm here for it. Doom coming out. Most likely going to be the offlaner though. We don't see this hero flexed too often anymore. Team Zero, your turn to answer.
Clock's such a classic counter to Primal Beast as well. Like, reasoning is Battery Assault will stop his ultimate. You got Hookshot as well, so a very long range cancel, because of course once the Primal Beast starts ulting a hero, if you're relying on very close proximity stuns, then you might get hit by the AoE stun that gets hit by the ultimate. Like, it gets awkward. So having just a simple point and click, really helps against Primal Beast. And Cogs, the pushback, containing him, like, there's pretty much every spell other than Rocket Flare stops Primal Beast from wanting to play, aggressive Dota.
Yeah. It's very annoying. Any kind of, as you say, like movement control is just super, super annoying. I actually feel like they should have banned it, because this is just really, really hard to play into for him.
I guess, but also, now I checked Last Dark's history on Primal Beast, it's always basically their mid laner in the last 2 games that I saw it been played. When they beat Big Brain, of course, Big Brain, big team. They put it mid. So when you think about counters and mid lane, Storm Spirit is very good in mid because you have Vortex to deal with the trample. You also have a lot of damage to melee heroes. Pangolier, again, you don't really get to stay on top of him. So I can see why they're respecting the better mid matchups for him. And like a Clock pick, it's a very good counter in laning phase. But guess what? If it's mid, Clock's now going to be in a different lane. So now his big counter is going to be the Hookshot during his ultimates. And from mid, you should expect the Primal to have maybe more items and kind of an easier game to enter on, but still. No, I'm actually very excited by last Ark's drafts in the last like two games at least, like so far at least. It's been like kind of nothing too crazy, but just like slightly evolved on meta.
Yeah. No, I like what they're putting down. I like it when teams play their own game and play their own meta as well. You know, they have confidence in their own ideas and not just copying what everybody else is doing. So I respect that a lot. But again, I do feel like this that this clock hero is such a big counter to Primal. Like I just remember NA Div 1, we had Bait playing. They really enjoyed Primal Beast on Dendi.
Yeah.
Anytime Clockwork was picked against him, he just couldn't play the game anymore. It was really rough. So yeah.
It will be pretty rough. I just checking the games again, but he goes for a Blade Mail on the Primal Beast mid. Where he goes phase Blade Mail into then BKB.
Cool.
So he gets into the middle of the fight and goes, try me. And in this game, if he goes for Blade Mail again, then what, Windrunner? Now she can't ult him. Because Windrunner is very good against Primal Beast. You get that focus fire. As soon as he like tramples in, then you're like, guys, we know exactly where he is. He then can't reposition back out. So I can just play on the fringe of his spells and just kill him down. And same thing with like Clockwork. Imagine if Clockwork jumps in. I have no idea what the interaction would look like, but what Battery Assault into a Blade Maul whilst Primal's kind of trampling in a little circle of cogs, like it could be enough to like at least give Primal playability. We'll see if it goes down that itemization route, but either way, they pick up a Venomancer on last start. Like this is so much damage. It's like artillery level damage coming from the supports, right? If it is I assume it is a POS 5 Veno, right? But Sky plus Veno into Timbersaw, Ancient Seal, very effective. His ultimate, percentage-based damage, very good against tanky heroes. Additional move slows to deal with the kite ability of Windrunner and Coddle. I like it. Like last arc, they are very aggressive. Easily could get ran over if they blunder if they blunder their spells. Then like Team Zero's draft, it becomes such like a fluid, aggressive lineup where items just complement their aggression, right? But last arc is like they just have
I feel
brute
like
force. I feel like.
If you just grab yourself an assassin hero though on Team Zero here, if you could just bring down this Venomancer, bring down the Skywrath, like these backliners are so abusable.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually insane. And it's not like Primal Beast is going to be there to help them out. Like he is in. This is a go in hero. It's not a go and defend my supports kind of hero. So yeah, Spell into the Sky might just get beaten into the ground if they manage to grab something like an Ursa.
I'm trying to think about what would
But
be
you can't Ursa versus Veno.
No, you can't. That would be a very illegal pick for
That'd
sure.
be grief.
So I like the Monkey Ban. I'm expecting for Team Zero it to be, I guess, the carry pick. I mean, there's also an option where you just go like some like life stealer type thing for Team Zero because you know, or like actually Abaddon, that would have been a banger. Like that's like the more meta suggestion. I'm going a bit old school with my suggestion, but Abaddon would have been that like you don't care about the spells, you can brush off things, and it's like you become such a big Doom target that Timbersaw and Windrunner get to play out the fights, right? But I'm kind of down to see any of these dispelling style heroes like Jug, Lifestealer, just to go, you know what, supports, you're all cute and whatnot, but if I just get one item and can get rid of your Ancient Seal, then suddenly my rage or my spin is really going to push me into the fight further, and like you have to do me.
Actually. I'm kind of down for like a Lifestealer and just get BKB Lifestealer, and this game kind of feels free. But then of course you still have that Doom, and all right, they all like to carry.
This hero is very good.
Yeah.
Like, you mentioned how weak these supports are when heroes on top of them. Just pick up a Lycan, man. Just like
there's that assassin.
We saw Monet do it at Dream League, and like it's kind of the same logic as like Broodmother in regards to itemization right now. Like, you are from a carry role. If this is the carry, you are going Echo Saber, Harpoon, BKB, Nullifiers, AC. Like you're pretty much being that backline. You run in, you get that kill. And Lycan, he's so disconnected from his team in his aggression that Venomancer, it's often like you want to contain the fight within, like the enemy jumps in as like 2 or 3. But now Veno is like, you're going to die to one Lycan. Sky's going to die to one Lycan. So this is actually a baller pick from Team Zero.
It's a pretty baller pick, yeah. I'm a big fan. This is such a killy hero as well. And all these slows just mean absolutely nothing now as well. Always got the Doom, of course. If you can catch him pre-shapeshift, then that is an opportunity for the last arc. But that's a tricky one, especially if Team Zero are the ones on the aggression. And they have all
What's the
this
carry?
vision. They have so
Bloodseeker's
much vision on the
banned
side
now,
of Team Zero, which I like. Yeah.
Is there
I'm
like a
big.
Morph was first phase banned?
TA. Interesting.
TA is a hero that I probably wouldn't have mentioned due to how volatile it will be. It is going to be the off-lane Lycan and a carry windrunner. I kind of was hoping it'd be like those roles would be swapped, just because it's like the Lycan, you don't care if you get doomed. But either way, in this scenario that's occurring, TA is the type of pick that you pick it more for your team to play their timings, because it's like you will give away allow your team to get first ages, right? With Deso timing, you will be able to join the fight with like a Deso blink. So I don't mind it. There are points where Team Zero will be kind of playing back a little bit, but it's not like the Lycan answer, right?
Definitely not, no.
Like laning phase can be good, right? Some Venomancer Gale into Meld Strike, like Lycan could be in an awkward spot, but when you have Kotl in that lane with Blinding Light and Illuminate spam, like it's an interesting pick. It really feels like they want to go, and if they run out of steam, this game can get really awkward, but
Yeah.
I don't know who to decide with, honestly.
I think they've realized like how strong this Lycan can be if it has a free game in the off lane. So like the TA is like the lane read, right? It's the thing where they've said, all right, we will grab this hero, we will shut down the lane, and stop this Lycan coming in too hard, and then we can probably kill enough on the map to be able to make it work. So like it's really bold. It's definitely a conceptual answer to the Lycan, and I'm excited to see how it works. I'm very excited to get into this game. Both teams bringing different ideas to it. It is, of course, the Last Dark who won the last game and are currently poised to force out the three-way tiebreaker. Which way is it going to go? Let's find out.
Both teams already smoked up. Going for the usual ward.
A little bit of smoking, a little bit of warding in the middle lane. Doggies trying to do some scouting, don't see anyone, so they'll probably know something's going on here. The fact that none of these Lycan wolves have seen a single hero. Hello. Why?
It's a nice thing to do against Lycan. If you do the smoke, then suddenly you're not getting hit by any wolves. You're not like giving away indirect information based on where you could have placed a ward, based on where supports are standing. So, no, I like that. Nice start. Of course, Dire opting for the bounty or the river rune spots. And not as many sticks. We're actually missing... No one's got a stick in this game.
Just branches.
The previous time we had 5 sticks at the start of the game, and this time we have 0.
Disappointing. Stickless. Yeah, just so many branches. Just all about the stats these lanes, I guess. Alrighty. Rune's gonna be spawning, and Ice Slice actually denies one of them. Very cute little play there, just using the blinding light, pushing them away, getting the deny, the one-man interrupt. It's gonna allow him to get 2 bounty runes over the 1 off the side of the Last Dark. I love that. I've never seen that before.
That was good. Clean stuff.
Middle lane looks like 70 doing slightly better on the block here, but when it's melee versus melee, it never matters really that much. Especially when you have that vision down, it's really not a big deal at all. So let us be laning it up right here. 2 big tanky boys just taking chunks out of each other. Again,
Why are we in like the weird matchups?
We really are, yeah. I do feel like this is probably a Timber lane though, right?
Yeah. No, I had to crunch the numbers real quick. Like, yes, Timber should, in theory, be fine here. I don't think the trample damage is magical though, so maybe if he gets like phase boots quite quickly on the Primal Beast, or even just an early pair of boots, it could be enough early levels. So I'm gonna keep an eye on it, but I'm leaning Timber.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. And here we see that first trample coming out of mid, and 70 does take a ton of damage from that actually, so yeah. Reactive armor ain't helping anything of that. Meanwhile, down at bottom, a lot of trading going on. Normal end on the Scarth and CTY just taking hits at each other. CTQ also dropping low on the Clockwork as well.
And Clockwork is such a boss laner, especially when you have a ranged carry. Like, you know that the sacrifice you make for your resources to get into the middle there should be some support helping you, but he's kind of by himself here.
Yeah, this is a big commitment from him. Let's see if it pays off. Blood grenade upon him, but won't do enough damage to take him down. And CTY getting some good harassment out in response. So, you know what? I think they've just freed up CTY's lane pretty heavily down here.
That was so spooky because Doom and Sky were one creep from level 2. He throws himself into the middle. It's like at any minute they hit level 2, Infernal Blade comes in or an Arcane Bolt, boom, he's dead. So really playing on the edge of the level 1, level 2. Yeah. And he does pull 2 of the creeps as well. So quite effective stuff from ZZQ, but easily could have been a different scenario where he just gives away the first blood.
Yep, playing on the edge. But, you know, got to respect them in maxing. Always important to do so. This read was correct.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
nice.
up to the top lane is, of course, this Lycan lane one we've got to pay close attention to because, of course, if this Lycan gets out of this laning phase with any kind of lead, then he is going to dominate this game. It's a very, very good Lycan game. Beyond, of course, a very dominating player as well. Loves playing these greedier offlaners.
So far, doesn't seem to really be punished, right? He's got 9 CS, 6 denies. He's about to complete his helm. And then that's the thing with offlane Lycan, is when you're going for this, the Helm of the Dominator, you starve your inventory, right? You go for branches, maybe 1 pack of tangos. You hope to get the Lotus, which he gets now. And then once you get the Helm, you're like, okay, guys, I can breathe now. I haven't been fully shut down. The farming can begin. And yeah, we haven't really seen the Venom Monster aggression occur in this lane. Of course, Kotl plus Lycan Wolves, it's difficult.
Yeah, and a lot of that as well as the... just being shut down. It's just annoying. Very, very annoying. I hate Kotl. Such a like.
You've been very passionate today with your opinions on heroes. You said hate and love a lot based on different scenarios and heroes that you've seen.
I mean, I like do shit heroes, and I dislike the anti do shit heroes. You know, which is very much Kotl, right? Like you try and jump into the lane, I've been blinding lit. You know, you try and like push out a wave, it's been illuminated. You know, it's. I guess it's
So what's your
all
opinion on like
perspective.
Enigma then?
Oh yeah, cool hero. I get to shout about
Wait.
Black Hole. That's always fun.
But you like laning into it?
I didn't used to, but I don't care so much now. The range creep still lives.
Okay, fair enough. Hoping to get a more compelling answer. I thought you were going to be really angry, but Venom answer though, he is going to be angry because he gives away first blood.
Yep, just getting ticked down a little bit too much. I mean, Eric was looking for a bit of revenge here, trying to bring down Ice. Beyond trying to go for the deny, doesn't get it though. And the South doesn't heal him up enough as well. Ice was like, no, I want to live. Please, let me
Beyond
live.
force feeds him the Lotus, then go for the deny. Then he's like, no, I'm salving my. It's like everything in his power not to, but Christ.
Yeah.
Does
The
go
heavy
down.
resources committed to try and making him live there and doesn't work out, so that never feels too great.
Yeah, 1,000 gold away from the Helmet Dominator for Lycan. Maybe in about 3 or so minutes time, that should be in play at the current rate of Lycan's farm.
Yeah, I don't know why Ish that. It's kind of fine. Like, he's not particularly
No,
far
it is fine. It's just, you know,
pretty normal.
Yeah, it's pretty normal. But it's just the fact that you know it's coming.
I want to look at this mid lane for a bit as well, because again, we were unsure about this matchup. Does look like kind of just trading at the moment. Echoes kind of just runs in, stomps down a creep wave or two, you know, using the onslaught to secure some range creeps here and there, and that's pretty much it. He is moving up top here. I'm not sure how much he's going to get done under the tower. Is he just looking to buy something, or...?
There's already a ward placed to get the courier kill. Right,
Runs
nice.
in, kills a courier, and runs back to mid. Okay, bro.
But 70 now has level 6 advantage, so Echo's rotation is going to force him to have to run away with the onslaught.
Yeah, I don't know what that play was from Echoes there. I mean, maybe he just can't come to the lane where he doesn't have trample. I'm not sure, but either way, up in the top lane, they're trying to run down this Templar Assassin with the rotation out from ZZQ, but it does not seem to be working out for them as Erica just crits down the clockwork and gets himself the freebie.
Not even using his power cogs there to potentially set up for a deny play. And the heat at the moment does go down. And yeah. So for Echo, at least, just to give context to his rotation, he rotated during nighttime, but also there's a Radiant ward on the high ground near the Ancients, right? And now Beyond steps up again, like...
All right.
Oh,
Blinding light
premature
TP.
tip, though, Venno. Come on, man.
Yeah.
You got those stuns, boys. You're a stunless team. It's what Doom and Primal Beast are everything for you. If they're not there, just TP out. And that might be the comms now from for the future of this laning phase.
Yeah, very well could be. Meanwhile, at bottom lane, they're just farming up, really. Like, CTY is clicking Shining quite a bit, sure, but Shine doesn't really give a damn. He's got himself this Vanguard, so we'll be absolutely fine. And there's also just constantly mana burning down the wind, and, well, Normal tries to come in for this one as well, and Echoes is here also. Trample's going to cut through the evasion of the wind, but a nice Blinding Light's going to push back Echoes once again. Doesn't make a difference, so Shining's still able to get the kill, and now the Pulverize comes through onto the Coddle. So much damage coming out from that Primal Beast, and they will be able to kill off Ice Ice and ZZQ. I think he might be going down here as well, yeah. Turning up to this fight was just not advisable. Onslaught is there, the kill comes in, ZZQ to full. There's going to be 3 heroes dead in the bottom side of the map for Team Zero.
So incredibly awkward. I think in last arc, the way that they're utilizing their supports to just poke out rotations, they go top, sure. Lycan TP's up, but they're still forcing things, right? They kill off the clock, they then go bottom. They get this triple kill, so I love the way that they're doing that, and I think this is how they need to play this Primal Beast. Don't play the mid lane anymore. Yeah. Don't park yourself into a Timbersaw. Go for the hunt, and hunt he does.
And
they're going to throw everything at him.
That's the thing, and he is going to do so. So the Doom comes down onto the Wind Ranger. 70 entering the engagement, though, and just looking to bring down Shining, and should be able to have the damage to finish this off. CZQ will grab that kill, as the Wind Ranger will be surviving through it this time around.
I won't lie, I started that, you know, looking into that fight, expecting there to be one support behind, but as soon as I went quiet, looked at that minimap, I was like, wait a second, there's only 2 of them. Mate, that's the difference. If you bring one Venno, one Sky there, it's absolutely insane, easy kills, but black in the numbers. And now they're getting pushed out of the Radiant side of the map, something that potentially wouldn't have occurred if you had Venno or Sky playing with the Primal Beast. They need to sync up their heroes. But look, and Sky by himself is putting CTY in a dangerous position.
To echo your last point as well, as ZZQ might be getting killed by Echoes here. Normaland has gone down at the same time as well, but yeah, very close to bringing down CTY with him. That could have been a miracle play coming out from the Skywrath, but alas, couldn't quite finish the job. But
they're just playing by themselves.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. Of course, in the absence of top lane aggression, TA is able to farm up a little bit more. Is going to go for the Dragon Lance, and on the flip side, Lycan, however the Dominator is online, often means that the tower falls. There isn't like a traditional tower defending hero on last arc. Venomancer with Plague Wards does nothing to Lycan. Doom with a Vanguard, don't really want to starve him and like put him in that position, so yeah, expect towers to fall if Lycan really wants to hit them.
Yeah, I think so. All in all, a good start to the game from last arc. And this is kind of not what I was expecting with these lanes. I mean, the Erica lane, sure. Like, I expected Erica to do well. But the fact that this Primal Beast has come out pretty much on top, like, that is surprising to me. That is very surprising.
It's the rotations. Like, it's the fact that he's always hungry to look for that next kill, right? He's not locking himself into mid. He's not thinking about the jungle. It's, I get a rune, I go. I have mana, I go. As long as he can dodge out the clockwork, then he will be able to thrive in these engagements. We have seen it a couple times, like if you're inside cogs and you use Onslaught, you get instantly pushed by the barrier, so your Onslaught gets cancelled. The hookshot is cancelling his ultimate. Like, we haven't seen the hookshot yet, he's not level 6, but you just need to keep in mind that this clock will be your arch nemesis the entire game. And we are seeing the Blade Mill. Dude, I'm actually so hyped to see if this is good or not. I trample on Blade Mill on top of you. Like, you want to use spells to stop me using that and you take more damage. It's kind of cool.
Echo's gonna grab him here. I mean, the doggy does get off the shapeshift, so Beyond is probably just gonna run away from this one. In fact,
look at the support.
Look at the support. They're just gone. They see that shapeshift and they're like, nope.
Oh, this is what we were talking about in the draft, right? Like, this Lycan will eat on these supports the entire time. And that was the most pathetic gank I've ever seen in my life.
I love how they pulled the ripcord immediately there. They're just immediately just like, oh, fuck this, we're out. Parachutes pulled.
Of course, that gank will be different in the future when Sky's in position to use Ancient Seal pre-shapeshift. Even if he has level 6 with Mystic Flare, you'll have the damage to kill him off, but under-leveled supports, not in position to get the spells on top of the Lycan. He lives to wolf another day.
Woof.
Woof.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Shining is just hitting creeps. He just wants a Midas. He just wants to do what every Doom always wants to do. Get
TA
mad,
is
get
so
the
fat. What
goddamn
the hell?
button.
Like, ignore the Doom right now. We got some 6,500 net worth TA. Yeah, okay,
still
go
nice.
for the Dragon Lance, going for Deso. I'm really excited to see if, with Deso timing, do they go Roshan to then try and get themselves on the map? Do they ignore that and just continue farming and wait for, okay, guys, we don't want to give this an awkward position. Because, like, this TA game, as soon as she wastes her blink, Windrunner, there is Shapeshift with Lycan to eat for Refraction and her summons. Like, it is going to be a very hard game for TA to play drawn-out fights. It needs to be explosive, and she's gonna maybe get a kill here.
Yeah, there we go.
Or
They
get
will bring
killed.
down normal end. Though the Doom is out onto the wind. Wind, she's in some trouble trying to make her way through the tree line here. ZTQ trying to help out as well, but Shining just going to grab himself the solo. Brings down the enemy carry all by himself. Now looking for a bit of revenge here. And with the solar bind plus that battery
I
cell
can see
coming
it.
through onto Shining, it's doing quite a lot. And there's some creeps arriving through the portal. Soon enough, their master shall arrive. And now the shapeshift popped as well. Shining go for the TP out of this one. Does he have the HP to make it out? No, he does not. Oh, no. Where was he TPing to?
I didn't see where it's TPing to,
I think
unfortunately.
it might have been the tier 1 tower, which his team had just TP'd into there, because that felt like a long one.
It did look like a long one. Shapeshift is going to be on cooldown, which you would argue stalls out at least a tower aggression. Still a 2k lead. 8,000 gold now on the TA. Deso complete at 13 minutes. Dragon Lance and Deso. Wraithband with a Bassi. Like, that is a very healthy looking inventory for this TA. But the point I was making is still, this isn't some perfect TA game. This is very much a TA game for the tempo. And Echo, we're getting to see why Clockwork is so good against this hero. Constantly annoying him, but yeah, she gets out. Fair play, boss.
All right.
Guess that
Skedaddled.
Shield
Easy.
rune comes into play, boys, I guess. Look at that.
Yeah. Tis a silly rune, but oh so juicy when
How
you do pick
silly.
it up.
Give it a silly out of 10.
Oh, it
silly out of silly.
is like a 8 out of 10 silly.
Oh, 8 out of 10 sillies.
Yeah.
That's sillier than you. That was
Just
for
a
the
1
kids
point
watch.
higher.
That was for the kid entertainer in me, you know.
The
the-
9-year-olds watching.
when I moved to Disney Channel or some shit. Instantly swears after saying it. Yeah, I'm
You set your sights high though. Not even going for like
You know, esports is
CUC
a-
or anything, just straight in.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So TA is going for the Blink Dagger after all these items. Like, often we see, like, each TA player has a whole different read on how they want to play the hero. Either I would go Academics and split push everything, or I'll go BKB and be able to enter the fight, or Blink to assassinate. And I fully agree that Blink is the item in this game. Like, this TA, she needs to go, all right, we have doomed Windrunner, I blink, I kill. You know, if there's, the TA I feel like should never initiate if the Primal Beast or the Doom haven't entered the game straight off the bat. What's the
Yep,
runes?
I agree. You want to
One
be
for
that. You want to make sure this Doom is like a death curse. You know, you want to make sure it's not just
Yeah.
like an annoyance. It's got to be Doom into kill every single time, and the Blink Dagger makes that possible. Also, you don't really need BKB super early in this game. Like, sure, getting cogs and shit, it's going to be annoying, but like, there's no big lockdown, there's no big disables, there's no big
Yeah.
poking abilities either from the side of Team Zero.
I agree. This could be the game where you just don't buy it up until like maybe some hexes come out or something and you want to cover yourself late game. But I could easily see her going raw damage, like Blink, some like Daedalus style play, and use her
Yeah.
team to be the body, so for her to do all the work after the fact. Like, she has like the perfect draft to do that. Team Zero going Roshan first though.
They are in this pit right now, tearing it up. Yeah, I mean, last up, they need to read this, and I don't think they have. I think this is actually going to be successful from Team Zero. Kind of insane. They're getting away with this, but yeah, it's just no response from last arc. They're not aware, lacking information.
They did use the scan, so they were at least aware at the tail end of the Roshan that the lad was falling. But when you click kind of across their heroes, they're all awkwardly close to an item. It would have been rather suicidal to go for that. Oh. Echo's cancelling his onslaught there.
Yeah, he's got the
It
haze
looked like he
green
bumped
bottle,
into the
so
crystal, but he just
should
cancelled.
be okay. Yeah, a little bit suspect.
But yeah, if you quickly like go across every hero, right, for last arc, it's like you got what we do here. This is easier. Primal Beast close to BKB. Doom about to plead Crimson. Venom Monster about to lose his life. Skyroth Mage about to get 4-star. Like they are on the fringe of at least some type of engagement.
Yeah, well, they're going to commit to this one, and the Haste Rune Primal Beast comes charging through the fight. What the fuck? That is so much damage. Now he's going to pick up and slam down beyond. He's got as well. What the hell? They're just tearing them apart right now. This isn't a fight. This is a slapdown. Team Zero is going to be the next one on the agenda. He's just going to get smashed through. I mean, that Age is still surviving, and Echo is actually gone. Need to be careful there. A little bit too much damage coming out from the tower and from CTY just on the sidelines there. The Primal Beast does fall, but... Wowee. Oh, such a quick fight as well. Just goodness me gracious.
Oh, good old Primal Beast, right? Get the haste rune. Everyone's kind of bunched up going for the kill, then Primal just turns it around. And yet, TA is going for all-out damage. We're seeing the Hurricane Pike pick up, and then for a bit more control, but MKB after that. Yeah, I kind of forgot that you need to go MKB in this game because of Windrunner. Like, if she doesn't go MKB, then your carry is doing some awkward shit. And there's the Grove Bow. I think, what was it? Both carries got a Grove Bow, so we get an honest game of Dota 2. TA and Winner both getting the additional range. Congratulations, game. Very
I would
fair
say
and balanced.
more beneficial for the Wind Ranger due to the magic resistance. Yep. The magic amp on the Grove Bow, reducing magic resistance, thus making the Maelstrom do more damage, thus giving CTY the ability to solo kill anybody, thus winning them the game. But there's a dead
counterpoint.
Age is gone. Yep.
We can cast Doom dying, or at least getting gone on first.
Yeah, okay. Well, ZZQ is going to end up dying instead as Erica takes the front lines here. Doom is out onto the big target as well. CTY is gone. Echo's charging across here looking for the Coddle. Coddle's in deep, but he's going to get taken out as well. Oh my goodness, Erica just taking name after name. Dog tag after dog tag.
That was so weird from Team Zero. Like, you can't fight without your Lycan. Like, you don't have innate team fight in your lineup, right? You've got a lot of little poking style heroes. So if Lycan is not in the fight, then you lose your ability to scare your opponent's positioning and put them in awkward spots to allow Windrunner to kind of get in and out, Clockwork to see the fight. But when you're taking the fight so close to the Dire side without two of your heroes, that was just rather inconvenient from Team Zero. And you're mentioning the Grove Bow. Don't think out the Grove Bow for yourself. That's selfish. The TA Grove Bow, the Venom Monster, the Skyroth Mage, even the Doom, they're all getting amped up now by the TA. That's going to be the reason why they win the game.
Thus, they win the game. I think you're fine.
Thus. Yeah, true.
Thusly. Oh dear. Another hero is spotted by Erica. Whack, whack, whack. In go the side blades. Down goes ZZQ. Another kill heading the way off the last dark here as they have hit their timings with such gusto. Team Zero just don't seem to be able to muster the power to fight them right now.
It feels like a mismatch right now occurring in this game.
Ice on the run, and there comes more. Right, I mean, this is
9-0-1 on Erica.
Dude, he's kicking off, and then some.
This is how you want to play your TAs, right?
Yeah.
You want your TAs to be explosive, to be strong on their farm, and to dictate how they want to play the map. He is 18 levels up, incredible net worth. He sees a support, they die. He has the shard to apply an additional cover so that if he is to jump in, there isn't going to be some like blinding light or clockwork turnaround when you go for the supports. Yeah, again, incredible stuff so far from TM. We've not yet seen Team Zero be able to do anything. And it is a product of this Windrunner. Windrunner carry is always, I need to farm, guys. I need that next item. I need my Lincoln so I don't get stunned. I need my Maelstrom for damage. I need my Gleipnir for control. Like, you're always chasing items. Compared to TA, it's like, you see her pick up an item, she's pushing herself forward into the game, whilst Windrunner, you see her kind of hoping. And that is the disparity right now. It feels like, kind of like the Naga game in the previous one. Like, Windrunner, 9,000 net worth, nearly half of the TA, may I add, but also like no real aggressive bone in her body yet. That is
Just
disgusting. There's-
needs the Lincolns to not get doomed every single engagement, but she might not be so lucky. The team's coming around. ZZQ acting like a very good canary here. Testing the mines, testing the air quality for the Wind Ranger. So instead, they're going to go for another big target. They have found Beyond here. The poke shot comes through, though, interrupts that slam down from the Primal Beast. So Echoes, at the moment, not able to complete this. And he's in an awkward position right now. Going to have to pop the BKB pretty early on as Normaland just getting beaten up by the illusion. Sorry, by the creeps off the Lycan. Stephanie up into the high ground, looking for a target here. Echoes charging across. No more BKB available from him. This might be Team Zero's fight, but what more can they get? Erica would be a phenomenal target here. That Heavenly Bind slowing him down so much, but the team not able to follow up on the kill here. So TA will get herself out, but they lose both the supports. But to be fair, like, that's not a huge loss for the Titus to last dark. In fact, that's actually kind of a decent turnout for them.
Yeah, but for Team Zero, they finally fought around their Lycan, and look, they could take a fight.
Yeah.
Even when they're down 8k gold, look at the damage numbers we just saw briefly there. Like Lycan, he's the one forcing the Sky to die, forcing the Veno to try and disengage but also die. And I think for Last Ark at least, they need to be so careful. They've tried twice now to jump this Lycan with the Primal Beast Sky combo, but Lycan very quick on getting that shapeshift off. It still goes through any stun once you get it active, so he will be able to run away with any Ancient Seal Mystic Flare combo because the stun itself isn't long enough to kill him, right? So
Yeah.
I think Team Zero, they're finding kind of how they want to play this game out, fight by fight, but it's like Lycan or bust right now, I feel like.
And what's surprising to me is that on either of the supports, we don't have like a Glimmer Cape or a Ghost Scepter on either of them, you know? Like, Glim would be so good, it would just stop these creeps of the Lycan, because to be clear, Lycan wasn't actually going for the kills. Like, he was low health on the backlines. It was the creeps which were doing it. Those were the ones which scooped up both the
They're coming
kills,
kind of soon, I'd say. Like, right now, Veno went for the Vessel against... to be fair, there's like no dispel, right? So it's a pretty cool Vessel game, especially with Venomancer. You throw a lot of goo on one hero and they should be going down. But like you mentioned, it does delay that Glimmer. He is, I think, around 700 gold away on the Venomancer. And the Sky, only with a 4-staff, it's like, not enough right now. So the problems you are mentioning, yes, they are currently present. But you'd like to think in like 10 minutes time, they should be kind of dissipating.
Yeah, yeah.
TA
My
just
feeling
picks
is
up
just
the
that, like,
MKB.
if they did go for those items instead, then they would be in a better place. You know, that fight
Sure.
wouldn't have gone so badly. They can maybe look for the turnaround or something, but maybe not with the Primal Beast ulti being interrupted and the initiation being scuffed. It's definitely difficult.
Weird and wonderful game, and TA now sporting 19,000 gold and MKB. So I am thoroughly excited to see her go toe for toe with Windrunner. Grouped up, looking for the smoke. Doom is showing... Actually, no, he's hiding in the tree line top, but
Stealth
not
Doom.
in the fight area now.
Yeah, they have vision here, but it's just on a clockwork. Nobody wants to do a clockwork. I'll move up, though. Here's a better target. CTY shows, but there's that fresh Lincoln Spear. Looking kind of funky.
And no Lincoln's pop available on the Doom.
And yeah. They will go on to the Coddle here as well. Nice hook shot coming in from ZZQ as well. Oh, immediately forced out of it by Ice Ice as well. A little bit awkward as 70 comes flying through the fight. Brings down YYYY, but now he's going to get doomed up himself. And the Pulverize coming through as well from Echoes, but he's got so much damn HP. He's not going to be affected by it at all. Beyond on the creeps, looking for a target, trying to just get on top of the Skyrath. Or actually, no, even going for the TA. Now looking towards Echoes as well. But everyone's going on a different target on the side of Team Zero. It's a little bit awkward right now, but TA still going to blink himself back out of this one. ZZQ is gone, but Shining finally going to fall. Echo's jumping back into the engagement here. He's got to be careful, though. This Tibdazor does so much damn damage if you give him the chance to do so. Echo's got to get himself back here, but 70's the one that gets bullied down by Eric, who's playing the fight so damn well. Looks across to CTY as well, gets off the damage. It's a triple kill for Erica. Beyond going for the TP out as well. Will Erica find him? No, he will not. But all the same, a phenomenal engagement for the side of the Last Dark. Looked so bad, but they were able to pull it out the bag.
God, there was so much noise in that fight. So many little mini engagements. The 1v1 duels. It felt like neither team was trying to perfectly combo up their heroes. And guess who was the biggest victor from that? Of course, Erica. The TA, all by herself underneath the Lycan, disengaged, and thank God we have a replay. That was such a weird and wonderful fight. But no,
Yeah,
we
you
got
got
to
to
see
have
the
like
strength of
3
Clockwork.
eyes to watch this one.
And I don't have my glasses on. Well, that's before. But either way. So yeah, TA, look at this, so aggressively by herself, trying to go for the Windrunner. And then you have like, the 4-staff back out, but it's so weird. Such a weird fight.
Anyway, back to live. TA committed to a
let's not,
Clockwork kill and
don't ruin the
died.
illusion, Nomad. Don't ruin the illusion. TA's dead.
Not ideal, but holy shit, Beyond just gets absolutely shredded here. Another fight's taking place, but they don't have a Templar Assassin. Echo's going to come in and try and do it by himself. Pulverize coming on down here, but they're able to disjoint that one. 70 still alive for the time being, and the folks fire out onto Shining as well. CTY just trying to chase him down here, keeps the vision, keeps the control. Into the trees though, Shining. He's got the jukes, he's got the beat. No, he doesn't have the way of it. Blinding light puts an end to his shenanigans, and Shining will be falling. Ice Ice going to claim that one with the Illuminate. So 3 dead on the side of the last Dark, one of which was a
Alright,
TA
just so
before
you're
the fight
aware-
even started.
Just so you're aware, when watching that highlight, my confusion was how TA didn't get punished, right? Because her positioning was so aggressive. We watched the highlights, and then during the highlight reel, she gets hookshot, Lycan and Coddle all jump on top of her, and she dies. But like, we finally got to see that kind of cohesion from Zero to punish this such an aggressive play style from Erica. And yeah, what a turn of events.
Oh no.
But can they even do Roshan quick enough? Last night, they're already kind of alive. Primal Beast is in the area.
Yep.
BKB is available for him.
He needs to get into the pit right
He
now
needs to
this
go now.
second. He's not going to be there in time. Aegis grabbed by CTY, but they might still look for this engagement here. They're going to be able to take down the first one. Pulverize coming out into the Coddle. That's the second one dead. Now they're looking towards the pit. 70. He's right his way around the back lines here. He's going for the TP out. They don't have the stun. He is going to escape, and it is going to be just the 2 support kills going the way of the last Dark. Not the biggest fishies they wanted to fry, but still, they will accept it.
I would have never said that Team Zero should have been the team to take the first Roshan in this game. After how it was going, how TA was just popping off, there is no way I'd have been, yeah, don't worry, this winner is going to get Aegis at, minute 28. Whew. Quite the turn of events.
Yep. Yeah, just a little bit sloppy, has to be said, from the last Dark. America as well. You know,
Rough around the edges for sure. TA is...
that's what we want. We're watching Div 2. We're not here to watch the clean, boring teams, you know, like all these guys just going around and...
Yeah, those TI
farming their
contending teams. Or...
Yeah, those guys who win loads of games and get loads of money. No, we're here for the dirty Dota.
Radiant's top tower is
Oh, Swift Blink now complete on TA. Like, a little bit of additional armor gonna help out, but the fact that she's gonna... When she jumps, like, heroes should in theory die. So this playstyle that Erica's had, like... I'd like to think it's going to pay off now, where it's going to be a little bit more clean. But we'll have to see. Windrunner, when you look at her economy,
tower has fallen.
last couple of engagements, she's been able to pull out the Aghanims now. So element of surprise might be able to help out a little bit here. This TA, like one shackle, one stun, one anything
Dire's structures
into focus fire, plus like how, should be dying.
One stun and I'm die. She's very aggressive
course.
here at the bottom side. Probably doesn't realize there's 3 heroes around here, but
Doesn't
then,
care.
yeah, I mean, Team Zero have no way of knowing if there's heroes behind the TA as well, so it's kind of catch-22.
Grab it.
BBQ.
Oh, unluck.
Escape.
And yep, Primal Beast is now carrying the gem, which was from Keep of the Light.
70
They
is
will do
doomed up,
quickly
but there's no
devolve.
TA in the area. Shining trying to do it all by himself, but Echo's going to come across as well, help out, and pulverize onto the perfect target there, grabbing ZZQ and making sure he can't interrupt the pulverize, whilst also killing off 70 as well. Very nicely done from Echoes on this Primal Beast.
Ripped up last night. There's no reason to stop now. Like,
Yeah.
the fact that you have all your items, right? You got the BKBs, the gems, the Swift Blinks, the Glimmer Capes and supports that we were kind of missing to deal with the Lycan. Like, if they were to let back in this game, it would be at the detriment of their ability to go high ground. And yeah, I kind of like that we're seeing them just keep go. Even if they lose a core, lose an Aegis, they're still the aggressors. Going up to the high ground at 31 minutes. Dust, don't forget TA has the Dust in play. So this Windrunner, if she has ever caught, we are seeing a carrying a Dust at 31 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I wonder what she gave up for that. Probably like a Wraith Band or something, I
branch.
guess.
Or Wraith Band, yeah.
Still, you know, carries a greedy people. Takes a lot to make them separate with any item above like 200 gold.
My efficiency! I need my circlet.
It's 25 minutes. My Wraith Band is worth double. I'll not get rid of it.
Looks at the Ricky running away every single fight. Team!
Where's my van?
To be fair, that is something I really commend ATF on, because every pub that I played with him, he's always got like dust, and he's always telling his other cores like, buy dust, guys. Like, I don't care about your like 4-stat item, just buy the detection. It's so
commitment
important.
here from Team Zero. CT1 on the front lines, of course, still has that Aegis for another 59 seconds and wants to make the use out of it. But you know what? They're not going to give him a chance. The last Dark, they're like, hey, we're not going to take every fight that's offered to us. We're not dogs begging for scraps at the side of the table. No, we take the good food. We take the food that we want.
Will TA go for BKB and have no buyback? That in itself could be an incredible... Okay, she is. So again, like against Lycan, any engagement you lose near your base, he's got an AC, he has a Helm of the Overlord, like, your buildings will fall. Oh, on a DD. Okay, this is now when like buying the BKB feels good.
God damn.
DD spawn top, bottle dropped as well.
Oh yeah, you love to see it. DD
Oh, they
in
found
the
the
bottle.
Timbersaw.
They found a huge target here as well. 70 being smashed into the ground. The pulverize will be enough, along with everything
no
else they've got
buyback.
at their disposal to bring down the Terrorblade. No buyback on the TB. Terrorblade? Wow. Timbersaw, TS. I have
To be fair,
idea
no
where
one
the
really
fuck
has
that came
buyback
from, but-
on Radiant. The economy just is not there. Every single person... Okay, Timber just got buyback. Wait, what? What did he...
No, he got
Okay,
tipped.
he was actually really
And that
close to
gave
it.
him the
Yeah,
shots
yeah,
he needed to buy back into the game. That's
Get
right.
me out.
Buyback's now a Dota Plus feature, everybody.
Okay, so Timber has buyback, but no one else does. This could be the game-ending fight if Team Zero really blunder their execution here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Let's see what they're willing to do. I mean, I don't see any signs of them slowing down on this. I mean, sure, okay, you've got the Focus Fire coming out onto the Primal Beast. CTY's got to be a little bit careful with that Blade Mail coming through as well. And there it is. The Link hits his pop. The Doom is out. The Wind Ranger is down. Another huge target taken out here. The buyback does come through from the Timbersaw, but it might be too late. Middle barracks is gone. They're moving on to bottom. No signs slowing down. Don't forget, no tier 2 towers in sight. However, those creeps in the mid lane are going to get cleared out, so now we're looking at the next wave coming on through.
Radiant's bottom
Will they go and do anything
they will-
about it on the side of Team Zero? Or are they just hoping they're going to leave after this one? They found yet another hero in the trees, and the moment they see them,
Another
they just get destroyed.
Buyback. GG, they just call it.
They're done. They're done. Okay.
I mean, they don't have buybacks. I was saying, like, they're going high ground on last arc. There are no buybacks in play. I didn't expect this to be such a swift 2-0. I thought it was going to be a hard fought, 3-game series at least, but last arc, they've just come out to destroy, and now they're forced a 3-way tiebreak, and they've beat the 2 teams already in the group stage. Like, they dropped games to other teams in the division, so they're kind of already now, in my eyes, favorites to win the tiebreakers as well. Like, this was some clean Dota from them.
This was goddamn tidy coming out from the last arc. Well, specifically one player on the last arc, and we'll get to that a little later on. But yeah, overall, I mean, laning phase was good. Like, I think laning phase went better than I think it should have for the last arc. I think that's where all the problems started. The safe lane on Team Zero just absolutely fell apart. Like, the Wind Ranger and the Clockwork just didn't seem to be able to play. I'm not sure if it was like one early clumsy death, I think, which kind of set it all in motion. But once Shining got ahead, like, they couldn't do anything. And then Doom solo kills the Wind Ranger, I think, twice. Like, first on level 6 and then on, like, level 9. Like, issues, big problems.
I also just didn't see, and I mean, this is no offense to CTY, but I just didn't see him play Dota today, right? He plays a Naga Siren in a game where he can't really scale into the game. He's always playing for, like, the opportunity that never arose. And then he plays a Windrunner where you can't farm as efficiently as a TA. Even if your lane goes relatively well, the other lanes have gone so poorly that you're just awkwardly at this insane disadvantage. Just look at the net worth in these highlights. Like, at one point, TA was double. He's like kind of already on the fringe of being double as well, net worth, this TA to Windrunner. And when your carry just has no oomph, and then you compare that to Erica in this game, at least, like, Just look at how he's entering every fight. He's blinking in with no cares. He dies once, but guess what? That death doesn't even occur because we didn't see it on stream. So technically,
Doesn't happen.
for stream, he never died.
Yeah,
and it
that's true.
felt like a flawless game. Just perfect farm, perfect itemization, such beautiful aggression. And yeah, it was great to see. So
16, 1 and 4, by the way.
no, 16, 0 and 4 for
16,
stream. Thank you very much.
effectively
we
16, 0 and
T-toured
4,
his
yeah.
death to non-existence.
Didn't feel like it did anything, to be fair. Like, when he came out after the respawn, he was like, all right, just gonna continue, like, shoving kills into my bucket. And that bucket was overflowing. It was absolutely beautiful. Shining also amazing performance on this Doom as well. Echo's just making so much space. Like, you pick this greedy offlaner in the Doom, you want a mid laner that's go around and gonna do a bunch of shit. And Echoes just did everything. Like, he was such an active player, like, just making so many players on this Primal Beast. Like, did he die a couple of times? Sure, of course he did. But he was making so much space. And actually, he only died the once, so I'm talking a load of rubbish. He barely died at all. It was kind of insane. He got away from so many fights on, like, a sliver of HP. So, yeah, sick game coming out from Echoes. Sick game coming out from Erica. Sick game for The Last Dark. Great series from them as well. And now I'm my head is turned for these three-way tiebreakers. I think I might have a new favorite, T.
Yeah, I 100% my favorite is with Last Dark. Just the way they played and drafted today, it was super kind of refreshing to see a little bit. I was like, they got the Brood into the mix, but they utilized it really nicely. They didn't overreact with the Brood draft. And in this game, again, like, we're seeing a last pick TA. We mentioned during draft, like, this is a TA pick. You're not picking it for the insane scaling of the late game. Like, you're picking it for, I want to do well in lane, I want to farm my items, and I want to control the mid game every fight. And perfectly did that. So yeah, great stuff here from Last Dark. Again, three-way tiebreak, but if Erica can play like this, if Echo can make space on his Prime or his Necrophos, and if the supporting cast of the other three players can just kind of fall in line, then I would be surprised if they were to lose tiebreakers. But again, it feels Div 2. That's what get carried away.
Div 2. It is Div 2. Yeah, consistency is not the sea we sail over here, but it feels like The Last Dark have found a formula that works for them as well. You know, put Echoes on these kind of more actives, kind of like dominating mid heroes, and let him kind of run around the map and make farm for your team, make space for your team, and then that seems to be something which they've done twice against Team Zero. And maybe it was just an answer for Team Zero, maybe it's a style thing for the team themselves. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But overall, this looked like it worked fantastically for them. And this is what we've had happening today. Of course, that huge 2-1 win from Big Brain versus Holy Grail, which puts them in the mix for these tiebreaks as well. Supernova get the expected 2-0 over Team Limit, and then The Last Dark get a surprise 2-0 over Team Zero. But to be fair to The Last Dark, you know, the names on this team, right? Like, we got Erica, we got Echo. These guys have been around for a while. Like, sure, they're against like 70 and ZZQ and Ice and such, but like, I think it's fair to say, like, there are names in this team where we knew they had the potential within them. So I'm glad to see them realize that at last. And there you have it. 5-2 to Big Brain, 5-2 to Last Dark, 5-2 to Team Zero. They'll be battling it out for that second slot.
And because it's a three-way tiebreak, it's going to be best of one round robin. And everything that we've been praising Last Dark for, what happens if one draft goes a little bit silly? Boom, that's where best of ones come into play. So even though that is such a messy looking schedule, oh my god. So of course the first series is the best of three, right? Between Supernova and Team Disillusion. They're currently tied up for 5th place. Sure, there are no DPC points, it means tiddly twat, but they are playing for $2,000, so for Division 2,
money.
That's good money for Div 2 players, right? So of course that's important. And then Series 2, 3, and 4, that's when the best of ones ensue. Maybe they go around 2 rounds, but again, I'm expecting Last Dark to be the favorites. They're also playing after Big Brain and Team Zero, so they're going to have a little bit more information to go off as well. So, dude, that's going to be quite a packed schedule for Div 2.
It is indeed, yeah. Lots of games to come here in Division 2 for China, so lots of tiebreaks to come, so things are not over yet. But from today, they are. It's been a hell of a day. Lots of Dota. You know, love these 3 series days for here on the China region, and some nice upsets and some surprise results coming through. Unfortunately, the series wasn't the barn burner we'd hoped it would be, but still great to see The Last Dark firing all cylinders and pulling out a performance like this. So any final thoughts, T, before we head off for the day?
Do I think any of these teams could cause upsets in TI qualifiers? A couple. Do I think they can go the whole way? Maybe not. But can they cause upsets? Yes. Right, that's my thoughts, no man.
Yeah, it remains to be seen what happens in Bali, because at the moment, China is probably the least sure region. We've got a lot of teams here which just, we don't know if they're going to make it to TI based entirely on points or not, which means that these qualifiers could be giga stacked. Like, it could be awful for all of these teams to play through these qualifiers if, like, some of these guys like Astra and stuff are in these qualifiers. So it remains to be seen what happens in Bali. But yeah, overall, I'm hoping for big things in a very competitive qualifiers for here. And I hope that some of the Chinese teams are able to make it on point. So we have a few more China teams making it, because they are one of the most fun regions to watch. So we're going to throw it over for the day, because we are all done. Of course, plenty of other DPC action. We've got Western EU starting up later today as well. So tune in for that one. But here from China, we are all done. So we'll be saying goodbye, and we'll see you next time.